Hi, everyone. I know it's 9. I'm just waiting to make sure we've got all the faces I'm expecting here. So we'll give it a minute or so, okay? Cami, should we be expecting Lauren and Jill?
No, they won't be joining us today.
Oh, well, then I won't wait for them. Okay, so we do have everyone.
We have everyone.
Do you think we should get started, or do you want me to give folks a teeny bit more time?
I think we can get started because we still have to go through the executive report and the division report, so on and so forth. So we might as well get started, and I'll filter people in as they get here.
All righty. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Nell Wareham, and I want to welcome you all to the July 22nd Mine Land Reclamation Board meeting via Zoom. So I'm just going to go over some quick logistics here while people are joining. If you are on the board, please try to leave your Zoom on, your camera on as much as possible. I realize sometimes you've got to step away or do something, but it just kind of helps me see that people are here. Also, you know, we're not all in the same room together. It's not as easy to kind of read body language or see that someone has something to say. Right now, as far as I can tell, I can see all the names and faces on the screen, but if you need to talk, if you feel like I'm missing you or something like that, please chime in. You're not going to interrupt anything. I want to make sure that everyone has a good experience and the opportunity to talk. And also, one thing, sometimes when you've got your PowerPoints up on the screen, if you're done presenting and we don't need to see what's on the screen anymore, if you can minimize that, and I'll remind you as well, it just helps us see a couple more faces and keep the conversation going. But I'll remind you all on that. So I think that was, oh, and please try to remember to introduce yourselves when you're speaking. We've got Alyssa taking all the minutes and the notes right now. We don't want to step over her. We want to make sure that she can hear. And if she can't hear, she's gonna jump on us and say, wait, slow down. let me catch that. So, you know, just remember that we've got some extra technology issues going on here. And I think that's it for just general stuff. And also what we're going to do, as far as I can tell from the way that these times are going, I think what we'll do is hopefully get through items 1 through 6 on the agenda today and 7 and 8 tomorrow. Of course, we'll, you know, look at the times as they start coming along. And I'll just try to fit in breaks as they naturally happen. But same thing, please let me know if you need to take a break or anything like that, and we'll keep this thing moving along. Any questions on that? Okay, do I need to record who is here from the board, Alyssa, or can you see everyone? You can see I don't hear your video. I don't hear your audio. Well, anyway, I'll read it off so we just know. We've got Tim Mock, we've got Karen Utterback Norman, we've got, I just saw him, there's John Singletary and Forrest Luke here present from the board. Okay. Well, with that, did everyone have a chance to review the June 2020 summary of minutes? And if so, do we have any comments or a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, motion by Tim. Any second?
Second.
Second by Karen. Thank you, Karen. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, hearing none. We will move on. I do not see any approvals or continuances for withdrawals on the agenda, correct? Okay. And we will go along with an executive director's report and then hand that off to the division director's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director Brannon, and members of the board. Good morning, Tim Mock, Deputy Executive Director for the Department of Natural Resources. We held a town hall meeting with our staff yesterday. About almost 600 were in attendance. During that time, we announced that we will probably be working at home or in this capacity that we have been doing all the way through the end of this year. We've obviously have heard of some of the uptick here in Colorado in terms of COVID cases. Also watching and tracking what the schools may or may not do, and figured that it's best to give our staff a greater degree of reliability in terms of what the schedule might look like. So we think we're going to be operating in this capacity largely from home all the way through the end of this year. And some other news here, we've got a reservoir in Southwest Colorado being drained right now. Engineers for Colorado Parks and Wildlife and the Division of Water Resources are draining Rito Hondo Reservoir because the dam is leaking. Last weekend, we received a report of a landslide in the area that might have damaged the dam. We'll get that drained and inspected. At the beginning of this month, the Division of Water Resources put out its water rights abandonment list. This is a list that is produced every 10 years and identifies areas where, it identifies water rights that the water engineer feels may not be in use any longer. And then finally, in a bit of lighter news here, we have a new state record for the catch and release wiper, 35-inch, 19-pound at Jackson Lake State Park early last week. With that, concludes my report. If there are any questions, please feel free to let me know.
Tim, can you hear me? It's Karen Utterback Norman.
Yes, I can, Karen.
I have received a number of questions, and I'm not sure that it should be asked here, but if it isn't, then you'll let me know. I've had a lot of hunters. I've had a lot of local people calling me and saying, is there going to be a hunting season for out-of-state tag holders?
So
Don't mean to put you in the wall corner.
Yeah, from where we sit right now, we are planning on having a full big game season. The state does not have at this time any restrictions in place for out-of-state residents. We are watching the COVID cases, and we will begin putting a game plan together if it looks like there may be some complications. Obviously, I think a lot of those on the call here or in attendance here in the meeting understand that Parks and Wildlife, the wildlife side is largely afforded from the out-of-state big game non-resident tags. So, so far it is on, and we are proceeding accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Director Brannon?
Yes, Jenny Brannon, Division Director. The big ticket items that are before the division right now, this board will hear over the next 2 days. Everything else is largely business as usual. The environmental protection specialist ability to work at home has worked out far, far better than I thought it would. It's exceeded all my expectations. We are still moving permits. The construction permits are down from where they were in 2019, but that was almost unprecedented. Basically averaging a permit a week, flying out of here. So it's slowed from that, but we're still moving them, and so we're still getting business done. And people do come in and out of the office. We do the health screening prior to entering. But people need to come in to scan, they need to come in to print sometimes. There's admin tasks that need to happen on pretty much a daily basis. And the management team has been here kind of on a rotating basis. So we do have a presence on the second floor. That's all I have, unless there are questions or comments.
Any questions? Okay, moving along. Item number 4 on the consent agenda is the surface gold placer mine in the Bancroft placer mine. Consideration of possible violation, corrective action, civil penalty, and cease and desist for failing to obtain a reclamation permit prior to commencing mining operations. This is on the consent agenda, so if there are questions, we can certainly discuss them at this time.
Madam Chair, this is Russ Means for the division. We just want to note for the board that we did get the signed consent agreement from the operator. Also, the specialist has received the application for a mining permit and is progressing on that with starting a review of that. So just for clarification there for the board.
Great, thank you, Russ. So given that information, is there anyone who would like to entertain a motion?
This is Forrest. I move we accept the consent agenda.
Second.
Was that Tim seconding? Great. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, hearing none. Item number 4 for the civil penalty and cease and desist order stands. Thank you so much. All right. Moving along here. So item 5 we have here is Zephyr Gold. This is the Dawson Gold project consideration of appeal of the DRMS decision to approve an NOI. We currently have it at 60 minutes. Tim Kaiser will be handling this. At this point, could we have everyone who plans to testify please swear that they will tell the truth? Do you all swear to tell the truth?
Yes. Swear. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so Tim, are you still feeling like 60 minutes is good for this?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Hey, Nell, I'm sorry
Yes.
to interject. I have one gentleman who isn't able to get on because he's trying to call in through a landline. So I'm working with him right now. I do believe he's with this one. And I might have to set something up here, but you guys please start and I'll continue to work on this.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll do that. And I'm just kind of keeping track of time, 9:13. If we get to 10 and we need a break, we'll try to take a break around 10. Does that work for everyone? Yeah,
Yes.
45 minutes or so. Okay, all right, thank you, Tim.
Hi, my name is Tim Kazare. I'm representing the division for this NOI. And I want to start off with, it's been quite a while since the board has seen an NOI. I think actually the last one was April 2019. So I want to kind of point out the prospecting definition as just kind of an overview slide. So prospecting is the investigating of a mineral deposit, which includes sinking shafts, tunneling, in this case, drilling core and boreholes, for the purpose of extracting samples prior to commencement of development or extraction operations. So this is not any kind of development associated with this at all. So prospecting does not include mine development, and our rules exempt NOI operations or prospecting operations which are planned to disturb less than 1,600 square feet, unless there are drill holes involved, which is why this particular operation is requiring an NOI. Any questions on the NOI overview. So some of the important differences here for this particular NOI there's three categories where we're getting into this. First, there's a minimum area. And so the difference between permits and NOIs is on a permit, we have no de minimis. So there's no minimum amount of disturbance that is required to get a permit. If you're mining, you need a permit. For NOIs, it's 1,600 square feet unless there's drilling, as I just mentioned. As far as borehole abandonment goes, mine reclamation permits, there's no specifics other than just per rule 3.1.6 to protect the hydrologic balance. Rule 5.4 in the NOI section is very specific and has several pages over what needs to be done to abandon boreholes properly. And finally, with respect to map scale, on mine reclamation permits, the requirement for the exhibits is that the scale is between 1 inch equals 50 feet and 1 inch equals 660 feet. And this is a pretty large scale, so you can see the detail. With NOIs, the standard map is allowed is what's called the 7.5 minute USGS quad. Those aren't used much anymore, but the scale on those, it's basically a poster size area with 1 inch equaling 2,000 feet. And the idea is just to kind of show general locations of where the prospecting activities are going to take place. So as far as on slide 5, our introduction, Dawson Gold Project is a notice of intent to prospect for base and precious metals in Fremont County. The purpose is to drill 3 approximately 1,500 foot deep, 3-inch diameter exploration holes. The proposed disturbance is only 0.02 acres. That's only 870 square feet. So again, the reason we needed the NOI is for the boreholes. Prospector is Zephyr Gold USA Limited. The site is located about 7.5 miles southwest of Canyon City. All the land on which the activities is to take place is on BLM managed land. There is also included in this area a wilderness study area, and it's been designated as wilderness study since 1980. The bond for this is at $14,635. So I guess to give you an idea where it's at, Canyon City on slide 6 is in the upper left. There's a big white arrow pointing to the project area on the left side. The orange boundary there that kind of surrounds that is designated BLM land. And the square that right above the arrow to the northeast of the big white arrow says Grape Creek. That is the state land board section, which is the section 16 lease area that will be discussed partly in this. It's adjacent to, but not included in this NOI. Just to zoom in a little bit, on slide 7, there is the project area. The magenta or light purple cross lines there are the section lines. The south part is BLM land, the upper, which is sections 20 and 21. You can kind of see the section numbers towards the bottom of those on the image. Then in the upper right, it says SLB, that's the State Land Board Section 16 area. The red circles are the 3 proposed drill locations. The yellow circles are proposed helicopter landing sites. That's just for bringing the crews in the morning and picking them up in the afternoon. Then the green lines between the red circles and yellow ones are potential worker paths. And finally, the dark blue lines are proposed water lines. From a chronology standpoint, on page 8, on April 13th, we received the public file notice of intent for the application. On April 13th, we posted it, the non-confidential form on our website as required. On April 27th, the public comment period closed, and we had 54 timely comments. On June 5th, we mailed a notice of decision to Zephyr Gold and also to the 54 timely commenters. And on June 12th, we received an appeal, which we're hearing today. So getting into the specifics on slide 10, there's a brief summary of the appeal objections. One, the unaccounted for disturbed area. This is the helicopter landing area platform, pathways used by personnel, air beneath the drilling platforms and tanks and mud pits. Number 2 is the insufficient map, features not clearly identified. Number 3 is wildlife impacts not minimized and rare plant impacts. Number 4 is the hydrologic balance impacts to prevent cuttings and fluids from entering the drainage way. And the 5th one is conflict with BLM requirements. So getting into the specifics of demonstrating adequacy on slide 11, the unaccounted for disturbed area. Basically, so the helicopter landing area platform, these consist of 10-foot by 10-foot wood contingency structure, ground contact by 12-inch by 12-inch timbers, 5 feet on center. So perhaps there's 4 to 5 square feet of disturbance there, because we only consider disturbance what's actually touching the ground. As far as personal pathways, these are used essentially twice a day for a few weeks by a small crew, so it's negligible impact. The area beneath the drilling platforms is for short duration with no ground contact, so again, negligible impact. With respect to tanks and mud pits, there are no mud pits proposed. The mud tank has an 8-foot diameter, 12.5 square feet, again, negligible impact. There's a circulation tank for the drilling fluid, which is a 10-foot by 5-foot, so that's 50 square feet at each hole, again, negligible impact. And then the drilling mud consists of inert bentonite clay. So with respect to the insufficient map, the maps and Google Earth compatible electronic files were provided, and I showed you those previously. And then I'll show you a zoomed in one here next. Then we did get specific longitude and latitude coordinates for the drill sites. And there's more information provided than on this particular application than is for a typical NOI. So this is a kind of a zoomed in close up of the provided map. We got this in a Google Map profile, a KMZ file, so we could just dump it into Google Earth and get it from there. Then the bottom on slide 13, bottom left, is the longitude and latitude for each of the proposed drill hole locations. On slide 14, with respect to wildlife impacts not being minimized, the comment was the division should specifically address the recommended seasonal closures to protect big game and wildlife in the vicinity and dictate these as a condition of the permit. In fact, we did. Zephyr committed to complying with the wildlife impact mitigation recommended by CPW as part of the Colorado State Land Board process, limiting exploration from July 1st through October 30th of each year, and maintaining 500-foot setback from Great Creek. These are enforceable conditions of the NOI. As far as water levels in Great Creek, they'll be managed to protect fish and macroinvertebrates. And then probably the CPW letter that was offered to the State Land Board says our recommendations, speaking as CPW, offer the greatest opportunity for avoiding development impacts. With respect to plants on slide 15, there's the State Land Board one talks about doing a rare plant survey. From our perspective, there's no state statutory requirement to perform a plant survey, and the surface is owned and managed by the BLM, so it would be up to them. The native vegetation with a trunk diameter of greater than 2 inches cannot be disturbed per BLM rules, and the total area requiring revegetation is 0.02 acres, again, like 870 square feet. On slide 16, with respect to hydrologic balance and preventing cuttings and fluids from entering the drainage way, the drill sites are at least 500 feet away from Great Creek. Cuttings are to be poured back into the hole from whence they came. Drill mud will be contained in a 350-gallon mud tank. Water pumped in a water pump placed. So this is the pump near the Great Creek where they're withdrawing the water. Will be placed in a heavy plastic industrial containment tank and enclosed in absorbent material inside. The objection related to conflict with BLM requirements. The applicant provided documentation demonstrating the proposed activities are within BLM requirements. And we, DRMS, independently verified as much with the BLM. In conclusion, all the disturbance accounted for was required by the application requirements of Rule 5.1.2. All maps adequately portray and locate activity areas as required by Rule 5.1.2, parent B. And adverse impacts to wildlife are minimized as required by Rule 5.3.2. Disturbances to the prevailing hydraulic balance of the affected land in the surrounding area and to the quality and quantity of water in surface and groundwater systems will be minimized as required by Rule 3.1.6, parent 1. And finally, excuse me, the NOI is in compliance with the Act rules and regulations, and prospector is required to comply with all applicable local, state, and federal laws required by Rule 5.3.6. Staff recommends, based on our review, that Zephyr's submittal adequately addresses the rules and requirements of the Act, and we further recommend to the board to deny the petition for appeal and affirm the office's decision to approve the Dawson Gold Project NOI file number P-2020-002. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Tim. Karen, are you talking? No,
It looks like Karen's trying to talk.
you're on mute if you're talking. No.
She should be able to unmute herself.
I'm going to try to unmute her. No.
I'm working on it here.
Okay.
There we go. Hold on just a sec, guys. Karen, can you unmute yourself? Can you go over to the side of your name and hit the recorder or hit the microphone thingy?
There we go.
There you go.
There we go. Thank you. I apologize. I do the hunting seasons extend past October the 30th on these lands? I'm surprised. I wondered why it ended on October the 30th and didn't go through November or the other seasons, unless there are no seasons in this location that go into November. I was a little concerned about that.
I honestly don't know. These are recommendations from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I don't know what the reasoning behind them is. My understanding has more to do with calving seasons and migration than it does anything with hunting, but I can't say for certain.
You wipe out your, okay. Understand, that is a concern I have. Because your calves aren't old enough and, okay, thank you.
This is Scott Schultz with the Colorado Attorney General's Office, representing the division in this matter. Just so you're clear, Karen, the prospecting activities are to stop in October. So there won't be any activities after that.
You're right. I apologize. I'm a little, thank you.
All right. Any other questions or discussion at this point? Okay. And then who all will be presenting next? And if you could please identify yourselves.
Hello, this is Jeff Parsons. Am I coming through? Terrific, thank you. Jeff Parsons on behalf of Inform and Wild Connections in this matter. I do appreciate the quick scheduling of this agenda item. I know that those prospecting appeals come up quick, so I do appreciate the work of the staff to get this prepared for the board meeting today. I think the main issue, at least what surrounds this case, is the incredibly sensitive nature, biologically and otherwise, of this area. This is not, sort of typical BLM land. This is an area that's been proposed as wilderness for decades. It's been included in Congresswoman DeGette's wilderness bills for her entire tenure in Congress. In fact, that bill, including this land as wilderness, passed the United States House of Representatives in the last week. And so it is very much an active wilderness proposal. It's surrounded by City of Canyon City Temple Canyon Park, which is well known as a highly regarded biological resource. It's abutted by state land board, which is land which has been entered into the Conservation Trust, which is their highest level of protection. It's also adjacent to a BLM designated area of critical environmental concern. It is again in that WSA, the Wilderness Study Area. And as you saw from the testimony submitted, the appeal letter, as well as the Colorado Parks and Wildlife letter, this is a very special place. And as such, we believe it requires special attention that's commensurate with the incredible biological values that exist at the site. I think my time would probably be best spent going into some of the legal issues and then allowing my clients to give some testimony. But first I want to dispense with a couple preliminary matters. In the response papers filed by Zephyr, there was an argument that somehow Inform and Wild Connections had not demonstrated sufficient standing, that is sufficient demonstration of being adversely affected by this decision. In Inform's supplemental filings, which you can find Bates stamped page 2 of Inform and page 5 of Inform, are two declarations that go into detail as to my clients and their members' use and enjoyment of these lands and the values that are at stake. I think that those more than demonstrate the aggrieved affected party status in this matter, and hopefully that will dispense with that in its entirety. But certainly I'm willing to answer any questions or make or the board can ask the witnesses for to elaborate if they think that's appropriate. And then briefly, I just want to clarify another sort of overriding aspect of the Zephyr's papers in response is there's some argument that somehow on a prospecting permit, the term affected land is not relevant, or somehow it's less specific, or it doesn't require the same level of attention, or that affected land doesn't apply at all. However, that argument's based on a reading of the regulations that that talk about affected areas. However, if you look at the statute, which of course is the starting point for any of this analysis, at 3432.113.2, the prospecting notice reclamation requirements clearly talk about affected land. And so I think that any argument that somehow a prospecting permit doesn't fall within the same standards or the same level of specificity that applies to affected land is just off base. And so that hopefully we'll put that to rest as well, and we can get to the sort of crux of these matters. I would like to solicit some testimony from my clients. I have two witnesses, both have very short statements, but I think given the values at stake here, it's very important to have these gentlemen give their statements. The first witness I have on the line and is Jim Lockhart. He's the vice president or the president of Wild Connections, and he's been having some audio trouble. So I have patched him into my cell phone, and hopefully we can receive his testimony via my audio with my cell phone on speaker mode here in the room. If that proves untenable, maybe we can come up with another solution, but he's here now. Jim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
It appears that this is going to work just fine, so please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for your time. And my name is Jim Lockhart. I am president of Wild Connections, which has been working to identify, protect, and restore wildlands in the South Platte and Arkansas drainages for 25 years. Under its former name, it's our Upper Arkansas South Platte Project. We were a nominator for the Great Creek Horseshoe Mountain parcel state trust land. We've participated in the hearings both before the State Land Board and the Fremont County Commission for a conditional use permit. As noted in our appeal, Great Creek has current and proposed protective designations. It's a wilderness study area. It's also included within the Colorado Wilderness Act. These designations show the importance of keeping it as an intact piece of land. It's moreover part of the wilderness study area is part of a large swath of public land south and west of Canyon City, including McIntyre Hills Wilderness Study area and Table Mountain Wilderness area, also within the Colorado Wilderness Act. This is an unparalleled and unique opportunity to protect these critical low elevated wildlands. So I think it's important to understand this is not simply just another piece of land on the fringe of Canyon City. It's a very unique opportunity to protect areas of great ecological significance. And the other point that I would like to make is that these impacts are proposed exploration are far from trivial. Accessing the area by helicopter is not less impactful than road access. Wildlife, and particularly the bighorn sheep herd in the area, will be severely affected, potentially for a period of more than 3 months. As Colorado Parks and Wildlife noted in the submission in your packet, the area in question is not only bighorn winter concentration area and lambing area, but also a migration corridor and year-round range. For that reason, the bighorn will be present in the area year-round, and impacts cannot be avoided by seasonal restrictions. The Parks and Wildlife letter, in fact, states there is no way to avoid an impact to the bighorn population if surface and subsurface exploration and mining take place. Bureau of Land Management, under similar circumstances, has found that because of bighorn sensitivity to helicopters, even a single day trip a week would be impactful enough to justify denying of a permit. But in considering these impacts, I think it's also important to recognize that the area involved is not only a temporary drill pad, but a much larger area of impact. Helicopters will be used not only to put the drill pads in place, but also to set the pump ground on the ground near Great Creek. Zephyr claims that they will maintain a 500-foot setback from Great Creek, which I believe is inconsistent with placing a pump on the ground near the creek. But in any case, whether or not placement of the pump is violative of their 500-foot setback promise, wildlife certainly won't make that distinction between using helicopters to place a drilling operation and using them to place a pump in the containment tank near the creek, with all the consequent human activity and noise. So in other words, Zephyr will not be using helicopters merely to place apparatus on hillsides far from the creek, but will be flying into the heart of the canyon, apparently all the way down to creek level. And for these reasons, the impacts of the proposed exploration, we believe, require more analysis by both Colorado Parks and Wildlife and the Bureau of Land Management than they have been given to date. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jim. Certainly would welcome any questions by members of the board for Mr. Lockhart. And we have another witness that would like to present. John Stukowski is the Executive Director of Wild Connections. And hopefully, John, you have no issues with audio and can hear me and begin your testimony. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jeff, and to the board for hearing my testimony. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, great, thank you. Yes, my name is John Stukowski. I'm the Conservation Director for Wild Connections, who I've worked for since 2013. I live in Fremont County, up the Arkansas River from Grape Creek, where I've recreated and led public hikes numerous times. The Grape Creek watershed and contiguous lands are some of the most intact wild and scenic public lands in the region and in Colorado, as Jim described, and provide habitat and range to numerous wildlife species, as well as provides a number of backcountry recreational opportunities for residents and tourists. BLM not only manages this area as a wilderness study area, but also as the Grape Creek Area of Critical Environmental Concern, or ACEC. BLM currently manages and protects the Grape Creek ACEC as a corridor of significant natural character with unique desert riparian resources, scenic and visual qualities, flora and fauna values, and specifically references of bighorn sheep and peregrine falcon nesting areas. BLM has recognized these areas as critical, and I want to emphasize that their characterization of the Grape Creek Area of Critical Environmental Concern as having unique desert riparian resources. This region is a high desert, dry and arid, and perennial creeks like Grape Creek in this region are rare, as water is scarce, making them all the more valuable to provide refuge for valued and vulnerable area flora and fauna. However, there are no other creeks like Grape Creek in this area, which is likely why BLM notes in their Grape Creek ACEC management that this waterway and resources are in fact unique. And the bighorn sheep and peregrine falcon nesting values referenced in BLM's ACEC just touch upon the wildlife and biodiversity values found in the Grape Creek area. Jim already touched upon the bighorn sheep values, but other significant fauna include mule deer, mountain lion, black bear, and various small valued animals like the Brazilian free-tailed bat, which is a Colorado state-ranked critically imperiled species, the Townsend big-eared bat, which is a U.S. Fish and Wildlife endangered species, the Gunson's prairie dog, a Colorado BLM sensitive species and species of most concern by the U.S. Wildlife Conservation and Restoration Program. Additionally, there are valued bird species in this area, in addition to the American peregrine falcon referenced in BLM's Grape Creek ACEC, and those are listed as CPW species of concern, a Colorado BLM sensitive species, as well as a species of most concern by the U.S. Wildlife Conservation and Restoration Program. This area also has wild turkey, Canadian goose, great blue heron, scaled quail, which is a species of most concern by the U.S. Wildlife Conservation and Restoration Program, and bald eagle, also a species of most concern, Colorado BLM sensitive, and a partnership and flight priority bird. Grape Creek is also notable for brown trout fish species, and CPW is already concerned about warm, dry weather and low water conditions across the state at this time of year for trout, which are more vulnerable at lower elevations like this section of Grape Creek. Portions of the proposed expansion area are also contained within Colorado Natural Heritage Program's Grape Creek Potential Conservation Area, an area CNHP identifies by the Grape Creek Riparian Corridor and Watershed. They found this area to have a biodiversity significance ranking of B2, having very high biodiversity significance. This is on a scale of B1 to B5, where B1 is the most significant. The very high biodiversity significance found at Grape Creek is due to the site encompassing an excellent and good occurrence of the globally imperiled riparian natural community, narrowleaf cottonwood and Rocky Mountain juniper woodland, as well as a good occurrence of the globally vulnerable narrowleaf cottonwood and Douglas fir woodland, and also has a good to fair occurrence of the apparently secure but state imperiled Rocky Mountain juniper and red osier dogwood woodland. CNHP also notes that several fair occurrences of the globally imperiled plant, Arkansas Canyon stickleaf, have also been documented. This plant, also referenced in BLM's Grape Creek ACEC, forest section is endemic only to this region of Colorado and Chaffee and Fremont counties. As evidence, this area has very sensitive wildlife species and habitat, as well as imperiled plants and plant communities, which is partially why BLM manages this as the Grape Creek area of critical environmental concern. It really does matter precisely where proposed disturbances would take place so that critical native species are not impaired or damaged. Lastly, I want to touch upon and emphasize that the unique Grape Creek Desert riparian area, abound with historical and cultural resources, is also a popular backcountry recreation destination for both locals and tourists. BLM has found this section of Grape Creek Segment 3, as well as the 2 segments above it, as suitable for inclusion as wild and scenic river designation. Segment 3 was found suitable as recreational under the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act by BLM for its recreation and scenery ORVs, or outstandingly remarkable values. The Segment 3 of Grape Creek is proposed to be managed for its outstandingly remarkable recreation and scenic values in BLM's ongoing Eastern Colorado Resource Management Plan draft alternative. The proposed plan is yet to be released and finalized, and this proposed exploration can negatively impact the decision to include this wild and scenic designation in the management plan, which began in 2015 and is scheduled to be finalized later in 2020. As a nearby Fremont County resident and Grape Creek visitor, I can personally testify to the outstanding recreational qualities at Grape Creek. I've explored the aforementioned naturalness and scenic qualities of the Grape Creek area with my family, as well as on public educational hikes that I've led for Wild Connections. Other popular recreational activities here include backcountry camping, horseback riding, photography, wildlife viewing, hunting, and fishing. It's common to see other people recreating here, given its proximity to the city of Canyon City, Canyon City's Temple Canyon Park, located just downstream along Grape Creek, and just the overall outstanding recreational values that Grape Creek offers. Most notably, Grape Creek is prized for angling as a trout stream, as noted from sportsmen's comments to the division, and not only from local users. Local guides take tourists from all over the country to Grape Creek for its backcountry angling in a natural and scenic serene setting. To this end, the proposed mining exploration and its visual noise and potential water and land impacts would not only adversely impact myself and other local users at Grape Creek, but also negatively impact the local tourist and recreation economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. And certainly would make room for any board questions at this time. Otherwise, I will proceed. Thank you. I did just want to point to a few aspects of the hearing record. And I think what all this points to is basically that our position is the division has to go back and sharpen its pencil a bit on this matter. What you have are critical values that are at risk, and you've done, and the record demonstrates that not enough has been done to evaluate and ensure protection of these resources, which is required by the Mineland Reclamation Act and the board rules. For instance, I have sharing part of the record file here. This is in the division's packet, and you can see this is the division's letter from May 11th, 2020, asking Zephyr to provide additional information with regard to its application. As far as the platforms, you see here, I'm highlighting now under section 2B, asking for, given the rugged terrain, how will the platform prevent sliding and more importantly, downwash from the helicopter? That's at page 100 of the packet. Similarly, on page 102, you have the division asking Zephyr to further describe what efforts are proposed to minimize impact in the helicopter landing sites due to the same issues, rotor downwash, for multiple landings and our reclamation mitigation plans that are planned for this area. That's at item 13 on page 102. In response, Zephyr says, I'll increase that zoom for you. Zephyr says that if sufficiently level ground is not in the vicinity, they'll create and construct platforms out on the site. And then they say during material loading and unloading, the helicopter will hover. And so downwash will be minimized. this completely ignores the fact that they're planning on landing that helicopter at multiple sites around the area. And so no information is provided as to impact from the helicopter. Further, with regard to the water line, the division had asked about impacts, additional impacts from the water line corridor. To describe the reclamation of these water corridors. That's at item 9 of the division's letter on page 101. In response, Zephyr says the water line will be tied to rock or secured in place with stakes. No additional information is provided. What kind of stakes, how they intend to stake a landscape that is primarily rugged and rocky, and given the elevation changing, this is the extent of the description of how they're going to mitigate and reclaim the water line. With regard to the 300-foot setback, they say there's a 300-foot setback, but if you look at this item D here, the helicopter will drop the pump on the ground near the creek, placed in a heavy plastic industrial containment tank with roof and berm to secure in place. So clearly there's significant impact right on the banks of Grape Creek. No information was provided as to what the land is there where they want to drop that pump, how they're going to mitigate those impacts, what vegetation is going to be disturbed. I think it's very important to remember that this is an area with highly valuable vegetative resources. The native vegetation is very important in this area. That's why they talk about not disturbing anything more than 2 inches in diameter. However, there's been no survey. There's been no information provided as to what is the vegetative resource in those areas they plan to drop those pads and land the helicopter. The only information they provide is this 13. All pathways, whether along the water line or to the helicopter site, will be reclaimed, which essentially means they're going to rake it and spread seed. During final reclamation, exploration will be inspected for helicopter downwash disturbance. No indication of what will be done during the operation. Certainly, a helicopter pilot is not going to be able to discern from the captain's seat what the impacts are going to be on the ground. And again, maintaining a 500-foot setback from Grape Creek, it's just not being abided by. That pump and that facility is going to be located on the water in Grape Creek. I think lastly, and importantly, you get to the NOI document, and here's the important part. It requires to provide a description of the native vegetation of the area to be disturbed, including the tree, shrub, and grass communities in the area. Photographs could be sufficient. All we get, the entirety of the description, is because the target areas are within wilderness study area, native vegetation with a trunk diameter greater than 2 inches cannot be disturbed. Well, without the survey, without doing the work to know what's on the ground, it is impossible for a company on the front end to ensure that that will be abided by. And then the only information we have is, in addition, surface disturbance is not anticipated as the wooden platform will be set on the ground surface. Well, that doesn't get to the issue of what is the description of the native vegetation of the area to be disturbed. That information is lacking in this notice of intent. The 500-foot setback is not extant with regard to the pumping and the water line. And then lastly, we think that it's important that they ought to abide by the standards set forth in the State Land Board lease. And this would be something that would be appropriate for DMRS to require and important for the operator to do, that all areas proposed for, this is in the State Land Board lease, this is page 49 of the packet. All areas proposed for disturbance shall be surveyed for rare plant species. If identified, those areas should be avoided to the greatest extent practical. That's a very common sense requirement. We're not talking about a wholesale reformation of the project, but these are basic steps that the division ought to take into consideration. The vegetation, they ought to make sure that the placement of the pumps and the water line are not going to disturb the same vegetative and wildlife species. And those are requirements on the form that that information be required and be included in the division's, or rather in the company's application materials. It was not included. We think that this project poses significant risk, mainly because of the lack of detailed analysis that went into the assessment. Now, the division asked the right questions, but the answers they got were vague and inconclusive. And we asked the board to send this NOI back to the division to ensure that those issues are resolved. Again, it should not be a Herculean task to do those surveys, as they're already required to do in the state land parcel. Lastly, I want to get to the issues related to the BLM regulations compliance. The 43 CFR Part 3802 regulations apply to wilderness study area proposals like this. These are special regulations that increase the protections for BLM land. And at 34 CFR 3802.1-1, it specifically says that a plan of operations is required. Now, BLM in this case has said that a plan of operation is not required, and so that reduces the level of involvement and protection at BLM. But that regulation, 3802.1-1, specifically says that a plan is required where the operator's proposal, quote, involves construction of a means of access, including bridges, landing areas for aircraft, or improving or maintaining such access facilities in a way that alters the alignment, width, gradient, size, or character of such facilities. They're specifically proposing landing areas for aircraft within the wilderness study area. That is not debatable. It is an admitted fact. And this regulation is clear on its face that BLM requires a plan of operations where there are landing areas for aircraft. So we think based on that, the division ought to, or the board ought to send this back to the division to ensure that that issue is resolved with BLM to again, make sure that everything's done to protect this truly special area. So thank you very much for your indulgence. I'm happy to answer any questions from the board. So in conclusion, we would ask a motion from the board to remand this notice of intent approval back to the division to further vet the vegetative, the wildlife, and the BLM compliance issues. Thank you.
Thank you. It is 10 o'clock, and so that's one note here if we want to take a quick break. I just wanted, formality wise, again, we don't have sort of the obviousness of a hearing room here. Just let me know if you want to do a formal cross-examination or if these questions, opportunities for questions tend to be sufficient. Either one of those works for me. I just don't want to miss anyone in the opportunity to speak. So I know we have the applicant on as well. Yes. And would we like
Yes, we do.
Yes, okay, thank you. A quick 5-minute break. Does anyone need that, or do folks feel like they want to roll right along here into testimony from the applicant?
Staff is good without a break.
Without a break?
Yes.
Okay, let's keep rolling here then. So please introduce yourself and let me know if you have who all else will be speaking as well. Thank you.
Good morning to all the board members. My name is David Bailey. I'm the counsel for Zephyr Gold USA Limited. Our presentation to the board today will be kind of in three parts. Lauren Camperdo is going to talk about kind of the project and give you a better idea of how our exploration program will proceed. Angela Bellantoni is going to address issues related to wildlife and also compliance with various federal, state, and local requirements. And I'm going to touch on a couple of issues that are related to the appeal. We're going to try not to respond to the comments that Mr. Parsons just made. We do think there are inaccuracies there. But in any event, we'll try to save that for rebuttal and make the presentation to the board to kind of provide additional information about our proposed exploration program. So our first speaker will be Lauren. Then I'm going to talk for just a minute or two, and then Angela Bellantoni will finish up. Lauren, you just need to unmute.
I just unmuted him.
Okay,
Go ahead, Lauren.
good morning, everyone. I'm going to basically go through item 5, supplemental statement of Zephyr Gold. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So if we scroll down, or if we go to the presentation, the first is our. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Lauren, we can hear you. Does the board realize that the supplemental statement is not actually included in the board's packet? It is a separate document that appears in the email that Jeff Fugate sent out. And I think it's in the top row, and it's entitled Supplemental Statement of Zephyr Gold. But if the board could open that document and follow along, Lauren's testimony will basically go through that document.
Thank you for that, David. If we start on page 2 of the presentation, this is just showing here that helicopters are often used to mobilize diamond drilling equipment. In remote areas such as Alaska, this is the most environmentally friendly method of diamond drilling exploration. The helicopter does not land on the site. Instead, it hovers over the site with a long line that picks up and drops off equipment. The long line is there for safety, and also, as we mentioned, the downdraft is not present with a long line. The next page, page 3, is a photo of a wooden platform being built in a remote area. And in our case, the actual drilling site may vary by tens of feet, depending on vegetation, topography, and local conditions such as boulders. As has been mentioned, we've committed to the BLM not to cut trees with a 2-inch diameter. So this allows us then to basically pick an area that is appropriate for the wooden platform. DRMS has agreed to allow an 80-foot radius to move our drilling location based on local conditions. Our preferred choice is to be as close as possible to the GPS location we stated for the drill locations. Construction of wooden drill pads is ideal for its flexibility in such situations. Wooden pad construction also ensures there's minimal ground and vegetation disturbance. If we go to slide or page 4, just a picture of a operational drill rig in a remote area on steep terrain. As you can see, there's no pits dug. There's nothing like that. In these situations, you always use tubs and tanks for this, and everything is enclosed. Really, your footprint is each of the posts that touch the ground. The next page, page 5. This is just a picture in very rugged terrain of a helicopter landing site. In extremely rugged terrain, Where no flat ground is available, a pad may need to be built to land the helicopter on the site. This is used for dropping off personnel at the drill site. At our location, a helicopter pad may or may not be necessary, since there are areas where the ground is flat. The decision to build a helicopter pad is made by the pilot, and that's based on safety considerations by him. Page 6 this is a drill hole that was made in the valley north of where our NOI is. And this was drilled in 1981. And this is a historic hole. Drilling in this area again was done by helicopter. And as you can see, the wooden pad is in between large boulders. So again, it's very difficult to give an exact location, but when you get there, you can find the site generally within a few feet of where your drill location is. If we go on to the next page, page 7, this again is the same wooden pad showing water or drilling mud tank used for drilling. Tanks and tubs are used because they're far more efficient method of storage in rugged terrains. And again, you can see it's very non-invasive, very small platform. If I move on to page 8, this is a Google Earth photo of the 1981 drill site. I've noted it there with a pin, and there's absolutely no evidence that a drill site was ever put on there. When you leave, the footprint is virtually indiscernible when you're done drilling with these helicopter-based sites, and you really don't have any lasting imagery of what was there before with the drilling. This is just a close-up of the site of the 1981 site. And finally, I'm just going to give you pages 10 and 11 are just a couple of photos of drill rigs. There's a smaller one and a quite a bit larger one, just to show you what they look like and what drilling is like at night. You basically have a couple of lights on it, and you drill a 3-inch hole and take a 2-inch core out. And it's very non-invasive and very small footprint. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please let me know.
I don't see any questions.
Okay. I'd like to just touch on a couple of issues that were identified in the appeal document. The first is this issue related to affected land, and affected land is defined in your regulations as applicable to mining operations. I think even more importantly than that, your prospecting regulations have a very specific definition of the location requirements and what should be in an NOI to identify that location. And it talks in terms of activity area, recognizing that there needs to be inherently some flexibility for exploration projects. And as Lauren just identified or explained some of the reasons for that, we provided that. We provided a good figure. We provided a narrative of our exploration program. And we believe that there is nothing inadequate about the description of the surface disturbance in our NOI as approved by the division. The second issue that I want to touch on is the sufficiency of our map. I can't respond or confirm Tim's comment that this is probably better than most maps the division gets, but we think we did a good job with it and provided detailed information to the division so that it could properly evaluate all the features of our project. The appeal raised an issue about not showing any known prospecting features. We believe that refers to kind of pre-existing prospecting features. And because there's been no exploration previously on this particular piece of property, there were no no known prospecting features to be illustrated. If the board has any questions, I'd be happy to respond. Otherwise, Angela Bellantoni, who is the environmental consultant for Zephyr, will take over from here. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Dr. Angela Bellantoni, and I am with Environmental Alternatives. And I am based here in Fremont County and have been performing environmental compliance and permitting for 23 years and have lived in this community since 1993. I have been working with Zephyr since they came to town in 2012 on permitting and compliance, and they are very responsive and conscientious regarding compliance, impact to the community, and being a good community member. Regarding wildlife impacts, the appellants assert that Zephyr's exploration hasn't been reviewed for impact to wildlife. Beginning with the Colorado State Land Board in April of 2019, the state wildlife experts from the Colorado Department of Parks and Wildlife included comments and submitted recommendations for mitigation to wildlife in their review of the property. This review that was performed by the Colorado State Land Board has been incorporated into every application since the lease was approved for Section 16. So the state wildlife experts provided in there a list of the species, and it was submitted with the division's application at the top of page 44. So there it lists the rare plants and the wildlife there. We're very aware of that. And it was the Colorado State Land Board and with the help of the Colorado Division of Parks and Wildlife that proposed the mitigation that limited the activity from October 1st to October 30th. And Zephyr agreed to this lease condition, and therefore they were granted the lease. And again, this review document has been submitted to the division, to Fremont County, and to the BLM for every subsequent application, so the transparency that we know the critical nature of the area. Zephyr was granted by Fremont County, considering this wildlife issue again, for a conditional use permit in February of this year. Again, in June of 2019, Zephyr included the same condition when they applied to began this dialogue with the Bureau of Land Management for their use for exploration in this on the public lands. And they committed to absolutely no roads and no trail building on the public land, relying on the helicopter transport. It was after 9 months of thorough review and discussion and requesting additional information for details that on March 25th, the BLM considered Zephyr's mitigation of limiting the window to July 1st to October 30th as protective of the wildlife. So BLM reviewed this area and reviewed the limitation that was imposed, and it was BLM itself that used its own regulation of 3802 for the wilderness study area to make sure, in fact, Zephyr's activity does not impact the wildlife. So it is strictly used the 3802 regulation. And to that, 3802.1-2 specifically states when a plan of ops is not required. And parent C specifically states making minor improvements for landing areas for aircraft. So there is a provision on 3802.1-2 when it's not required, parent C, and that was the regulation that resulted in the approval for the use of helicopter for Zephyr. So prior to making the NOI application to the division, Zephyr's effort to mitigate impact to wildlife was accepted by the Colorado State Land Board, by Fremont County, and by the U.S. Bureau of Land Management, 3 agencies. Zephyr has voluntarily imposed this lease condition, limiting their exploration to 4 months each year in all subsequent applications. They've done this as part of the application packet. Regarding the use of public lands belong to the entirety of the public. That is, that we are to share the lands and we are to respect one another when we're using the lands. Zephyr is requesting to temporarily use 870 square feet in a vast public wilderness comprised of thousands and thousands of acres. One proposed drill rig may be visible from an old railroad bed more than 650 feet away, and this old railroad bed has been used for hiking. Zephyr has committed to leaving no evidence of its activities as described in the reclamation plan in the notice of intent application, and all reclamation, and this has happened since 2012, all reclamation is inspected by both the division and a BLM representative. Due to the remoteness of the exploration area and the challenges to reach the sites, Zephyr has committed to maintaining a photo journal of pre, during, and post-site conditions. Again, public lands are to be shared by users, and Zephyr is asking only to use 870 square feet in a vast wilderness. Our dependency on metals may be invisible today, 2020, but it is ever increasing. Vehicles, electronics, and infrastructure all require metals for development and manufacturing. With COVID today, metal is increasingly needed for electronics, for IT, reliable internet service, and reliable signal. And in addition, international metal resources can be unreliable due to things like the pandemic and differing government ideologies. Zephyr is a North American company that accepts the extra effort and costs of environmental compliance. This resource has the potential to make available metals for industrial and manufacturing businesses that currently rely on imported metals from countries less environmentally responsible than the United States. This resource also has the potential to make available to North American countries North American natural resources that result in a North American economy that is less dependent on imported metals. Zephyr is a 21st century metal exploration company who complies with 21st century regulations, and they're building a business that accepts the expense of being responsible corporate citizens, both economically and environmentally. Zephyr respectfully requests that this appeal be denied. Thank you.
Does the board have any questions for Ms. Bellantoni? Thank you. That concludes our presentation, and we'll reserve some time for rebuttal.
Thank you. Okay, let's see where we are here. So any cross-examination, or do we feel like we've covered that with the opportunity for questions formally?
No cross-examination by the division for any of the other parties.
Okay, thank you. Does the division have any rebuttal? Did we want the parties to have any rebuttal, or I'm not sure what other presentation materials the division has at this juncture.
The division doesn't have any further presentation materials. We do have statements for rebuttal and closing when you're ready.
Okay. So is it appropriate timing at this point for the division to give rebuttal? I want to make sure I'm not skipping over anyone. Is that a fair next step? Okay. So we'll proceed with the rebuttal from the division.
Thank you, members of the board. This is Michael Cunningham representing the division. You've heard a lot of testimony today about the location of this proposed project and the sensitive nature of it. And we acknowledge that. And what I would like to point out, though, is that this is not an area in and of itself that is precluded from mineral exploration or mining development. There are specific requirements within our statute that prohibit mining activities within certain areas. And a wilderness study area is not one of those areas. With that being said, we do recognize, though, the significant values that this area does afford with respect to wildlife, with respect to recreational opportunities, with respect to vegetation. But I would also note that there's not a sliding scale within our rules for evaluating this. We have a standard, and we apply that standard to all of our sites, whether we are talking about a mining operation or a prospecting project such as this one. I do think it is important just to circle back and remind everyone that this is prospecting. We are not yet at the development phase here. Some of the comments that we had received on this appear to conflate the two. And so there is a very clear and distinct sequence that this operator is moving through before we get to mine development. You heard testimony about the requirements of the state land board lease, a requirement specifically to perform a rare plant survey. As Tim pointed out at the beginning of his presentation, the area on which the state land board lease applies does not overlap with this NOI. It is a separate and distinct area. We are not approving anything to occur within the state land board lease at this time. The Zephyr, will likely pursue something in that area at a later time. The other thing I wanted to note about the state land board lease is if you read through it, it is different in the sense that it does contemplate both prospecting and mining. So it allows for that next step. And I think that the recommendations that they have in there are appropriate, they're robust, but let's keep in mind that those also apply towards a mining operation, which is not what we are recommending approval of today. And the other thing I'd note is that, certainly we are going to be looking to all of the appropriate agencies with their specific expertise to provide us with comments when the time comes. So, this is not, in our minds, the end of this conversation. We will continue to have conversations with the State Land Board, with the Bureau of Land Management, and other agencies as appropriate. Colorado Parks and Wildlife, certainly. We'll take their feedback and incorporate that as we move forward. So I just wanted to let the board know, this does not represent the end or the last opportunity to address concerns out there. Based on what Tim described, 3 drill holes that will occur. It'll likely, I don't want to speak to the overall duration of the project, given that I believe the applicant had intended to start maybe a little bit earlier in the season, but I do believe that this is something that they can accomplish probably within the span of 1 season throughout that window that they're afforded, July through October. So very short duration, minimal surface disturbance. We're not before the board today saying that what we have recommended approval on would result in no impacts whatsoever. But it is my opinion that what we have recommended approval on does afford for the least amount of impacts possible. This is one of the most or least invasive NOIs that I have seen that we've approved here at the division. And we believe that it will minimize impacts to wildlife as well as to the hydrologic balance. So again, that concludes my statements. Appreciate the board's time today. And again, our position is that you approve the NOI over the appeal. Tim, do you have anything further you want to add?
No.
And I just one last thought. I know there's been some discussion about this 500-foot offset from Grape Creek. My understanding is that the 500-foot offset, this is for the surface disturbance activities, specifically the drilling. Logically, it doesn't follow that you would be given permission to pull water out of a creek but have no infrastructure to pull the water from the creek with. So perhaps the applicant can speak to that more, but I don't believe that the 500-foot setback really contemplated having a pump set 500 feet away from the creek. So that concludes my statements. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
This is Scott Schultz, counsel for the division. Just wanted to reiterate one point that was brought up regarding the BLM requirements. And according to following Rule 5.3.6, any requirements of the BLM are part of this permit. But the division cannot unilaterally enforce a regulation that BLM is not enforcing themselves. But any requirements by the BLM are part of this permit. But we are two separate, distinct agencies, the BLM and the state. But I just wanted to kind of clarify that. Hopefully it doesn't raise more questions. And obviously open to any questions on that.
Scott, I think it was page 163. Are you just reiterating the land on which the activities take place is federal land managed by BLM, and the division is not responsible for management of federal lands under federal law, kind of encapsulating that statement?
Correct. But any requirements that BLM has are requirements of this permit.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the division's rebuttal? Yep, John?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Could someone just I'm sorry, my eyes have been bothering me here the last week or so, so it was hard for me to get through this material. Could someone just discuss a little bit about the water situation, the pumping, and I'd just like to have a little more clarification on what's going to happen there and what might happen to Grape Creek. I happen to own a piece of property a few miles south of here several years back, so I'm very familiar with the property.
I could, or David, would you like to answer?
Yeah, Lauren.
Okay, thank you. So we have leased, am I on?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Zephyr has leased 3 acre-feet of water from Grape Creek. And part of that, we've got a supplemental water plan in place. And part of that plan is that whenever we're pumping from the creek, there will be a simultaneous release from the Dawson Reservoir for the amount that we are pumping. We're looking at pumping about 5.6 gallons per minute. And at low water level, the creek is flowing at about 1,800 gallons per minute. But we will still supplement that with water from Dawson Reservoir each day as is needed by the drill rig. So we should not have any effect at all on the level in Grape Creek based on releases from the Dawson Reservoir on what we're using each day at the drill site.
And you got that water from mitigation, you bought that from Upper Arkansas Water Conservancy District, or?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, John. Any other questions from anyone? Tim, did you have a question?
Yeah, perhaps for staff, regarding wilderness study areas, do we have, there are other prospecting or development activities going on in other wilderness study areas that you're aware of at this time?
This is Michael Cunningham. Not to my knowledge. Perhaps Russ might be able to provide additional information on that, but not to my knowledge, no.
Russ Means for the division. Currently, we don't have any notices of intent in wilderness study areas. There have been NOIs and stuff in critical winter habitat areas and stuff and that for wildlife, but not in a wilderness study area per se. If it was a wilderness area, then it's prohibited and stuff and that, but so nothing in our act and our rules and stuff prohibit anything and stuff from happening in those particular areas. We just haven't had any.
Thank you. Any others before we, oh, go ahead, Karen. Oh, is that Angela or Karen?
It's Karen. Well, going back to discussing the water being withdrawn daily from the dam and replaced in the creek, what's the difference? What is the distance between those two entities?
It's Lauren here. I don't have the exact distance. I believe it's about 14 miles, and I think it's a 7-hour difference. And along with the water that we'll be taking out being released from Dewey's Reservoir, will be an additional 13% release for groundwater absorption. So the water will be released 7 hours before the beginning of when they're taking it out, or throughout the day if it's coming out throughout the day.
Thank you.
Oh, Angela or Dr. Bellantoni, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, just a side note regarding 3802 regulations. The purpose of the regulations are, the purpose of this is to establish procedures to prevent impairment of the suitability of lands under wilderness review for inclusion in the wilderness system, and to prevent unnecessary or undue degradation by activities authorized by U.S. mining laws, and to provide for environmental protection of public lands and resources. So that's 3802.0-1. Please note that Zephyr submitted and began dialogue with the BLM and received that approval March of this year prior to submitting the notice of intent application to the division. So it was only after the BLM applied their own regulation, did their own review to determine that in fact, we were compliant with the 3802 purpose. We are not degrading the land. It is going to be suitable for wilderness inclusion when the time comes. Just want to make sure that you recognize that we got the permission from the US BLM first and then proceeded with the division. And also to Mr. Cunningham, yes, the 500-foot surface disturbance is for the exploration, the drilling, and that was Section 16 State Land Board does include mining activity, even though they can't, very limited disturbance there. So that 500-foot setback was for, say, the drilling cannot be 500 feet, within 500 feet of Great Creek. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else before rebuttal from the appellant? Mr. Parsons?
Thank you very much. I just want to hit some of the highlights. I am happy to hear the division and the operator acknowledge that this really is a very special place and deserves, we're not asking for the division to apply an increased standard. We're asking the division and the board to instruct the division to apply the rules and the statute as written. With regard to that 500-foot setback, the appellant states that that they are abiding by it, but what you have is, or they state that they're adopting everything from the State Land Board and CPW into their program, but it's clear that you're going to have helicopters up and down, landing and dropping off pumping stations at the creek level. What's absent from the application material is how that's going to impact wildlife. that stipulation was put in place to say if you stay 500 foot away from the creek, that was CPW's analysis that would be would help to minimize impacts to wildlife. This proposal plans to have impacts within that 500 foot. As such, the division rules at 5.3.2 do require minimizing impacts to wildlife. Without an assessment of how that helicopter and pumping activity is going to affect wildlife, you cannot have compliance with that minimize standard. So you see, we're not saying that the pump has to be necessarily 500 feet away, but what ought to happen is those impacts on wildlife ought to be considered and part of the record in this case. Relying on the CPW and State Land Board document that require a 500 foot setback to then de facto say that wildlife impacts has been minimized is flawed, because there is impacts within that 500 foot zone. We heard from the division that the BLM permits and requirements are part of this permit under Rule 5.6. There's no evidence in the record at this point that the BLM considered the helicopter landing sites. The regulation that was cited to by the operator, 3802.1-2, in fact, deals only with, and I'll pull it up for you, deals only with, and you can see it here, it's C, the provision she cited, maintaining or making minor improvements of existing landing areas for aircraft. There's no evidence, and there's certainly no basis in the record for a finding that those landing sites exist on the site today. And so the board ought to have the division go back and ask BLM how they how that analysis occurred, where you have new landing sites for aircraft within the wilderness study area, and somehow that is incorporated into a regulation that allows only for improvements to existing landing sites. That's an important aspect. We're not asking the division to enforce the BLM rules. What we're asking is for the division to clarify and make sure that BLM has had the full picture, has looked at this site and the plan as it exists, to ensure that those laws will be complied with as the regulations in the Mine Land Reclamation Act require. I think the important aspect here is that where these facilities go on the ground matter for the wildlife, for the critically imperiled plant species in the area. Just because there's a acreage-wise a small impact does not mean there will not be a large impact with respect to the specific plants and animals that rely on that habitat. What we saw in the record is a failure from the operator, the proponent, to provide a sufficiently detailed response to the division's questions. I pointed that out at the record at 102, 103, and 105. The application form at page 140 specifically requires a description of the native community, native vegetation community. And when you have the BLM requirement that nothing over 2 inches be impacted, there's literally no way to ensure that that's going to happen on the front end. You can take pictures on the back end, but on the front end, that needs to be detailed. And it's right there in the form. It's right there in the regulations that description has to occur. That's how you ensure compliance with that federal requirement. It's just absent from the record. And with respect to the 500 foot setback, there's no analysis of how that activity within that 500 foot is going to impact wildlife and the plant community in this site. So again, you know, there was discussion about the worldwide need for metals. This is not about that. This is about this specific, literally precious site with highly valuable plant and native wildlife communities. And we're asking for compliance with the regulations and the law. And that requires doing the homework on the front end, not just taking pictures on the back end. So we're not asking for the world. We're asking for a remand to the division to, like I said before, to sharpen their pencil and ensure that these sites that are proposed for direct impacts are suitable for such. Thank you.
John?
Yeah, I just, it sounds to me like you're making a suggestion that Colorado Parks and Wildlife didn't do an adequate job of looking at this permit and you know, I guess, is that what you're saying, that Colorado Parks and Wildlife didn't do their job?
No, thank you for the question. No, what you have in the record is a Colorado Parks and Wildlife review of the state land as part of the state land board proceeding. So they were looking at impacts and how you would mitigate impacts in this area to wildlife. And what they said is that a 500-foot buffer from the creek is how you minimize impacts. They did not look at this specific exploration proposal. There's nothing in the record that shows to me that Parks and Wildlife did an independent review of this exploration plan that includes impacts within 500 foot of the stream. So what I'm saying is it's an incomplete review at this point on impacts to wildlife, not because Parks and Wildlife didn't do their job, but because there's been no analysis so far with regard to this specific, at least that appears in the record, with regard to this specific exploration proposal that again, does include impacts within that 500-foot buffer. So I hope that clarifies.
Rebuttal by the applicant.
Yes, I was making sure there were no other questions.
Okay. I just want to touch on a couple of issues real quick, and then if Lauren or Dr. Bellantoni have any additional issues, they can also chime in. I really don't want to kind of use the board's time going over issues that I think have been well discussed. Dr. Bellantoni very clearly stated the view that we have of the setback issue. I think the division indicated sort of the logical step that you had to have some sort of infrastructure to take water out of the stream. So I think that issue has been fully discussed. If the board has any additional questions about it or our plans, we're happy to answer those. I do want to touch on Mr. Parsons, what I think is a somewhat difficult reading of 43 CFR 3802.1-2C. Existing clearly modifies access routes, minor improvements of existing access routes, comma, bridges, comma, landing areas. So I don't think that the rule is restricted to existing landing areas. And again, that just quite frankly doesn't make any sense. Last thing I want to say is we agree that where the facilities go do matter. And in this instance, the BLM considered our proposal over the course of 9 months in correspondence, in meetings with Dr. Bellantoni, and they issued the letter that they issued on March 25th before we submitted this NOI. The division has carefully considered our application. They looked at it, they sent some notices of deficiency back to Zephyr. Zephyr responded to those before this was granted. Fremont County issued a modified conditional use permit for the project. So I think it's important to stress that all of these issues have been carefully considered, quite frankly, at all levels of government, federal, state, and local. All that's really on the table today for the board is how the division took its action and its compliance with the board's rules and regulations related to prospecting. But I do think that this notion that these issues haven't been carefully considered on all levels is just incorrect and should not be the predicate on which the board proceeds. If anybody has any additional questions, I'm happy to respond. And as I said, if Lauren or Dr. Valentoni have any additional comments, this would be the time to make them.
Nothing for me.
Okay, thank you very much. And just to reiterate, our request is that the appeal be denied and that Zephyr be allowed to proceed under the approved NOI. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just confirming I don't see other questions from folks. Okay, let's move on to closing statements from the division.
This is Tim Kazare with the division. I just want to go through and say again that we believe all the disturbance has been accounted for. The maps are adequate. Impacts to wildlife have been minimized. Disturbance to the hydraulic balance have been addressed, and that the NOI is in compliance with the Act and rules. And based on our review, we believe that the Zephyr submittal adequately addresses the rules and requirements of the Act, and that we recommend the board deny the petition for the appeal.
Thank you. Okay, don't see any closing statements from the appellant. Mr. Parsons?
Thank you very much. So I think it's important to remember that the decision the board makes has to be based on the record that's in the file as it sits today. What you see in that record are gaps. I think that page 40, a description of the native vegetation community that will be impacted is just absent. And that's important. There's no evidence that there was a consideration of how the wildlife impacts within that 500-foot buffer zone will be affected. There's no demonstration with regard to Mr. Bailey's conflicting interpretation of the 3802 regulations. Those are things that ought to be vetted, that ought to be asked of BLM in order to make sure that the division is faithfully carrying out the rules and the statute. And so based on the record before you, I think it's appropriate to send the matter back to the division to do that additional work to make sure that full compliance with the law and the regulations is obtained. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bailey, closing statement?
Ever so quickly, we agree 100% that your decision needs to be based on the record before you. And we believe that that record shows that Zephyr has accounted for all of the impacts and surface disturbance and the environmental requirements of state, federal, and local agencies. In particular, they've complied with the prospecting portion of the board's regulations, and the NOI should be allowed to stand, and Zephyr should be allowed to proceed with its exploration program. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board discussion.
This is Karen Utterback Norman. I would like to say I was very impressed with the application that the operator put forward and the division's work. But I do have to agree with the appellant that I don't think some of the information, particularly that about the native wildlife, the lay plant community, as well as the wildlife, the effects on that 500 feet, that needs to be looked at further. I think those issues need to be covered now because they're going to come up again later if this should go further and the operator comes back and wants to expand from the exploration stage. And that's, I just feel that what the appellant asked for should be followed, and to make that application as complete as possible, because this is an extremely valuable area, and I think it sets a precedent for other operators who are going to be looking and to explore in equally valuable wildlife areas in the future.
Thank you, Karen.
This is Forrest. I guess I'll chime in. I agree with everyone that it's a unique and valuable resource. However, it appears to me that Zephyr has gone above and beyond in there for considering the small amount of disturbance. The fact they're not even going to land the helicopter. I think they've done everything necessary. If there's a concern, and maybe it's with BLM and not with the RMS on some of the issues. So, you know, I would say that they have done everything necessary to go forward with this NOI.
Thank you, Forrest. Yep, John.
I agree with Forrest. I think Zephyr's done a good job of presenting their case, and I find it hard to believe that if something was upsetting to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, it wouldn't be in the report. And it's not our job. I mean, unfortunately, we're limited on what we can do. It's not our job to, not our job. Not only that, we don't have any authority to tell BLM what they can do. So I guess we do have a second look at it, which Karen makes a point. It wouldn't hurt to cover it now, but we'll have a second look if indeed there are, enough material in there to go ahead and warrant a full mining operation. So I think Zephyr did a good job.
Thank you, John. Tim, any thoughts?
No, not really much to add. I think I'm leaning towards John and Forrest's comments here. This is noticed in an NOI, and I think that we will get another shot here if there's something larger to explore.
Thank you. I tend to agree. I understand the element about this native vegetation, but I'm just not sure that necessarily fits into our purview at the moment. I really appreciate Dr. Bellantoni's observations of, what it really takes now in 2020 to do exploration. Coming into any area and doing exploration, you have to do that right. That's your first impression. And so I'm sure it's in the operator's best interest as well to be really thoughtful about the information as presented by Inform and the parties, and to keep that top of mind as well. And, to do this, to execute this first stage successfully. So, I agree with, there was good thought and outreach with the commissioners, Parks and Wildlife, BLM, and just this discussion overall. I can tell that everyone is trying to make sure that all the right things are being done here. With that, if there's no further discussion, anyone that would like to entertain a motion?
This is Forrest. I move that we deny the appeal of the decision to approve NOI file number P-2020-002.
Singletary, I'll second it.
This discussion. Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Okay, hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you, everyone, for your time and commitment to this process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're at 11 o'clock. Thoughts here, a quick break. I want to kind of, this item number 6 is certainly long and will consume the rest of our day. Shall we take a 5-minute break? You know, go get some water, do what you need to do, and come back. Let's come back at like 11:05. 9-minute break, and then we can get this started and kind of see where a normal lunch might fall together once we get the ball rolling. Does that sound fair? Okay, 11:05. Thank you. Give everyone one more minute to get settled here. Does it look like we're missing anyone critical? Looks like everyone from the board is back. All right, we'll get this started. Item number 6, board action. This is the Sunday Mine Complex hearing to determination of mining operations presented by Lucas West. Can I ask that everyone who plans to testify, please identify themselves and swear to tell the truth?
Russ Means, Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety.
Thank you, Russ. I see Lucas. I see Mr. Parsons.
Travis Marshall, DRMS.
Thank you, Travis.
Frank Files, Files Engineering and Environmental Services.
Thank you.
George Glazier, President of Pinion Ridge Mining.
Thank you. Jennifer Thurston as well. Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Lucas.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm Lucas West, the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety. The way we wanted to form our presentation this morning is I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Jeff Fugate has a little bit of discussion before we kick off the actual presentation itself. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. He has some slides, and we felt it better to consolidate it into my presentation so we're not switching screens back and forth, because I know that can get cumbersome for everybody on the Zoom meeting. So good morning. You guys can see my ugly mug for a second, and then we'll fit right into the presentation. So let me go ahead and share my screen. I believe I do have permission to do so, and then I will kick it off to Jeff.
Thanks, Lucas. Just a second here. All right, we're trying to eliminate echoes here as we're sharing office spaces. Jeff Fugate here on behalf of the division. I'll be representing the division in this matter. As Lucas indicated, I'm going to give just kind of a brief overview of some of the history around temporary cessation and the periods of non-production that are kind of relevant to this particular matter. Before I get started, though, I do want to do a little kind of table setting here. I did forward an email to Charles Koyman, or Chuck, last night. The attorneys in this matter, Jeff Parsons and Fred Aldrich and myself, were able to kind of reach agreement on a hearing order and then a time frame. So I did forward that to Chuck. We framed this out to be an approximately 3-hour-long hearing. I think we could, manage to fit the matters in the discussion into that time period and still allow enough time for board questions and for deliberation. So Chuck, I'll probably rely on you to kind of relay to the board the hearing order and timelines on this.
Yeah, so
to start off, I wanted to inform the board that this matter it's a unique matter. It's something that the division has set on its own initiative. At issue here is board consideration of termination of mining operations based on a period of non-production at 5 mine sites that has exceeded the 10-year statutory time period. And there on that slide, you've got the statutory language 3432-103-6A3. And that's the relevant language here. And that's really kind of the driving force or the foundation to the division issuing its notice of hearing related to the Sunday Complex mines. We are dealing with 5 mines. Later in this presentation, Lucas will get into some of the details of those mines and why we believe that there's been a lack of production at all 5 of the mines. But to clarify at the outset, I do want to relate, at least from the division's perspective, that this particular matter or these 5 mines, the discussions is less about temporary cessation and active or inactive status and more about a period of non-production that has exceeded 10 years. Obviously, temporary cessation, active status, inactive status, all of that's relevant to the discussion, but ultimately the decision of the board rests on this period of production or non-production. And so you'll hear a tremendous amount of testimony about kind of different factual status of these mines, but I want you to remain focused on production. In this matter, again, we're dealing with 5 mines, the St. Jude, West Sunday, and Sunday. You'll hear testimony from Lucas that they have not produced since 2009. And for the Carnation mine, that particular mine has not produced since 1990. So all of these mines are at either 11 years of non-production or 20 plus years of non-production. And as the board may recall, the history of the division's regulation of temporary cessation and active status, it is long and it's somewhat complicated. We're looking back just into the early 2010 time period. That's a period where the division met with various operators, met with other impacted or interested parties on some of a bit of an abusive process related to temporary cessation. People were gaming the system a little bit. They were kind of bouncing in and out of temporary cessation, bouncing into active status, doing some minimal work, and then returning to temporary cessation in an effort to kind of restart the clock or delay a need for final reclamation. And so over the past approximately 10 years, the division has put in an effort to kind of pull that back in, refocus its efforts on regulating sites that are in these circumstances a little differently. The biggest thing is that they commenced a rulemaking process. So if you recall back in January of this year, Russ Means presented to the board kind of a more detailed history of active, inactive, or intermittent statuses and how they relate to temporary cessation. And then he also informed the board that staff was commencing a rulemaking to better define some of the terms that we work with every day, mining operations, development, prospecting, and also an effort to try to find a workable definition for production. Probably the biggest change, of course, was the Van 4 decision issued in July of last year. And the board's also familiar with that matter. And so that's where I'm going to turn to the slides. And Lucas, if you could return to slide number 1. The Court of Appeals was dealing with an issue of temporary cessation for the Van 4 site, which was in a period of non-production for in excess of 10 years. And I'm going to read, I'm not a fan of necessarily reading from slides, but there are some important points from that Van 4 decision that are applicable here and applicable in how the division is going to kind of regulate similarly situated mines going forward. So as I stated earlier, the act as interpreted by the court is unambiguous in its requirement that in no case shall temporary cessation of production be continued for more than 10 years without termination of the operation fully and complying with the reclamation requirements in this article. And again, that's 3432, 103, 6A3. That's the foundation of the division's request today is, a determination that these particular mines have exceeded their 10-year time period without production. And the Court of Appeals in the Van 4 decision made it very clear that under the statute and the rules, that temporary cessation is a factual determination and not a legal one. And that temporary cessation is defined as a period of non-production rather than of status granted to a particular mining operation after the division of the board has taken action. So essentially what the court found is a determination made by the division, or in an instance where a matter goes to the board, a determination that they're in active status or in temporary cessation status is really irrelevant. Lucas, if you could go to slide 2. And so that finding in particular is impactful for how the division reviews these sites. There is a long history of the division and the board making findings of temporary cessation or determinations that a mine can return to an active status. And essentially what the court found is those status determinations or designations based on a legal status are not relevant. What's important here is the facts. When was the last time that a particular mine produced? And that's what controls. And then finally, slide 3, Lucas. It's no secret that the act and the rules don't define production. I think we're fortunate that, again, the Court of Appeals in the Van Four decision didn't go the extra step and define production for us. That is part of the reason the division has commenced its rulemaking is production, development, mining operations, these terms all interrelate. And that's the effort that we're trying to tackle through the rulemaking is figuring out how we can come up with workable definitions of all of these terms that allows the division and the board to continue to regulate and monitor all aspects of a mining operation, not just something as narrow as production or narrow as development. That does make it complicated though, because we don't have a statutory definition of production. That doesn't mean that the division is kind of arbitrarily applying rules when it makes determinations based on production. Kind of the working definition of production is here on slide 3 is recovering, transportation, and processing of the minerals. So that includes, transportation of ore to a crusher or to a mill, or as is relevant in these 5 sites, transportation of the ore off-site to a milling facility. And so that's kind of how the division has historically looked at and applied production. It's not an arbitrary definition. It's really kind of just a very basic rational definition. Production is a separate process from development. It does imply some type of transportation and crushing and or milling. And so that's the definition that the division is working off of as it reviews these sites in light of the Van Four decision. And that's how we reached the decision to initiate this particular hearing for board consideration of termination of mining is at these 5 sites, there has been no transportation or milling of ore since 2009 for 4 of the sites and 1990 for the 5th site. So that's my high-level review of the Van Four decision and a little bit of history or context as to how the division has reviewed these sites and why it initiated this action. Lucas is going to go through some site-specific details, but before I hand it back to him, does the board have any questions of me on kind of the legal framework that we're starting here?
This is Forrest. I have a question.
If
I know
not, it
on
looks like I don't see any hands, so I'll hand it over to Lucas. Obviously, I'll still be available for any questions you all may have.
Hey, Jeff.
Either throughout
Jeff.
Lucas' presentation or at the tail end.
Jeff, Forrest has a question.
Chuck may have a question, it looks like.
Yeah, it's Forrest.
Yeah, Jeff, my question is, I know on some sites.
Forrest, you have a question?
Yeah. He's talking.
Oh, sorry. We had all of our, I'm sorry, we had all of our speakers turned off in this office, so sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Okay. My question is, I know in the past we've had some sites where there was no production over a 10-year period, but there was also an issue with the Department of Energy where they were not allowed to do any production during a certain time frame. Is that the situation in this case or not?
That one's unique, and I think you're referring to some of the Cotter sites, also uranium mines, but different factual circumstances. And in fact, I think we've resolved those, so they were no longer seeking any additional temporary cessation. They were going into final reclamation.
Okay. So in this case, there was no tolling then?
There was no tolling. I don't believe there's any special circumstances here. I do believe that And again, I think Lucas will get into some of the specific facts of the transfers of this permit to various operators, but there is no federal agency precluding them or the company's ability to access these sites to either conduct operations or produce. And in fact, they have been doing some work on these sites starting in late 2019 into 2020.
Okay, thanks.
Jeff, if I can just add one quick comment on that to address Forrest's questions. Forrest, I believe your question is regarding the presence of Department of Energy lease tracts as they existed on the Cotter sites, as Jeff said, and these 5 sites do not lie on DOE lease tracts. They are all on lands administered by the BLM alone.
Yeah, that answers my question.
Any other questions now that I have my speaker on and I can hear you all? Okay, thanks. Then, like I said, I'm available for other questions at the tail end of Lucas's presentation, and I'll hand the factual discussion over to Lucas.
All right, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate the introduction and the discussion on the legal basis. As I said before, I'm Lucas West with the division, bringing the matter before you guys, before the board today. The matter we have is collectively referred to as the Sunday Complex Mines, consisting of 5 sites. You'll hear them referred to in my presentation and in other presentations as well. They include the Sunday Mine, St. Jude Mine, Topaz Mine, West Sunday Mine, and the Carnation, and they're all currently held under the same operator that is Pinion Ridge Mining, LLC. I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to the board for the onslaught of documentation that we provided in the board packet in preparations for the hearing today. These are 5 separate permits, and we felt it necessary to include documentation from each respective site. But for the matter of presentation, we're going to consolidate it and just do one presentation, not an individual presentation for each site, but we will go through site-specific information on each site as well. Slide 5 is the nature of the hearing that Jeff already had touched on, but just to reiterate, this is a hearing to declare for the declaration of the termination of mining operations pursuant to CRS 3432-103, parent 6, parent A, parent 3, as well as the Colorado Court of Appeals decision in case number 18CA1148 for the 5 mines listed below. Slide 6 is the nature of the hearing continued. I won't burden you with reading through the entire definition of 103, parent 6, parent A, parent 3. But again, just to touch on the high point that Jeff iterated, is that last sentence that we have underlined is that in no case shall temporary cessation of production be continued for more than 10 years without terminating the operation fully and complying with the reclamation requirements of this article. Next, we're going to go into some general background information for the sites on slide number 7. In answering Mr. Luke's question, the Sunday Complex Mines consists of 5 separate permits, all held by the same operator. They're located in an area referred to as Big Gypsum Valley in western San Miguel County. That's approximately 17 miles southwest of the Nuclear-Natarita area. And they all lie on lands administered by the BLM. For the 5 permits, you can see the permitted acreage listed below, but for all 5 sites, we have a total of 1,946 acres. Slide 8 is a general location map of the sites. You can see Nuclear-Natarita in the upper right-hand corner of the map. This is a map pulled from Google Earth. Highway 141, you can see coming down the left-hand side of your screen before it juts west towards Slick Rock. The 5 sites are indicated by the yellow push pins in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. Slide 9 is some general background information continued. All 5 of these permits were amended back in 2009 to incorporate the environmental protection plans. The amendments were submitted in June of 2009, and through various adequacy reviews and extension requests and things, they were not approved until May of 2012. Included in those EPPs, the environmental protection plans, was the designs, construction schedules, and other details regarding environmental protection facilities, such as certified stormwater control features, groundwater monitoring wells, as well as a sampling requirement, and the construction of lined ore storage pads. It's important to note that only 4 of the 6 required groundwater monitoring wells were completed in around 2012. The certified stormwater control features were also completed, but that work was all done under a previous operator at the time. The 3 lined ore pads that have been constructed were completed roughly in April of 2020 by the current operator, Pinion Ridge. Slide 10 continues some more general background information. None of the 5 sites, as Jeff has inferences that none of the 5 sites have produced or shipped uranium or vanadium ore since as recently as November of 2009. There has been some activities on the site as recent as 2019, but that activity included site maintenance, exploration activity, and completion of the environmental protection facilities that were originally approved in 2012. I would like to note that there was a slight correction from Jeff's introduction. He was correct in that the 4 mines, the Sunday, the St. Jude, the West Sunday, and the Topaz, the last date of verifiable production and shipment of ore from those 5 sites was 2009, which is 11 years. But the Carnation mine, the most recent verifiable shipment of ore, was conducted in 1999, but that still puts us in about a 21-year time frame. And all of these dates were derived from the annual reports that were submitted for each respective site by the operators at the time, and then continued from the annual reports that have been submitted by the current operator in the subsequent years. Slide 11 is a little bit of chronology. I don't want to hammer on this too hard. Some high-level discussion items here. We can go through to more detail if the board has questions. Is that in June of 2019, the operator submitted a notice of status change for the Sunday, Carnation, and St. Jude mine to conduct some maintenance, open the portals for ventilation, and conduct some underground exploration and sampling. And through some back and forth correspondence with the division, in September of 2019, the division determined that activity did not rise to the level of placing the permits in active status, but was rather maintenance token activities and better met the definition of prospecting activities within the bounds of a permitted site. So they were administratively put back into their term of temporary cessation as of September 18, 2019. Some more chronology, just some high level stuff. Again, we discussed the construction of the 3 lined ore pads at the Sunday mine, the St. Jude, and the West Sunday mine. The notice of construction was received by the division in January of 2020, and then it was subsequently followed by the notice of this hearing from the division to the operator in February of 2020. And obviously through several forms of continuances and trying to get our situation figured out, that hearing has been continued to today. It's also important to note that on April 3rd of 2020, petition to intervene was received by the division, and Inform was formally recognized as a party in this matter. So we have Jeff Parsons as well as Ms. Jennifer Thurston on with us today. Now we're going to move into some of the site-specific information on each site. I'll have one side of site-specific information followed by a map and a drone video to give you a bird's eye view of what the sites look like currently. So we're going to move right in on slide 13 to the Sunday mine. This site consists of 60 permitted acres with roughly 40 acres currently disturbed, and that includes 9 ancillary vent hole locations to provide ventilation to the underground workings. Surface facilities on site include a couple of shop buildings, an office building, the certified stormwater control features I mentioned earlier, as well as various development rock piles, and one portal that has been sealed with locking metal gates and backfilled to prevent unauthorized entry. This site does have the newly constructed lined ore pad that was completed in around April or March of 2020. The division currently holds a $330,000 financial warranty for this specific site. The last increase was conducted in 2018, and as of today, the financial warranty for this site is adequate for reclamation. For this site specifically, again, this item is going to get a little repetitive over time, but we do feel it necessary to iterate that the last date of verifiable production and shipment of ore was in 2009. Slide 14 is a close-up site map of the Sunday mine. You can see the disturbed area indicated by the heavy purple line outlining the surface facilities. The portal is indicated with the yellow marker towards the center of that area. And the lined ore pad is indicated by the orange indicator towards the right-hand side of the disturbed area. You can also see various vent hole locations that are associated with the site up on the hill behind it. So the next slide I'm going to go into is using newly acquired drone technology. The division has conducted aerial flights of the site to be able to better give the board and participating members of this hearing a bird's eye view. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the footage for each respective site, and I'll go through a little bit of a discussion while we are flying over the sites to show you the site facilities as they exist today. If there are any questions or anything, I apologize, I should have mentioned this before. Feel free to interrupt me at any point in time if there are questions. If we need to pause or restart the video, that can be done easily as well. And if you can see my cursor on your screen, I will use that to highlight some of the areas. So here we are on the north end of the site, circling around the development waste rock or development rock pile. You can see the three-sided rectangle here is the lined ore pad. That ore pad consists of a buried HDPE liner with several compacted layers below and above the HDPE liner. And that was approved, the design was approved in 2012. Coming in on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the portal coming out of the hillside, various shop and office structures, other sort of infrastructure associated with the site. And we come to the southernmost development rock pile towards the southern end of the site. That kind of concludes everything with the site-specific information with the Sunday mine. So we will move right over to the St. Jude mine, the next permit associated with the complex. This site consists of 9.8 permitted and disturbed acres and includes one vent hole location to provide ventilation. Surface facilities on this site are just one shop and office building, the portal that has been sealed in the same manner with earthen backfill and locking metal gates, as well as certified stormwater control features and the newly constructed lined ore pad. For this site, the division holds $69,000 in financial warranty. The last increase was conducted in 2020 this year as a result of the construction of that pad. And so as of today, the financial warranty is adequate for reclamation. And similar to the Sunday mine, the last verifiable date of production and shipment of ore for this site is 2009. The next slide is the site map for the St. Jude facility. You can see the affected lands boundaries highlighted with the orange line. The portal is indicated with the yellow indicator and the lined ore pad with the orange. It is important to note, I think, through all of my maps that I've prepared, that all of the locations of these, the lines and everything are approximate. These were not done by a professional surveyor. They were prepared by myself, so you take that with a grain of salt. The next slide, we will move into the video, the drone flyover of the St. Jude mine affected area. Again, flying in from the northern side, or the northern side of the mine over the development rock pile, you can see the single shop and office building located on site, as well as power lines, power poles, and transformers, other infrastructure on site. The right-hand side of the screen here with my cursor, you can see the portal itself coming out of the hillside that has been closed with an earthen backfill, as well as a locking steel gate. Over on the left-hand side of our screen, you can see the three-sided rectangle of that lined ore storage pad, which was constructed in the same manner as the one on the Sunday mine. With that, we'll move over to the West Sunday mine, the next permit in the complex. This site consists of 191 permitted acres and 20 acres currently disturbed, and that includes 3 vent hole locations for ventilation. Surface facilities on this site include a shop and office building, storage building, potable water tank, various development rock piles. The portal has been sealed in the same manner as the previous 2 sites, and the lined ore pad was constructed on this site as well. The division currently holds an $85,000 financial warranty for this site, and as of today, the financial warranty is adequate for reclamation. Again, as being a little repetitive, the last date of verifiable production and shipment of ore was in 2009. Slide 20 is the site map for the West Sunday mine. The affected area boundary is indicated by the yellow line, lined ore pad by the purple indicator, and the portal by the orange indicator. And next we'll move into the drone video for the West Sunday. Again, coming from the northern extent of the site, we will fly around the development rock pile. You can see the potable water tank, shop and office structure, and storage structure over here on the right-hand side of your screen. Coming out of the hillside, you can see the portal gate structure leading to the underground workings. And this one is a little more difficult to see just because of the lighting. It becomes a little more apparent here. But there is the three-sided rectangle that is consistent with the lined ore storage pad. It's important to note, I think, through all three of the sites that have lined ore storage pads, all the material to construct those pads, with the exception of the liner, was sourced on site. The operator brought in a mobile crusher and was able to utilize material on site within the affected area boundaries to construct those pads.
Lucas, if you could, how long does it take to construct an ore pad? Just so the board has some perspective on the amount of construction required for that project.
The length of time to construct a lined ore storage pad varies. There's a certain amount of QA/QC that goes in with it. Each lined ore storage pad is designed independently and certified by an engineer. So with these specific ones, we had layers of compaction on the bottom that had to meet a certain compaction test for QA/QC. The liner had to be installed in a certain manner so that it met its QA/QC requirements, as well as the overlayment on top of the liner. The overlayment also includes what's called a witness layer that they installed a yellow construction or orange construction fence within that overlayment to prevent any damage to the liner. The entire process can be done in a matter of weeks. I believe the operator, by the time when they got construction personnel on site, I believe it was roughly 2 months to construct the pad, and that included the QA/QC required QA/QC to be done at the same time. So I think, to answer your question, Jeff, roughly about 2 months, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. Was there another question? All right, hearing none, I'm going to move right into the Topaz mine. The Topaz consists of 1,674 permitted acres with an approved disturbance of 30 acres currently, and that includes 3 ancillary vent hole locations. Surface facilities on this site include 1 shop, 1 office building, a large pad built on the development rock pile, and a portal sealed with locking metal gates. For the Topaz mine, no lined ore pad was constructed on this site. The division currently holds a $99,000 financial warranty for the site. The last increase was conducted in 2018, and as of today, the financial warranty for this site is adequate to conduct reclamation. Again, the last verifiable date of production and shipment of ore was in 2009. Slide 23 is the overview site map of the Topaz mine. You can see the disturbed area boundary highlighted in the light blue line and the portal indicated by the orange indicator. Next, we'll move into the video for the Topaz mine. Coming from the east over the development rock pile, seeing the portal centered kind of in the center of your screen there, you can see the quad style structure jutting out from the side of the hill, as well as a sliding locking metal gate. Some various items stored on site. And then over here towards the left-hand side of your screen, you can see the shop and office building associated with this site. All right, and last but not least, we're going to move into the Carnation mine. This site consists of 9.8 permitted acres and disturbed acres. The site has remained largely unchanged and consists of a portal and portal pad area. There's also a lower stockpile area that was used historically that has been constructed with berms. You'll see that in the site map as well as the drone flyover of the site. Surface facilities on this site, there is no shop or office facility associated with this site. There's the portal that is sealed with locking metal gates and a historic concrete pad foundation built on the development rock pile. adjacent to the portal. For this site, the division currently holds a $40,000 financial warranty for the site. And as of today, the financial warranty is adequate for reclamation. This site is a little bit different in that the last date of verifiable production and shipment of ore was in 1999, a total of 21 years ago. As the next slide will be the site map of the Carnation mine. You can see the disturbed and permitted acreage boundaries indicated by the yellow or light blue line, excuse me, and the portal indicated by the purple indicator. It's important to note too that on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see the northernmost extent of the development rock piles from the Sunday mine. The Carnation and Sunday mines share a common boundary on the west or the southern side of the Carnation and northern side of the Sunday mine. So they share that common boundary. Next slide will be a quick drone flyover of the Carnation facility. Here we are coming up over the development rock pile and pad area. You can see sort of faintly the outline of the historic pad. I believe that was a historic compressor building that fed compressed air to the underground workings. Here in the middle of your screen is the portal locked with metal gates. And I apologize for the quick movements of the drone, but it'll turn around and you'll be able to see that lower stockpile area that was used historically. It's important to note that this area has not been used in long enough that these areas have begun to revegetate themselves. This area has not been revegetated by any one of the subsequent operator, the current operator, or the previous operators. All the vegetation we see in this area is strictly volunteer. So in conclusion, just to reiterate some of the points that Jeff brought up, the language is pretty clear in CRS 34, 32, 103, parent 6, parent A, parent 3, that in no case shall temporary cessation of production be continued for more than 10 years without terminating the operation fully and complying with the reclamation requirements of this article. Also, the Colorado Court of Appeals decision determined that temporary cessation is a fact-based status, not a legal one, that is centered on production and shipment of ore. The last verifiable date of extraction, production, and exportation of ore material for the Sunday mine, the St. Jude mine, the West Sunday, and the Topaz mine was in 2009 and 1999 for the Carnation mine. The division does recognize that the operator has performed work at the sites. The activity that has been conducted on 3 of the 5 sites, the Sunday mine, the St. Jude, and West Sunday mine, has not elevated to the permits being considered in production. The division's understanding also is that there is no mill facility in the United States to receive ore if production were to recommence at any one of these individual sites. Slide 29 is staff recommendations. The staff recommends that pursuant to CRS 34, 32, 103, parent 6, parent A, parent 3, and the Colorado Court of Appeals decision, the board declare termination of all mining operations and direct the operator to commence reclamation of all affected lands associated with the Sunday mine, which is permit number M 1977-285, the St. Jude mine, permit number M 1978-039HR, the West Sunday mine, permit number M 1981-021, the Topaz mine, permit number M 1980-055 HR, and the Carnation mine, permit number M 1977-416, within 180 days of the effective date of the board order. With that, that concludes the staff presentation. And at this time, I'd welcome any questions from the board, if there are any.
Lucas, can you just unshare yet that screen so we can see more faces?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm not seeing any hands moving here. Okay, so based on the timing schedule that was sent forth, the next item is a 60-minute presentation from Pinion Ridge. It's 11:45. Do we want to take a quick lunch break and get some food in our brains? Do you want to, do we feel like we need the full 60 minutes? I just don't want to take any rhythm away from anyone who is presenting, and I'm looking for some natural breaks here in our day.
This is Fred Aldrich for Pinion Ridge. We think a break would be, this is a good time to take a break.
Lunch break.
And then
Okay.
we can come back and start and finish our presentation. We haven't timed what we're going to say, so I'm hoping that we'll fit it within 60 minutes. We've spent some time trying to cut it back to fit within 60-minute time frame. So,
Okay, thank you. Is a half an hour adequate? Is that too much time? Coming back at 11:15, is that fair? Good with Tim? Good with everyone? Good with Jeff? Okay, we will see you all back at 11:15 then.
12:15.
I mean 12, whatever time. Yes, 12:15. Thank you. Thanks. We'll give people a minute. Cammy, it looked like maybe Karen was in the waiting room. That flashed up real quick. Forrest, I know you're not on camera, but I just want to make sure you're actually there.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I see Karen, I see Tim, I see John, I see Jenny. Anyone see anyone that's part of their group that we're missing that I need to be waiting for? Okay, well, let's proceed with the presentation from Pinion Ridge, please.
My name is Fred Aldrich. I'm here representing Pinion Ridge Mining. I want to thank the members of the board for this opportunity to address them and tell our side of the story. There are two sides here. Before I get going, I want to give a shout out to Jeff Fugate and Cami Mohar for assisting us in understanding what to do here and how to present. During this presentation, I'll have two witnesses who will testify. One is Frank Files, who is a mining engineer who has been working with Pinion Ridge and has a great deal of familiarity with the Sunday mining complex. I will also have George Glazier talk to the board, and he is president, CEO, and director of Pinion Ridge. And he also has a great deal of experience in mining and knowledge of the Sunday mining complex. We will be using exhibits from the packets that were submitted to the board. There is a packet from Pinion Ridge There's a packet from Inform, and we will be referring to pages in those packets, and hopefully the board has those available to them and they can follow along as we refer to pages. The pages will be the bait stamp pages at the bottom of the page. The witnesses will be providing narrative testimony, but there's some areas that if they don't cover, I may ask them to address the board on a particular subject matter. Before I get started, may I ask Jeff or Lucas to display their slide 3?
Lucas, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Just wanted to clarify, Fred, that you wanted a slide 3 from my presentation
Yes.
to be shared with everybody.
Yes, I recall that was the division's working definition of production.
I believe you are correct. Give me 1 second to pull it up, and then I will share my screen with everybody in the hearing. Yep, there it is. All right, I will start sharing my screen. When you're ready for it to go away, just let me know and I'll stop sharing.
All right, thanks so much. I appreciate that.
No problem.
All right, there we go. Thanks, Lucas.
Not a problem.
I think what I'd like to ask the board to do is look at the submission, the hearing submittal by Pinion Ridge, and look at, and start with page 8. And what you'll see in page 8 are reproductions from an invitation from the division and slides that were presented at a scoping meeting on January 23. I think that this is a very serious matter because the board or the division is asking the board to take the most drastic step they can possibly take against the mining operator. And that's basically to kill the mine, put it in reclamation. And it also puts Pinion Ridge in the unusual position of having to defend its mining activities, its mining operations, when there's absolutely no established definition of production. Production is not defined by the Mineland Reclamation Act. It's not defined by the division's rules, and it's not defined by the Van Four case. And if you look at page 8 of the Pinion Ridge submittals, what you see here is first of all, a statement from the division in the invitation that the purpose of the scoping meeting and the rulemaking is to address the inconsistencies and ambiguities and create a clear administrative process for regulation of temporary cessation. And then if you look at the slide, the first slide that Russell Means presented in that scoping meeting is just a recognition that production is not defined by the act or the rules, and the division has historically tied production into mining operations. And that's completely different than what this working definition says. This working definition is not how the division has historically administered temporary cessation or even viewed production. And if you look at Pinion Ridge, page 1 of their hearing submittal, there's a definition of mining operations, which is where this is what was the division was tying production to. And it clearly ties the production to the development or extraction of minerals. Development or extraction of minerals. So now we are put in a position where the division wants to terminate the permits based on 10 years of no production, or in fact, there is no definition of production. There's no definition of when it starts or when it ends. It also makes no sense to have a definition of production like you see displayed here, the slide number 3. The processing of ore is determined by the mill, not the operator. The operator can deliver ore to the mill, and it could sit there for a long time. It could be years before it's processed. As a matter of fact, from a review of the operator in 2007 through 2009 and 10 was a company called Denison Mines. And their financial records show that the ore they delivered to the White Mesa Mill was in fact not processed until 2010 and 2011. So even under the division's own records or own proposed working definition, you know, the 10 years has not elapsed. The other thing I think is important is clear that the Van Four case, brought by Inform, the Court of Appeals decision, it doesn't define production. What it did is look at a case involving the Van Four mine that had absolutely zero activity for decades. There was no interim activity that could be even construed as production. So in that case, the court wasn't required to actually determine whether production or what production really meant. This is very different than the Sunday mines. They actually have periods of activity that go back from 2007 and intermediate interim activities all the way up through the second quarter of 2020. As a matter of fact, they commenced operations in June of 2019, such that the division recognized that they were active at the time. They had a contractor, they were involved in underground ore extraction or removal, transport within the mine, stockpiling within the mine, all types of surface activities. The records of MSHA show that there's thousands of hours devoted to all these activities. Mr. West had the opportunity to visit the mine site, conduct inspections. He never told Pinion Ridge there was any kind of problem until he got the letter of September 18th, 2019, which basically says you're not active anymore. And he imposed a number of conditions on what they had to do, these conditions from the Environmental Protection Program. Pinion Ridge complied with every single requirement. And that compliance occurred before the deadline established by the division in April 19th, 2020. So what we're looking at here is a difficult situation for Pinion Ridge. It's sort of like the goalposts have been moved. We weren't informed that the division was going to terminate the permits until they actually sent out a notice in February. In the meanwhile, they had started construction of the ore pads, believing that they were going to continue and satisfy the requirements of the EPP and be able to actually extract the ore, because up to that point, the division took the position you could not remove any of the ore from the mine until those ore pads were built. So at the end of the day here, we're asking the board to consider the fact that unless you have a clear definition that could apply to my client or anybody else, you cannot terminate their permits, especially when you're in the middle of rulemaking. So we would respectfully ask the board to simply deny the request by the division, and then when they come up with a established definition and clarification of their temporary cessation processes and administration, apply those prospectively so that all the mining operators understand what the rules are. So thank you very much. That's my opening. And at this point in time, I'm going to ask Frank Files to give his presentation. Since we're in a conference room in my office in Grand Junction here, we're going to have to get up and move, and then Mr. Files is going to get in front of the screen here so you can see him, and then allow him to move forward. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions at this point from the board, or I'll turn it over to Mr. Files. Hearing no questions, let me put Frank in front of you, and then we'll proceed with his information.
Good afternoon. As Fred said, my name is Frank Files, and I'm a partner in Files Engineering and Environmental Services in Grand Junction, Colorado. Prior to that time, I was head of the environmental group for Energy Fuels Resources for 8 years. Left the company in at the end of 2014. So I've got a lot of experience with the Sunday Mine. I'd also like to point out that I've got a Bachelor of Science in Mining Engineering, but I also have a Master's in Environmental Science and Engineering, so I'm not just a mining engineer. I am professionally licensed as an engineer in 5 Western states, including Colorado. I have about 40 years of experience in mining. First 10 years was in mine engineering and operations. The last 30 have been in the environmental field, and basically doing environmental permitting and compliance and all the activities associated with doing that with many agencies on a local, state, and federal level. I am familiar with the Sunday Mine Complex. Energy Fuels acquired Denison Mines in the summer of 2012. At that time, the EPP plan had just been approved by DRMS, and the first thing on our slate was to install monitoring wells that were required of all the designated mining operations. We were scheduled to put in 6 wells. One was put in at the toe of a waste rock area, and it was dry as we expected. There had been some concerns about that. We also put in 3 deep wells. We were scheduled to do 5, but we ran into a lot of drilling difficulties and expenses were high. Plus, once we got into the aquifer, the yield was so low that we had to switch sampling methods and go to a low flow method. So basically, I made the decision 3 is the minimum that you need for monitoring in there, and we didn't have enough information at that time. So we went ahead and sampled the wells we had. So I noticed earlier they said we only put in 4 of 6. There were reasons for that. We spent in the neighborhood of $500,000 putting in those wells. We were going to proceed forward with an EA with BLM at that time, once the groundwater monitoring was completed. But as I will talk about later, that was deferred when our management made a decision to package the Sunday Mine with the Pinion Ridge mill site and sale of that to Pinion Ridge Mining. So I had those first 2 years, and then after I left Energy Fuels, I've done some work for Pinion Ridge Mining at the Sunday Mine Complex, most of that in 2019 and 2020 in an environmental capacity. I'd like to just go over a little bit of the physical description of the complex. You folks have seen it all on the drone, which was nice. You know, they say there's thousands of acres permitted, but right now there's about 80 acres of actually disturbed area out there. So I just wanted to point that out. I also want to point out that these mines, they were permitted as separate mines because back in 1977 through 81, when they got their permits with both the state and the BLM, the mines were owned by different entities. 3 of the mines were owned by Pioneer Yearvan, and 2 were owned by Union Carbide. And Union Carbide's subsidiary, Umetco Minerals, ended up buying Pioneer Yearvan's assets in the mid-'80s. So from that point on, these mines operated as one unit, the Sunday Mine Complex. So it's not necessarily 5 mines that you're looking at one mine. And I would like to point out, although the Carnation Mine, there's no ore coming out of the portal because it's too small for modern equipment. It's still used for ventilation for the other declines. And it's still part of it's all the underground workings of 4 of the mines, which is the Sunday, the Carnation, the St. Jude, and Topaz are all connected underground, and they operate as one unit. The Topaz mine isn't in far enough to connect, but the plans are eventually to connect it also. So bear that in mind. We're not looking back at individual mines. We're looking at the Sunday Mine Complex. And as I pointed out in the technical report that was an exhibit to the hearing brief, there is a substantial amount of tonnage measured, indicated, inferred uranium vanadium ore underground, close to 500,000 tons at this time based on limited drilling. The grade is about 0.25% for uranium, which is about average for mines that have operated on that portion of the Colorado Plateau and Uravan Mineral Belt. But more importantly, the vanadium grade is about 1.5%, which is very high, which makes this mine much more valuable in my mind, especially when the price of vanadium goes up. As far as permits go, the mine is, with one small exception, the mines are currently, the complex is permitted with the DRMS, the BLM, Colorado Air Pollution Control, Colorado Water Quality Control for stormwater control, a San Miguel Special Use Permit, and then they also do reporting on radon emissions to the EPA when they are operating, which was the case last year, operating underground. As I mentioned, the mines were originally under the control of UMETCO. They passed through several hands and to International Uranium Corp, which then merged with Denison and took the Denison name. So Denison Mines reopened these mines starting in late 2006. They operated them through most of 2009. And in that time, they mined 146,000 tons of ore. Also, during that time period, there was a change in the rules and regulations where uranium mines were required to take on a designated mine status. And so at that time, Denison started on this EPP in 2008, I think about mid-2008, and they finally submitted the final version in January of 2012, and it was approved in May of 2012 by DRMS. I'd just like to show you a copy of that. Oh, it's over here. This is what you're looking at here. And it's not, there's a lot of regulations, a lot of rules, a lot of environmental studies went into this. So it's not something it's a pretty major effort for a relatively small mine operation that covers only 80 acres of surface disturbance. So when Pinion Ridge Mining acquired the property from Energy Fuels in mid-2014, they completed the monitoring program that we had started, and then it was put back into temporary cessation status. I would like to, before going on to what's going on in the recent 2 years, I'd like to briefly discuss the situation with the Topaz mine. The Topaz mine was originally permitted with the BLM. It was already permitted with DRMS, but it was permitted with BLM when their regulations came into play in '81. And they submitted a plan of operations, but they called it a notice, and it was for 9.9 acres of surface disturbance. The BLM was probably receiving hundreds of applications at this time, and they processed it as a notice. And a notice is limited to 5 acres of surface disturbance. So when Denison restarted the mines in late 2006, the BLM noticed this and requested that they file a plan of operations specific to the Topaz mine, but also include future vent shafts and exploration drilling that might pertain to the entire Sunday Mine complex. The other 4 mines, the West Sunday was permitted under one plan of operations, and the Carnation, St. Jude, and Sunday were all under one plan of operation with the BLM. So what happened was that Denison went ahead and got a plan of operations put together. It went through the NEPA process, and they started this in 2007. It didn't get finalized until December, I believe, of 2008, and it was approved to the EA in January of 2009, because the EA kind of was going on concurrently as the plan of operations was being revised. And then, so they resumed, they had been mining all along, but they did continue to mine under that. And then come September, under appeal, the state BLM said that more baseline data was needed and remanded the decision of no significant impact. And so at that time, what they wanted in baseline data was more groundwater data and more soil data from the surface to see if there'd been any impacts to the surrounding areas. So basically what happened is, because of the need to put in all these monitoring wells, we couldn't go and submit a revised plan of operations until that was completed. And so that's what it's extended the permitting out on the topaz. And basically the BLM says, you can do casual use at this mine, you can spray for weeds and keep your buildings maintained, but we don't want you going back underground. So basically with the topaz, we can't go back underground until we get an approved plan of operations. Now, Pinion Ridge Mining decided in the fall, let me leave for another second here. Decided in the fall that the work that they did in 2019 would allow them to go back into production if they met the requirements of both the EPP and the plant and the BLM. So this plan of operations was started on January 1st. It was submitted on May 4th to the BLM Tres Rios BLM office. So essentially the topaz is in a catch-22. Pinion Ridge told them that they wanted to open the portals and do some long hole drilling because it looked to them that the decline into the mine had overshot the ore body, and they thought the ore body was higher up and they wanted to drill some long holes and see if they could define it. BLM said, no, casual use is all that you can do here. So I'd like to move on to May and June of 2019. Basically what had happened well, first of all, in late 2018 and early 2019, the price of vanadium spiked. And so Pinion Ridge did get funding to reopen the mine. And the big part of reopening the mine was to define the vanadium resource, especially that was above the flooded lower portion of the mine. And they went in with that mission in mind, and also to extract samples, large samples that would be sent to various clients that were interested in processing the material. So they gave, I guess this is number 90. Is that the same, Fred, for everybody? Number 90 in our packet?
Yes.
So they gave notice on May 21st that they were reopening the mine to Lucas West. And then I don't have the other the June correspondence, but I'm sure it's in there somewhere, that at that point in time you guys came back and said that the mine was active.
Next page.
Next page is 91. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay, I take it back. We do have it here on 91. So you did say that the mine was active, but you put in certain caveats that had to be taken care of before they could take the ore out of the mine. And that was basically stormwater controls and ore pads needed to be constructed and as-built submitted. There needed to be a detailed groundwater analysis submitted. They wanted more information on the bulk sampling, and an earthen cover for the low-grade stockpiles needed to be put in place. And we did some maintenance on the stormwater controls, but actually those stormwater controls were certified and accepted by the DRMS in 2012. As we'll talk about later, the ore pads were later constructed. The groundwater analysis was completed. We did give information on the bulk sampling, and the earth and cover was completed that summer. I'll just bullet through these items that were done during the mine operated from June into early September. But they opened and rehabilitated 3 of the portals, St. Jude, Sunday, and West Sunday. They repaired buildings. They did improvements and maintenance of the surface water controls. They operated 6 vents so people could go underground. They reestablished the electricity and brought in water for mining. They conducted detailed sampling and testing, and this was based on the information that they had obtained from the previous operators. And basically, they went in and did quite a bit more in order to put together a detailed mine plan. They did cover the low-grade stockpiles, which was a portion of it that was above 0.05% uranium at the request of DRMS, and this was approved by DRMS. They mined about 200 tons of ore, and they stockpiled it in the St. Jude decline. They didn't take it out of the mine because they were told until they got the ore pads, they couldn't really do that. So basically, what, in my opinion, what they've done here is they basically put the mine back into operation. They made it active. They worked on mine development, and they extracted ore. And I'm not going to call that production because we have no definition of production, but I certainly consider that active. And DRMS had basically said it was active back in June based on what we were doing. And then, unfortunately for Pinion Ridge Mining, is this 104? Is that correct, Fred?
Yes.
On 104 of our package, Pinion Ridge received a letter from DRMS saying, no, you are not actively mining, you are prospecting. And then listed again some things that they wanted done in order for us to be back in production, the main one being the ore stockpile pads. So, and then at that point in time, the mine development plan showed that this mine could be put back into production. And just to focus on the vanadium portion of it, so Pinion Ridge went and notified the division that they were going to install the 3 of the ore stockpile pads, the ones at the Sunday and St. Jude and West Sunday. They couldn't put the one in that was scheduled for the Topaz mine because the BLM would not permit that under casual use. And of course, there was no need to put one in at the Carnation mine because it's not used for, its decline is not used for ore transportation, just ventilation. And so those ore pads were completed in late February, and a report was sent in mid-March with all the information on the engineering QA/QC that was done, and a certification by a professional civil engineer. DRMS said they couldn't get out to inspect it, asked for additional information, which was provided, detailed construction photos, and a statement by the liner installer explaining how they tested the liners. So basically, all of this was completed prior to April 19th, which was the end of temporary cessation, which was what they had been told that they were needed to do before putting the mine into production. And they were ready to do that, but then we had the COVID hit, and there was no way you're going to start up a mine under those circumstances, restart a mine under those circumstances. Pinion Ridge Mining maintains, and I agree that the mine was operational, and operational in 2019 for better part of more than 3 months, and ore was extracted and stored on site. underground, albeit underground. So basically the what we're looking at, it was opening up the mines under safer at home, but then we were told that we weren't supposed to put any ore on the ore pad. They said, well, we approved the ore pad, but that doesn't mean you can put ore on it. And it just seemed to us that what they really wanted to do was have this hearing before we did any further work on site. So that's pretty much all I have to say. I know that George is going to talk a little bit about Van 4, but you know, they also had started the demolition of Van 4, but because of both COVID and then later the fire restrictions, this work was stopped. And it will have to continue once the fire restrictions are back in place. So I guess that's all I have to say. Fred, did you want me to touch on anything more?
Can you comment on your experience with how the division looked at whether a mine was active or not, and what type of standards or criteria they used?
Well, when the environmental protection plans were required of the uranium mines, basically the division said if you were physically on site doing work to implement the EPP, that you were back in active status. In fact, when Energy Fuels, before we started putting in those wells back in September, I believe it was, in 2014, we requested we told the division that we were going to be active again installing these wells, and that was granted as being active mining and took us out of temporary cessation. So, you know, and we spent, like I say, close to $500,000 on those. It's not trivial. And I know, and you know, just as a comparison, Pinion Ridge Mining over a 1-year period from the spring of 2019 through the spring of 2020, it's spent over $1 million. So these are not, these activities, this may not be ore going off-site to a mill, but it is certainly, in my mind, it's a development with extraction that is needed to further develop the mine. And as Fred pointed out earlier, I mean, it was always development and or extraction. It was not just extraction and shipping. Does that answer your question on temporary cessation?
One final question for you, Frank, and that is, you saw the slide that Lucas West put up on the working definition of production.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen that working definition before today?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Frank?
I think I have a question. And again, I don't have a chart of all of the different last production dates of the mines, but considering that you sent that initial letter in May of 2019, and some of the mines, the last definition of production was 2009, is there an overlap there with the less than 10 years?
No, because that is the Carnation mine. And as I said, the Carnation mine, we can't use it. I shouldn't use the word we, since I'm not with the company anymore, but Pinion Ridge cannot transport ore out that portal because the decline is too small. As it was a historic portal, but it is used for ventilation and other uses.
That's that one. Okay, thank you. And this may come up in some other conversations, but what was there dialogue between the May 2019 letter and the September 2019 letter with the division?
There was not. There was the dialogue where they insisted that these EPP measures be implemented. For example, with the groundwater situation, they said we could operate above the water table, but they didn't want us pumping water or doing anything below where the current water table is in the mine. And I'd like to point out just one thing too that's probably important. That water is of very poor quality because it's in the salt wash, and that's one thing that we found out when we did the hydrogeologic work, which I skipped over there. But That work was completed in March and submitted, and again, another huge volume of work that's part of the plan of operations, but basically found that this was an aquitard. And the water quality actually deteriorates as you go further and further from the mine. So I guess getting back to your question, I kind of got off track there for a second.
Oh, sorry, just when you received this September 18th letter to say the change in status notification, was that a surprise or was that follow-up from ongoing dialogue you'd had with the division since the May letter?
No, that was a shock. And it kind of basically when Lucas West was on site, he was observing what was going on, and he never mentioned anything to the effect that that he didn't consider it to be active. And they asked for a letter that we submitted. I actually ghost wrote it for George and then he edited it, but a letter explaining what we had done underground. And we explained what we had done and what we were going to do. And we submitted that letter we submitted it August 15th, and then their letter dated September 18th said that in their mind was prospecting.
Okay, so that was a response to the August.
And by that time, the mine had already been shut down for a week or so because the decline was full. The St. Jude decline was full of ore, and they really had no other place. They could have put it in the other declines, but you still need access to get around. And so you they only wanted to fill one decline.
Okay, thank you.
101, yeah. August 15th, you mean? Yeah. So that August 15th letter is at 101 on the Pinion Ridge mining packet.
Any more questions, or should we get George to address the board?
Yes, please.
My name is George Glazier. I'm the president of Pinion Ridge Mining. I'm a major owner of that company through its parent corporation, Western Uranium and Vanadium. To give you a little background, I've been involved in the mining industry since the early 1970s. In the late 1970s, I became legal counsel for Energy Fuels Nuclear, which was based in Denver and became the largest uranium producer in the United States by far, almost twice as big as anybody else. It was a privately owned company. It's the company that built the White Mesa Mill south of Blanding, Utah, which is the only operational mill left in the United States today. It's not in operation, but it does have a fully operational license, and it could go into operation when the prices for uranium, vanadium, or a combination justify it. So I basically started with that company as legal counsel and stayed with that company until that company was sold in 1991. Actually, I stayed with the company after it was sold to the buyer until 1992. At that time, I left and became a rancher in Western Colorado. In 2005, I formed another company and I called that Energy Fuels. And that company today owns the White Mesa Mill, which is south of Blanding, Utah. And that's when Frank Files went to work for the company called Energy Fuels. That's the second Energy Fuels. Energy Fuels today is not operating the White Mesa Mill, but that mill historically has taken in ore from all of the independent mines in Western Colorado, Eastern Utah, and processed it typically way they buy the ore. And so interesting, the definition proposed or that was up on the screen that ties operation of mines to processing, most of the independent mines have no control over when their ore is processed because they simply, either deliver it or it's picked up at the mine by the mill, and that mill may sit on that stockpile for years. In fact, interestingly enough, if you use that definition of processing as the slide suggested from the division, the ore that was mined in 2009 out of the 4-mine complex there, or the 5-mine complex, was not processed at the White Mesa Mill until 2011. So I don't know, does that mean the 10 years starts in 2011? It's so inconsistent that using a definition of processing just doesn't relate to mines, because mines operate, they mine material, and many times they ship it to independent processors. In the case of a gold mine, you might ship it to somebody that sits on it for years. So the definition, the historic definition, has never included processing or transportation off-site. So that's basically the background. Now, the background of starting this mine in 2018 and earlier, the vanadium prices started to skyrocket. And I think Frank talked about a spike in the vanadium price. The vanadium price went from about $5 to over $30 a pound. So all of a sudden, the economics of a complex like the Sunday Mine makes a lot of sense. And just as Frank talked about the grades of the uranium and vanadium in this mine, the Sunday Mine complex is probably the highest grade vanadium mine, certainly in North America and maybe in the world. The grades that Frank talked about, the 1.5% vanadium, when we were in the mine, we mined ore that averaged 3% vanadium. Most mines, for instance, in Nevada, are less than 1/10 of that grade. So in North America, even in the Canadian deposits, there are no vanadium mines producing in North America today, none at all. But nonetheless, this is one of the key resources for vanadium in North America. And of course, vanadium has been designated by the federal government as a critical mineral. So again, the Sunday Mine, we went into production for two reasons. One is because we had 9 customers or potential processing plants around the world that wanted this ore. So in 2018, the price skyrocketed. In fact, we did a chart of this thing, and the value, the combined value primarily related to the value of vanadium, the value of the small drill out at this mine, which is one of our exhibits in there, was over about $500 million. So this mine had a great deal of value, and most of that was tied to the value of vanadium. And that was only based on, I think our calculation at the end of the third quarter of 2018 was based on $23 per pound vanadium. Today, the price of vanadium has fallen down to about $7 a pound, but it is projected to be back up into the $10 to $12 within a couple of years because of the lack of world production of vanadium. Just for your information, vanadium is primarily used as an alloy for steel. There's other uses as catalyst. It's also got a use in the redox battery, which is a huge battery to store renewable energy over and over, but that is a small use today. But the projections are the demand for vanadium are going to go up over the years, and so is the price. China is the biggest consumer of vanadium, and they're also the biggest producer of vanadium, followed by Russia and by Brazil. And North America produces no vanadium at all today. So nonetheless, we started the mine based on the demand and the price for vanadium. The idea was to go into the old areas of the mine that had been mined primarily by Union Carbide. Now, we have all the historic mine maps and all the information. We weren't in there exploring. We simply looked at the mine maps. And Carbide, when was mining this mine, the price of uranium spiked to about $43 a pound. Now, that doesn't sound high, but that was in the 1970s. And vanadium was about 50 cents a pound. So the vanadium wasn't worth very much. So if they didn't have high-grade uranium, they just bypassed that vanadium. It wasn't worth mining. They were really after the uranium. And of course, if there was vanadium in it, they processed the vanadium also. But there's a lot of areas of the mine that has very, very high-grade vanadium and almost no uranium. And that's why we opened the mine to go in and mine that high-grade vanadium. Some of that vanadium that we sampled was up to 14% vanadium, not that we'll mine at 14%. The estimated mining grade for those areas we mined and that we stockpiled in the mine is about 3% vanadium. Even at today's value, at $7, that's 60 pounds per ton. You can do the economics. The vanadium alone would probably carry the value of shipping this vanadium ore almost anywhere in the world. You know, the mining cost of underground mines are, you know, they're all about the same, you know, probably less than $200 per ton. And if you look at the value just on the vanadium values, you know, you can ship this thing probably anywhere in the world. We had 9 customers. 8 of those 9 customers were international. Only 1 was in the United States for processing. So we did mine and stockpile, as Frank said, in the decline of the St. Jude mine, so we could pull this out and ship it. We were shipping about 20 tons to each one of them. And that's what they needed to put through their processing plant so that they could basically confirm that they could process this vanadium ore and then enter into a contract with it. So it was, we talk about a bulk sample, it was more than a bulk sample. It wasn't a couple hundred pounds. It was a couple hundred tons that's now stockpiled in the mine, ready to be shipped. And the only reason we didn't ship it is because obviously the EPP said we had to have the ore pads, which we built. And then the division says, well, even though you got the ore pads built, you don't want to, we don't want you to take it out of the mine until the board rules whether we're going to revoke our permits. And this is, we operated this mine. We were in a mining operation by all the standards that have been historically in place. We were a mining operation. We were determined to be active. And this surprise that came, actually, they said we're not active in September, but they didn't tell us they were going to revoke the permits until February. So again, we spent over $1 million going in mining this. 4 of the 5 mines. Now, as Frank said, the Topaz is not connected, and there was a reason we couldn't go into Topaz. The Topaz did not, or the BLM determined that they did not have a plan of operations on the Topaz, so they didn't want us to do anything other than casual operations, and we honored that, and we did not go into the Topaz. We didn't build the ore pad there, but 4 of these 5 mines clearly have been active. And they were active in 2009, and the 11 years that the division refers to is as of now. But we started the mining operations in May of 19. And by all standards, that's within the 10 years. If you say it was last produced in November of 2009, by the mining standards, that's still well within the 10 years. And if you want to use that processing standard, then maybe we're going to argue that it's 2011 when that was processed. Now, we don't support that definition of production at all. But again, that's where the division is so inconsistent, and an operator such as us doesn't know what the standards are when they keep changing them. But we operated under the historic standards. We did everything necessary to bring this into production and to basically produce ore. And that ore is stockpiled in the mine today, ready to be extracted and sent to processing plants. Might just a minute comment on the Van 4. Pinion Ridge also owns the Van 4 mine, and the board, of course, is familiar with the Van 4. That mine was put into temporary cessation before Pinion Ridge bought it, and we went for the second 5-year cessation, which was granted by the board under your procedures. We got a 5-year extension of the temporary cessation, and of course, then the antis took that issue to the district court in Denver, and the board prevailed. The district court said the board had followed their procedures. You know, you granted the second 5 years, that was your procedure. And so then when it went to the Colorado Court of Appeals, the Court of Appeals, on a technicality, so to speak, says, well, we think the statute means a physical test, not the legal test. It's not when you actually declare it in temporary cessation, it's when the activity ceased. Well, we couldn't argue that. I don't think the board could argue that because there had been no activity at the Van 4 mine. It's not like the Sunday mine. There's no activity at all, or hadn't been any activity, and we didn't profess that there was any activity at the Van 4 mine. So the decision on the Van 4 mine by the Court of Appeals, we think has no bearing on what went on and what is going on at the Sunday mine. Now, the division apparently took a different approach to this, because after that decision, we actually started the mine in May. We had a meeting with them the end of May out there at the site with Lucas and said, we're going to start this mine. And then we served them our notice. And then they acknowledged the notice, says you're active. And the decision in the Van 4 case came out, I believe it was July 25th of 2019. We didn't even know what was going to be. We just anticipated, you know, that the decision of the district court would probably be upheld. So we didn't start it in relation to any kind of opinion that was coming out of the Court of Appeals, because we started it almost 2 months before that appeal decision was even rendered. But that's why the Van 4 case, and I think as Mr. Aldridge has pointed out, as well as Frank, it really has no bearing on what's going on at the Sunday Mine. The Sunday Mine was truly active under the historic standards. And again, even under the new standards, you're apparently you're in the process of going, or the division is in the process of going through rulemaking to define what the court didn't define. The court did not define what production was. And so I suppose that's up to the division and to the board to ultimately approve what you now are going to define as active or production. But you're just starting the rulemaking. And as Mr. Aldrich pointed out, that's a fairly broad definition. And if you rule against the Sunday Mine, you're basically saying production has to be very limited. You won't even leave it up to the division to propose what this is and public comment that's required to make rules. And so if you rule against what we did, you can't basically, you'll have to say that cannot ever be a definition of production. You're limiting it by even the thought about revoking our license and saying we weren't in production, because everything we did, even mining ore and stockpiling it underground, was virtually what mines do when they're active mining operations. So I just like to point out that this is, and as they pointed out, I think as Mr. Fugate pointed out, this is a unique situation. This hasn't been before the board. So you're faced with making a decision on something that's far reaching. It's not just the Sunday Mine, by the way. There are a lot of mines in Colorado that have had limited activity over the last 10 years. And so this, I suppose, is the test case. And you'll be revoking a number of licenses. If you revoke this one, the others have had less activity than the Sunday Mine. So you're in a position, if you rule against the Sunday Mine permits, you'll have to revoke every other permit in Colorado that hasn't had whatever this new definition is that you're going to come up with. Whatever that is, if that's the new definition, almost a lot of the mines in Colorado are going to be, permits are going to be revoked and be ordered into reclamation. By the way, the Van Four mine, right after the board's letter to us saying immediately start the reclamation of the Van Four, within a week after that, we started the reclamation. We tore the metal off of the small building, and then the stay-at-home order came. So we stopped work on it. And after the governor allowed more work, we went out and tore off the siding off of the larger building. And then we were prepared to cut the frame down, which is a metal frame, a metal structure over that building, but you need cutting material. You need a cutting torch to do that. And then the county of Montrose had a no open flame anywhere in the county because of the fire danger, which was, we understood that. So we had to stop again. So as Frank said, as soon as that's lifted, the don't burn or, the conditions change, we'll be back at the Van Four reclaiming it. The opposition points out we haven't done anything. We'll go out there and look, and so there has been extensive, with the buildings are almost down, and we expect that unless there's shutdown orders by the governor and we can't work, or other things like the fire ban, we should have that mine reclaimed within a year. It's not a very big site. It has a head frame, it has a hoist, it has a shaft, but all that work can be done, assuming we can go out and do it. And if there's no orders that we can't do it, we'll proceed and have that reclaimed. I think they didn't point out, I think the bond on that's about $80,000. So there's adequate bond on that mine to reclaim it, but we will reclaim it. And of course, the board's order said, start immediately, but you have 5 years. And it won't take us 5 years unless there's shutdown orders that we can't basically work out there. So I think I've covered most everything. Fred, is there anything else you need me to?
Yeah, just look at page 101, if you would, of our submission.
Okay.
Just take a minute to look at the pages there and just tell the board what is page 101 of our submission.
This is a letter that we wrote, and again, I think this is a letter dated August 15th, 2019, and it was signed by me, and Frank Pilas, as my consultant, helped me write this letter. I signed it. We submitted this to Mr. West at the division. This basically responded to their request to tell them what all we had done at the mine. And so there's a list of things, and I think that Frank has already gone over these things. There's a list of all the things that we had done at the mine, and you can refer to that. And I think there was a whole number of these things, A through L, it looks like the things we did. And then it went into the EPP requirements that we had to do and how we were addressing those, including covering the low grade stockpile, which was done in July of 2019, and doing all that. And I want to point out also, mines, of course, and you all know this, are under MSHA. That's the federal agency that regulates mine safety. And each year you have to file your report on the hours worked. And the hours worked by our staff, our own people, and our contractor, International Diggers, amounted to almost 4,000 hours that we worked in a period of about 12 weeks out there. Full time, they were working 40 hours a week. Underground, the underground hours were about 3,000 of that 4,000. The other 1,000 hours were covering the low grade stockpile and all the surface work we had to do. So there was a lot of hours put in, and over $1 million was spent on this project, as Frank said. And that was from the spring of 1919 until the spring of 2020. So the 101 basically goes through everything we did out there, and that's available to you. And Frank went over it in detail. But in addition, clearly we mined and stockpiled ore, and the definition of transportation that they seem to want to use, we transported the ore. We transported it from where we extracted it in the place in the mines and transported it to the decline of the St. Jude. So again, transport has got really not much to do with the definition. It's got nothing to do with the historic definition of what activity was, or mining was, or production was, because we transported. But again, we're not using that standard, but the mine did mine ore and transported it, and it's stockpiled in the mine. And interestingly enough, when Mr. West went out for the inspections, which he did obviously in August, he didn't go underground. We asked him, do you want to go underground? The mine was open. He didn't want to go underground and see what was going on. He took our list, and that's fine. He didn't need to go underground, but he did not go underground, and nobody from the division went underground to see what we were doing. But then when they issued the letter in September that says you're not active, they didn't even know what we did. I mean, we gave them a letter in August that said what we did, but they didn't even want to confirm it to go underground. So again, there's ore stockpiled, all the activities, and it was not exploration. We didn't need to explore this because we already knew what was there. We had the historic mine maps on this that defined where the high grade vanadium was. So that's that exhibit, Fred.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, does anybody from the board have a question for Mr. Glazier?
I have a lot of questions, but I'll keep it concise. Can you explain, and maybe this is a question for Lucas, why is it prospecting because you're doing these long bore drilling into it? Because, the mine is already developed.
Well, typically in these mines, the ore is not drilled out from the surface. And what you do, you go in, you can read we used an XRF machine, if you're familiar with that reads the mineral content. But then what you do drilling, which are only 50-foot holes, to go out and actually follow that ore to mine it, okay? Because the ore can go in various directions. So long hole drilling is not exploration drilling. It's basically, it's so you can actually mine it, know where that ore goes. So the miners know where to do their blasts and take the ore out. And that's what we did 50-foot long hole drills. Actually, we had defined about 20 areas in the mine where this high grade vanadium was, and we mined and long holed in about 12 of those areas and stockpiled that ore. But it's not exploration, it's already there, it's there, so it's not exploration.
And that's what I'm trying to understand is why is it then in the September 18th letter considered prospecting?
I have no idea. That's their letter. That's Lucas.
Because I can understand prospecting if, you're looking around or, hey, I haven't been over to this area before and I'm not really sure. But if it's an underground developed mine and the reason why you stopped, developing and mining it out previously, what was price, and then price comes back in again, a lot of your costs associated with, the expensive aspect of development has already been incurred. So it would make sense to go in there and just say, hey, what's the, I'm assuming you call them drifts. I don't know what you call them in uranium mining, but we call them drifts in molybdenum.
Yeah, we do too. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand which drift makes the most sense, what's already been developed, and where I might go in there. So I'm a little confused why the word is prospecting as well, considering that I don't know why you would do a bunch of A through L, electrical work and fix the dry and some other things if you were just prospecting.
We wouldn't, and we didn't consider it prospecting, and they didn't either until that letter of the 18th came out, and that was a complete surprise to us. And I think Frank said that it was a complete surprise when we got that letter. And why the division changed their mind, I have no idea. But they never mentioned that at all. We had an inspection with Lucas out there late August, and it never came up. And somehow between the end of August, I think it was like the 25th of August, and that 18th of September letter, they declared it was.
No, I think it might have been early August when the inspection was.
Well, early August, but again, they never mentioned that we weren't exploring. I mean, you should have come into the mine and see what we were doing. We had miners in there. We had, and you can take a look at the MSHA reports. The contractor had 4 full-time people in that mine. You don't have 4 contractors in there that are prospecting. They were mining. And they had 2 surface workers, and we had 2 surface workers. So there were 8 people at the mine. You don't do that. And obviously this is not, a great big moly mine. This is a small uranium mine, but having 8 people there is not prospecting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've got interconnected workings, and I guess, yeah, I'm confused on that terminology, because it makes it seem like, how then would I look at my phased mine planning without being able to do some drill holes and say what makes the most sense? Are we in a down economy and I want to, make sure I'm not just going through waste rock. I want to make sure that I'm being efficient about it. It's an interesting interpretation. So yeah. I wanted to clarify that. Other questions? I want to be respectful of time. Lucas, did you have anything?
No, ma'am. I was just gonna kind of further clarify on that prospecting thing, but I think we'll save that for rebuttal. We can go into a little more detail on why the division interpreted that activity to be prospecting and the correspondence that was the back and forth between June of 2019 to September of 2019. But we can address that in a little more detail during a rebuttal period.
Fair enough. Will there also be some conversation about this definition of transportation with production?
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds great. Okay. With that, is everyone comfortable moving to the 45-minute presentation from the interveners?
Actually, if I could, I've got a couple questions of Mr. Glazer, if that's allowable. Great. Again, Jeff Fugate here on behalf of the division. Mr. Glazer, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're able to participate in this hearing.
Yeah, this is unusual, but it's better than not having it. So, I mean, as I heard from the board earlier, this might be the process for the rest of the year. So I'm glad we're getting it done.
Yes, I agree. To start off with, you've used throughout your testimony interchangeably the terms production, development, activity. And I think that kind of highlights the complexity of this issue. How do you define production?
Well, I define it as the board has historically defined it, and the division has defined it. That's what we went off of. And they've basically said all of these things we did consist of active. And when active was the same thing, if you were going to go and do all this, you had to become active. You couldn't do under temporary cessation. So that basically meant you went into mining activities. And mining activities are a wide number of things. And as pointed out, all of these things, development, all lead to mining and then ore production, and that's all considered active. So again, our definition of active was the things that we did. I mean, again, the word production never came into this thing. And I suppose that was something that the Court of Appeals put out, but they didn't define production. And I think obviously that will be a job for the division to be approved by the board of what the definition of production is, because court didn't do that. If you're going to have a division of definition of production, that's your job. The court didn't do it. So again, right now, we're going under the historic standards that you've said basically are mining activities, and that's production. This whole new concept of production, I don't know when you're going to finish your rulemaking and come up with this new definition of production, but it's going to be down the road, and we don't know what that's going to be. But it seems like the division is going to maybe propose something that is so limited that almost nobody could make it. You know, if you look at mines, by the time you get a permit from the state, okay, if you're on federal land, then you've got to go through your plan.
I think we're getting off track of my fairly narrow question on your definition of production.
My definition of production is the historic definition that the division is used.
So do I take that to mean mining activity is essentially production?
What is?
Any mining activity?
Well, any mining activity is historically be considered. They never used the word production in the past. It was mining activities, and the term was active. So production, the status, it was never used. I mean, that term was never used in the past. It was not a term used. It was mining activities, and you're active if you're conducting mining activities.
If I can bring your attention, the term production is actually in the act and the regulations in multiple places. Most importantly is in the definition of life of mine. We've highlighted this in our presentation that in no case shall temporary cessation of production be continued for more than 10 years without termination of the operation. So in that context, how do you define production? Again, that's 3432-103-6A3.
If it's beneficial, I can share the presentation that has that language just so everybody can see it and read it. Would that be beneficial to everybody?
I think we're fine. It was mentioned multiple times in the Van Ford decision. I think Mr. Glazer is probably familiar with it.
Okay.
Right, and I'm looking at that on page 8. And again, in my mind, production is anything in the mine that's leading, you know, it's development. It's all that after you've finished, obviously, you know, your prospecting or exploring stage. When you open a mine and start driving drifts or your access, that's all production. I mean, if you produce waste rock, that's production. I mean, obviously, to get to the ore, you go through waste rock, and you're producing something. You may not be producing mineral yet, but you're certainly producing when you're producing waste rock. And take a look at the waste rock that you have to produce to get to the ore. That's production. Production is something.
In Division's annual reporting, something that's required of all mines, there is a question to update production numbers. And that's where this action originated, was for 4 of these mines. The reported last date of production was 2009. So there's another opportunity where the company is able to provide production numbers. And in those instances, the production numbers provided were similar to the division's working definition. Again, data related to ore leaving the site being transported to the mill. Your most recent annual report doesn't indicate any production, but it does discuss activity. So,
well, I guess if that definition is transporting it to a mill, I mean, we didn't transport anything to a mill. But
since 2009, correct?
In 2009, they did.
Correct.
It wasn't us, it was Denison, prior owner of them.
So at this point, if you were able to transport any of your material stockpiled underground, where would you send it for production?
We had 9, as I said, 9 different customers that we were going to ship this ore to. But because the division said, don't take it out of the mine, we weren't even going to use the ore pads. We were going to put it from an underground loader right into a truck and transport it. But they said, well, your EPP says you'll build the ore pads before you take it out of the mines.
Right, that activity wasn't permitted, correct?
Right. And so we didn't take it out of the mines, but we had places to deliver it, 9 different customers that were interested in processing this material. But because there was no ore pad built, we didn't take it out of the mine and transport it. That was a minor thing. We mined it and had, you know, basically not delayed. The ore pads were built in February, not March or April, as somebody said. They were finished in April. Now, the division didn't get out to look at them because of the no travel order, and they didn't approve them until May or whatever. But that, that wasn't our problem. That was a COVID problem where they couldn't go out and inspect them. So they basically approved them by pictures we sent in and things like that, and they approved. And even after that, they said, even though we approve your ore pads, we still don't want you to take the ore out until the board hears this issue came up.
Well, they didn't really give a reason. They just said.
So and I'm sorry, I couldn't hear whoever was talking in the background there. So at this point in time, do you have the ability to actually transport your ore offsite for processing?
Sure. Yeah. Well, we do have sure. We take it out and put it in a truck and transport it. Of course we do.
But you haven't done that, correct? For a variety of reasons.
The division said, don't do it. I mean, take a look at that. They said, don't do it. I mean,
because you don't have proper permitting.
By the request if it's not an order of the division.
Okay. Thank you for your time. I've got no other questions.
Okay, if there are no further questions, presentation by Mr. Parsons, is that correct? About 45 minutes.
Thank you. Jeff Parsons, on behalf of Inform, Earthworks, Sheep Mountain Alliance, San Juan Citizens Alliance, Uranium Watch, Living Rivers, and Conservation Colorado. Just want to be clear that this group of interveners goes well beyond Inform. I'll certainly leave the disparaging remarks, things like antis, characterizing the mainstream conservation community in the state as a bunch of antis, I think as below the decorum of this proceeding. So I'll leave that. But I do want to get to a couple things. I think first it might make sense based on the questions to talk a little bit about the definition of production and then get into some of the record evidence, which I think will directly contradict a fair amount of the testimony you heard. The written documents and the statements by the company and the record is the hallmark of the proceeding. Or is the touchstone of the proceeding. As far as production has been in the statute for decades. It's not a new term or a new idea, and it certainly doesn't mean any mining activities. In fact, that was exactly what the Court of Appeals rejected in the Van Four case and found that the board abused its discretion when it allowed a mine to continue to keep its existing permits in place despite the lack of production. As Mr. Fugate pointed out, the statute does say at 3432-103-6A2 that the amount of time for non-production is limited to 10 years. Now, importantly, and contrary to Mr. Glazer's interpretation, which I think is just based on a lack of, apparently a lack of reading of the statute, I guess, but the definition of development, I think, is critical here. A development is defined at 3432-1034, and it says development means the work performed in relation to a deposit following the prospecting required to prove minerals are in existence in commercial quantities, but prior to production activities. And so the statute makes a very clear distinction between prospecting, development, and then production. So all development activities are those performed in relation to a deposit prior to production activities. And it goes on to give examples. Aimed at, but not limited to, preparing the site for mining, defining further the ore deposit by drilling or other means, conducting pilot plant operations, constructing roads or ancillary facilities, and other related activities. That's development. It's not production. And so while there might not be a specific definition of production, the statute does give very clear direction as to what production is not. And it's not any of those development activities, because those all occur prior to production activities. And so I think that's very instructive in this proceeding, because as we'll go through the record, and in the company's own explanations, at no time in the last year or since they started revamping at the mine or the mining complex, have they done anything but preparing the site for mining, defining further the ore deposit by drilling or other means, conducting pilot plant operations, and constructing ancillary facilities and other activities. That is, in fact, exactly what they've been doing at the site. So the idea that production is somehow completely nebulous and undefined by the statute is just wrong. It is clear in the statute, unambiguous in the statute, that production must come after development. I think it's also important to look to other parts of Colorado law. For instance, the Colorado tax laws talk about production in terms of how much tax a mining company has to pay to the state. At Colorado Revised Statutes 39-6105, it defines a producing mine right there in Colorado law. And it says a producing mine is a mine with, quote, gross proceeds from the sale of ore. That's a producing mine under Colorado law. So you don't have to look very far to find that production is actually a fairly well understood term. And I think the record supports that in spades, in fact. And we'll get into that in a second. I just want to, I understand, and this has come up in these proceedings before, I understand the mining operators' frustration. The Court of Appeals made a very strong ruling, and it found that the legislature has made this decision for the board. It did not leave discretion for the board to consider factors beyond whether there has been production at the mine in the last 10 years. Everything else is relevant. And I understand that there's been development activities at the mine, but that's not production. And the statute requires production. So I would lift that burden off the board's shoulders, that it's not the board imposing what the operator has called a drastic remedy. It's the legislature, it's the state law. As interpreted by the Court of Appeals, there's no discretion for the board to go beyond the specific provisions of the state law. So, and that's really the important thing here is the board's duty is to apply the state law, and it's written in very clear terms, and the board, as interpreted by the Court of Appeals, simply does not have discretion to go outside of that. And that includes these issues of the back and forth with the division calling it active status or non-active status. It doesn't matter. I mean, that was exact fact pattern in the Van Four case. The Van Four case was the test case. This is not the test case. The Van Four case established that it doesn't matter what whether the division calls it active or inactive or temporary cessation. What matters is whether there's been production at the mine in the last 10 years. So the April 2020 date referenced by the operator about saying that's when our temporary cessation period ended, it's not the relevant date. The relevant date is 10 years after production ceased. And I don't think it really matters in this case, because as I think the record shows beyond question, that there has been no production as that term is defined in state law. And I want to get to that a little bit with the documents. And we got into that a little bit with Pinion Ridge's presentation. And I'd like to go back to those letters that were discussed. I just need to make sure I can pull it up. Let's see. Apologies. Oh, there it is, sorry. So hopefully now on your screen is the, I'm still having a hard time here. Let me go back. Apologies. You would think I would figure it out. Here it is. Now, hopefully this works now. Is that sharing on your all screen?
Yes.
Thank you. I apologize for that. So here we have the letters, and this is the important back and forth that was discussed. Here's the August letter where the division, or rather the operator, described everything that it's doing. And as this was gone through, these are all, again, development activities, preparing a site for mining, for instance. What you then get to is when they talk about any actual activity with regard to the ore. And the plan in August of 2019, now the testimony was that they closed the portals in September. So this is fairly up to date. To mine up to 100 tons of ore for testing, the ore will be stockpiled underground in such time that a testing facility can be permitted. Now the testing facility they're talking about is the so-called kinetic separation or ablation. And this is described in depth here in paragraph 3 on page 102. The bulk sampling project will consist initially of transporting and testing 20 tons of ore using kinetic separation at an off-site facility. Ablation will consist of using high pressure hoses, and if needed, an additional 80 tons will be transported. So that's what they had discussed doing. And that is testing of 20 tons of ore. What that is, if you tie it back to the definition of development, it's further defining the ore deposit by drilling or other means. It's testing. At the bottom, it says, with regard to offsite kinetic separation, when these technical plans are finalized, permit applications will be submitted to the appropriate regulatory agencies, which include both the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety and the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And once those permits are approved, the skid steer loader will be used to load the ore into dump trucks for transportation to the test facility. So that's what was proposed in August. That's what the division was working with. That's what the record demonstrates is the plan in this case. It is not production. It is to load 20 tons of ore for testing at a facility that has not only not been built, but not even been applied for with respect to the proper permitting from either the division or the Department of Public Health and Environment, which makes sense that the division then considers this activity to be investigatory in nature. They're proposing to test their ore to see what kind of materials they have. Now, frankly, whether it's prospecting or development is not material, because both of those, as we know from the definition of development, necessarily precede production. And so that's how the statute lays it out. It's very clear. And the division goes on to remind them that kinetic separation requires DRMS permitting and CDPHE permitting. And so I think it's critical to go back to the record here and see what exactly was proposed and what we were looking at in terms of the operator's proposal. That's what's on the table. That's what was proposed. It was this bulk sampling project, which is a testing. It is further defining the ore deposit. Now, there's lots of other evidence in the record that demonstrates that this was a prospecting activity. And in fact, just to clarify, early in 2020, the division is on 107, you see the division is clear, that making it clear to the operator that anything they do essentially is at their own risk. And so the operators, I mean, this operator was a party to the Van Four case. And so it knew that these issues were under litigation. It knew the position of the appellants in that case, and certainly could have, and likely did, understand that investing substantial dollars in development activities at a mine where there's been no production carries with it some risk. And they undertook this risk. And that's a cost of doing business. I understand that. But to say that it came out of the blue by the division in September or in 2020, I think strains credibility, given that the company was served with the result in July of 2019 and certainly had notice that these issues were all under litigation going back to the beginning of the Van Four case, almost 2 years prior to that. Further in the record is evidence from the operator's submissions to the Securities and Exchange Commission. So these are sworn statements that the operator has to make. It's in the record in Form 62 it starts. And I think we have demonstrated in this document that not only does the operator have a firm understanding of what production is, but that there was no production in 2019. I'd like to start with page 68. And you see a description of the company here. And it's very clear that Western is an exploration stage company. And it says, you may recognize these terms. Companies like ours are classified into 3 stages: exploration, development, or production. Exploration stage include all companies engaged in the search for mineral deposits, which are not either development or production stage. In order to be classified as a development or production stage company, the company would already have to have established reserves. The company has not established reserves for purposes of Industry Guide 7. And I think that's important because you heard testimony that somehow this mine contains the next mother lode of vanadium or uranium. And while it's okay for the investors and the operators to have those beliefs, it's not demonstrated as a matter of fact. And so it should not be surprising that the company says our primary focus is bringing the fully permitted Sunday Mine Complex into production. Now, this document was submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission in April of 2020. So these are statements that post-date all of the activities that occurred in 2019. These are statements that post-date all of the activities and all of the sealing of the adits. So no additional activity inside the mines had occurred at that point. And there's frankly a lot more. I will not belabor the exercise, but I do want to just point out the multiple times that the company uses the terms production in casual, well-known understanding and admits that it is not, in fact, producing. For instance, on page 72, Western has a competitive advantage as our mining properties are permitted and ready to scale up production on short notice. Again, in 2012, April, not a production company. Western is 73. Western is one of the very few uranium companies holding previously producing mines, and thus is well positioned to benefit from short-term, from a favorable outcome. Talking about potential changes in the federal government's purchase of uranium ore, which incidentally the House of Representatives rejected in the last week or two. Again, 74, based upon these pricing factors specific to the industry, we believe that uranium prices will improve over the coming years for Western to initiate full-scale production in its best properties. This document is replete with these sorts of citations and descriptions. 76, our future uranium production may also compete with uranium from secondary supplies. Our primary regulatory costs have been related to obtaining licenses and permits before the commencement of production activities. With regard to the stockpiled underground ore, the uranium vanadium ore, this is, excuse me, page 78. The uranium vanadium ore that we have mined remains stockpiled underground at the Sunday Mine Complex. As a result, we have no saleable product and currently no sources of operating cash. We can provide no assurances that our properties will produce saleable production or that we will be able to continue to find, develop, acquire, and finance additional financial reserves. We do not expect to achieve profitability or develop positive cash flow from operations in the near term. Again, this is not, these are not the statements made by a mine that's in production. And here admitting that they have not established ore bodies on page 81 that contain commercially recoverable uranium vanadium. And they cannot guarantee they can develop these projects into profitable mining activities. And there's no assurance that they will be successful in doing so at any of their projects. So this is, I think, a very telling document. Again, with regard to their reserves or so-called reserves, we have not established proven or even probable reserves, they say, as defined in the SEC, through the completion of final or bankable feasibility study for any of our uranium properties. Furthermore, we have no current plans to establish proven or probable reserves for any of our uranium projects, as it doesn't serve our business purpose at the present time. In order to utilize kinetic separation to process uranium ore, vanadium ore, there are uncertainties that must be overcome, which include the uncertainty as to the evaluation of the regulatory framework, technological considerations, either may cause delays in startup, increased costs, and may preclude the realization of the anticipated benefits. Use of kinetic separation represents an additional processing step requiring additional equipment support, material handling, and potential increases in water use requirements. Again, no reserves. You also have statements going to page 95 in the document that support the division's interpretation in this case. The last previous mining interval was from 2006 to 2009, and based on the available records, only in 2009 did any surface drilling take place since the mid-80s. The mines were last previously actively mined from 2007 to 2009. again, each of these mines are in temporary cessation status. This is in April of 2020. That is not a, these are admissions essentially that and demonstrate that these operations have not begun production as it's defined in the statute. There's further admissions that a mine water treatment plan will be to be permitted for treating mine water, as there's currently 55 million gallons of water in the lower portions of the mine where most of the remaining resource is located. I think I've made my point, but this document contains repeated admissions that the company possesses no saleable uranium at this point. It has not begun production. It has at most begun its development activities, which are important certainly, but they don't rise to the level of production as that term is defined in the Act. Further evidence at 247 of Inform's documents from Western Resource Uranium and Vanadium's annual report, which says the Sunday will start production at some point in the future. And so all of these references demonstrate that this is a mine operation that was idled for a long time. Certainly, they've been conducting some potentially rising to the level of development activities since that time, but have not risen to the production stage. And I think that the testimony, as the testimony was coming in from the operator, it was hard not to take note of the multiple times where the discussion was the purpose of the activities in 2009 was to define the resources and define the ore. And that's a perfectly legitimate business activity. Mining could be considered mining operations under the Act, but it's not production, which is separate and distinct from mining operations under the Act, as I've laid out. I just want to make sure I've got everything I wanted to say in my opening presentation. We did include some MSHA data and the most recent reporting to MSHA that we can find on the website demonstrates that, forgive me, and these were collected and reviewed even just this week. Again, the production reports for the Sunday mine show for the year end of 2019, 5 hours underground. That's what was reported to MSHA in 2019 by our count. You can see in 2010, 2009, when they were actually producing, you have substantially more. And indeed, back when they were actually mining in 99 and before, we're talking about tens of thousands of hours underground. Lastly, I want to point out the Pinion Ridge's document. This is the Atkins report, starting at Pinion Ridge, page 17. And on page 50, you find the resource described in this report do not qualify as reserves. On 51, you find Western Uranium has not conducted any market studies and has no contracts for the delivery of ore from the project. And there's nothing in the record that demonstrates any change in that status. And so as much as the operator would like to demonstrate that there's been work going on at the mine complex, it's not production. And that's the only factor that this board really needs to take account of, as informed by the Mineland Reclamation Act and the Colorado Court of Appeals. I think that's all I have at the moment, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions before we go into rebuttal?
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see, do I have, the order I have is interveners, Pinion Ridge, and then the division. Did we need to, is that sound fair for rebuttal, or do we want to switch that around to division? First rebuttal, Jeff?
Yeah, I was actually, when I forwarded that along, I looked at that. Jeff Parsons, do you recall? I mean, the way that we had it negotiated was your presentation would be last and then you would jump into rebuttal. Do you want to change up that order, or?
I'm open to that. I think it would be appropriate for the division to weigh in, but Fred may have other ideas. So I'm really interested in his.
Fred, any objection if the division starts with rebuttal?
I think that makes sense. They went first, we went second, and Jeff went third. So we probably ought to follow rebuttal in that order. It makes sense to me.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and start division rebuttal. Lucas is going to start our rebuttal, and he's going to address some of the questions around circumstances around the back and forth letters in June to September. Then he's also going to talk about some of the testimony regarding the division not allowing the company to extract and bring ore to the surface. I think he can provide some clarification and context to that misstatement as well. So Lucas, go ahead.
Excellent. Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And no, ma'am, this is kind of directly related to your question. So as I'm speaking or reiterating some of these facts, if more details of your question come to mind, please feel free to jump in and interrupt. To properly address that, you had asked if prior to the September 18, 2019 letter, if there was any back and forth with the division and the operator, or if that came as somewhat of a surprise. I just would like to point out that there was a continuous back and forth discussion. The notice of status change was received from the operator on June 9th, and the division responded on June 18th relatively quickly. And we requested a little more information about what sort of activities were they going to be conducting. Pinion Ridge submitted another response. So there was a couple of different back and forth chains that are in the record. We excluded that from the board packet just to avoid making it extremely lengthy, because it was already lengthy in itself. But at the end of the day, the carry home letter, as Fred pointed out, as well as Mr. Parsons pointed out, is September 18th letter, in which the division determined their activities to better meet the definition of prospecting. And that was a determination we made after reviewing the response from Pinion Ridge that had the detailed list of items A through L that they discussed of the activities they had conducted. In the division's opinion, what they were doing was like has already been said, so to avoid beating a dead horse, they were further defining that ore body of vanadium, taking some samples, doing some XRF studies, which for those of you that are not familiar, an XRF machine is a handheld X-ray fluorescence device that gives you a snapshot of the mineral makeup or really just anatomical makeup of anything you pointed at. So you can point it at one specific rock, pull the trigger, and it gives you a readout in parts per million of what the makeup is of that material. So they're doing some sampling like that underground. They were moving ore material closer to the surface, but the division determined that a mainstay of what they were doing was site maintenance, which included repairs to the buildings, restoration of power, rehabilitating the openings, ventilation, and then the mainstay of the underground work, we determined to be like has been said before, investigatory in nature, to further define that vanadium ore bodies as they're present underground. So that was kind of the basis of the decision that the division made, that we felt that those activities better fit the definition of prospecting activities. I know you brought up, it's kind of not traditionally viewed that way, because when you're looking at a mine, you want to do some long hole drilling and things like that. But sometimes, you know, prospecting is part of the bigger definition of activity, because they want to find out where things are at and everything like that. So that's why we said, okay, what you're doing seems to be way more investigatory in nature and doesn't rise to the level of placing your permits back into an active status. And so when we were out on site in August, as was mentioned during conducting an inspection, no, the division did not go underground. We don't typically go underground. I didn't have any of my underground safety equipment and to go underground. So that was the reason why we didn't go. We don't typically go underground without all of our proper safety equipment, everything like that. But we were just relying on testimony or conversations with the operator, as well as that written record that they submitted, that that's what they were doing. Something else that I would like to touch on briefly was the discussion of the kinetic separation process. That was in terms of, they were pulling some bulk samples and things to potentially begin testing that kinetic separation. And we had looped in CDPHE at the time and discussed further permitting needs. So we also felt that that portion of the underground activity was tied into research and development activities that they were proposing at the time. So that's kind of just helps bolster that decision to determine those activities to be more prospecting than anything. So I hope that answers your question, ma'am. If it doesn't, please let me know if I can clarify anything else for you.
I'll keep listening to the full thing and then let you know if I have more questions. Thank you.
Perfect. Absolutely. Yep.
Hey, Lucas, this is Chuck.
Yes, sir.
Just when the division was looking at that decision as to whether or not they'd come out of TC or not, I'm just curious, were you looking at the factors in Rule 1.13 regarding temporary cessation, or can you tell me like if that informed the analysis or not?
Yes, I can expand on that a little bit. And actually to kind of address that a little bit more, I'd like to back up in the timeline a little bit to when we received the notice of status change. Under 1.13, in order, you know, under the regs right now, for them to come out of temporary cessation, all they had to do was provide us a letter. So that they submitted us that letter, and under the standard procedures and the rules, that's when we declared, okay, you're into an active status. But then through the portion or through the back and forth correspondence with the operator, we did consider 1.13, but more so took into account the operations that were happening on site. And one of the factors was the time frame of the work that was being conducted was less than 180 days. So they had personnel on site, they were doing activities. It was pretty short. They were opening up the mines, conducting maintenance. It was through testimony today, they stated that it was about 3 months in time frame, so it never broke that 180-day threshold. So that, in conjunction with the nature of the activities we were reviewing that they submitted to us, we determined that, yeah, it did not rise to the level of them truly being an active status. So we administratively put them back into their continuous term of temporary cessation, which did expire April 19th, 2020.
Thanks.
Okay, yep, absolutely. One of the other things I'd like to touch on was there was some discussion on the division directing the operator not to remove ore from the underground workings. And that was strictly in relation to the requirements of the EPP, the Environmental Protection Plan, that had not fully been satisfied. One of the conditions of the EPP states that they needed to comply with all of the conditions, which includes environmental protection facilities, drilling and sampling, the which is part of the hydrogeologic report, the groundwater study, as well as the stormwater control features. And I think it's important to note that the hydrogeologic report and groundwater study was received by the division, but it was not received until March 30th of 2020. So that was one of the key pieces of information that we were missing. While the operator did have ore stockpiled inside the portal of St. Jude, they did have the lined ore storage pads built. The stormwater control features were built and certified. We wanted to be able to review that hydrogeologic report and understand the groundwater scheme a little bit better before we started removing ore and bringing it to the surface, as it was required by the EPP approved in 2012. So we received that, but the in-depth review of that has not been conducted since we received it in March 2020 or March 30th. The division felt that this hearing would need to be conducted before we proceeded with the in-depth review of that. So the reason we directed the operator not to remove ore from the surface is because the full requirements of the environmental protection plan had not yet been satisfied. So that really, I think that really kind of hits all of my high points on just as we've gone through presentations, just comments I wanted to make as far as factual basis on site. So with that, I'll go ahead and kick it over to Jeff if he has some more rebuttal discussions or if there are any questions for me.
Lucas, I have a quick question. You
Yes, ma'am.
mentioned April 2019 would have been the full 10 years. Is that what you referenced?
No, ma'am. So April 19th, 2020
Okay.
was the expiration of the period of temporary cessation that they were in. That is from our statutory definition of 5 years, 5-year period of temporary cessation, which was enacted on April 19th of 2015.
So even though you received the letter on May 20, now we're a full year behind, May 21st, 2019. Triggering, you said receiving a letter is what pulls you out of temporary cessation, triggers it?
Yes, ma'am. So typically the process is designed that when an operator, any mining operation in the state is in temporary cessation, where they want to come out of temporary cessation into a permit status of active, they're required to provide notice to the division as defined in the rules. I believe it's a 60-day notice to give us a heads up that, hey, we're going into an active status. So we followed that and we did switch the permits over to an active status following the procedures and the rules. And then from that point, it was through the back and forth correspondence that we determined the activities that they were conducting didn't rise to the level of them being considered in an active status. And we administratively put them back into a temporary cessation. So that didn't restart the clock. We shifted the permit statuses back into that period of temporary cessation that would have and did expire on April 19th of 2020.
As of August 15th, 2019. When you sent that letter back to them.
September 18th.
Oh, September, yeah, so August
Yes, ma'am.
15th, September 18th. Which is still prior to the expiration of the full 10 years, April 19th of 2020.
No, ma'am. So I believe we're kind of, dates are getting a little confusing.
Yeah,
here.
I'm getting
And
confused.
yeah, absolutely. So I'll try and clarify a little bit. So the 10-year, the discussion today about the 10-year production mark, as the division is defining our working definition of production, which is a big portion of this hearing, actually is the hearing.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Is it the hearing? Because we have a definition of temporary cessation. We have a working definition of production. You know, and that had stakeholder commentary and stuff in January and February of this year, but we're looking at a letter that was in June of 2019. So do we have a more clear definition of what defines temporary cessation, or do we have a proposed definition of production?
So
if I could jump into this
Sure.
conversation, sorry, Lucas, to interrupt.
No, I was going to kick it to you anyway.
There are a lot of dates circulating, covering a variety of different things. You know, The two things we're looking at are the date of last production pursuant to Section 103 of the Act, and then kind of the related discussion of temporary cessation and the associated timelines there. What's being left out here is the significant change in circumstances of getting the Van 4 decision in July of 2019. Because it's through that opinion that, at least in the Court of Appeals interpretation, the division's decisions related to active or inactive status were essentially determined to be not relevant. And so, and that was part of the opinion that was difficult for the division to wrap its head around is, we've spent years determining active status, inactive status, what constitutes an operation from coming out of TC and into active status. And the Court of Appeals said that's not relevant. The controlling facts are the date of last production. And it started everything off of the 180 days is a period of temporary cessation. If you are not producing on day 181, that's when temporary cessation starts. It does not matter if the division or board has recognized that status or if the company has requested TC status. On day 181, if there was a period of non-production, that's the commencement of temporary cessation. And so I think that's what makes one of the other factors that makes this one complicated is that Van 4 decision kind of fell right in the middle of the company's request to be recognized as active, and then the division's subsequent responses to that request. I mean, ultimately, the division's decisions regarding, that this doesn't rise to the level of legitimate mining activity, definitely not production, that's still relevant. I think that the letters we've been discussing, and in particular, you find it here, the August 15th, 2019 letter from the company that outlines the nature of activities at the site. That's where the division, again, now having the benefit of the Court of Appeals opinion, had to reassess how it was reviewing these sites. And when you look at that letter, specifically item L, most of the activity there are indicative of a mine that was in a long period of inactivity, coming out of activity, trying to restart its operations, and they're commencing a series of investigatory type activity tests. So I think that's what fed the division's decision to not jump to just declaring them to be active, but to reassess and really determine, it seems like maybe you're doing more investigatory work than true mining activity, definitely not production. And so that's what led to that follow-up letter from the division, that September 18 letter clarifying that discussion.
Sure.
I don't know if that helps at all, but it's the Van 4 decision that's kind of being left out of the conversation here.
Right. What was the official date of the Van 4 decision?
I think it was July 25th, 2019.
July 25th.
July 25th, yes.
So just to throw this out there, Mr. Glacier received this letter on June 18th about active, and it had some more questions. Hey, what are you doing here? We need these detailed construction plans, all of these things. As a mine operator, is it also not fair that they would have responded to that letter? The division may interpret their response based on Van 4, but they're responding to a letter that they received from you prior to Van 4.
Sure, and absolutely. And obviously the expectation from the division is that they do need to respond to that letter before they proceed with activities.
Right, but then you're applying interpretations post Van 4 to a letter that was sent to them with questions pre Van 4.
Yes, but again, as we've indicated, Pinion Ridge was the mine operator in the Van 4 decision. So they were very aware of the court's findings. And I do think it's a little disingenuous of their testimony that the Van 4 case doesn't apply here. It is applicable, and it is something that the division is now mindful of as it continues to regulate these operations. So I think that their response to the June 18 letter was directly on point to that letter, but it also still just outlines investigatory work and not what the division considers to be legitimate mining operations.
Okay.
I believe Mr. Singletary had a question real quick, Jeff, before we continue. You're on mute.
Unmute there, John. Mm,
Cami, are you able to unmute for him?
She put.
There you go.
Oh, he muted himself again.
hit it one more time, John.
We okay?
Yep, there we go.
Well, I know the dates are confusing, but I guess since we call it back and forth, but the communication you had, with these people, didn't you alert them to the fact that they may be possibly, because you did state at one time that they were back in operation, and now, now they're not. Didn't you have conversations with them to say, hey, we're maybe treading on risky territory. We need to do this and that. And then I still would debate what's production, but let's see if we can get an answer to that question. I think it's only fair that an operator be provided as much information as possible. There. And another thing, I don't know how you can determine whether it's production or not if you didn't go down below and see what they were talking about down below, underground. in the cattle business, we don't realize we get our herd together and then we get our bulls together, and that's production. Then we get our calves ready and we say, well, we're not going to sell them now, but that's production. And then we say, well, the calves aren't ready, but the Corvus came on and I'm going to go ahead and fatten them out, and that's production. And so I can understand what they're talking about when they're saying production can mean a lot of different things. But anyway, I haven't heard where you guys kind of communicated together to say, here's where we're headed, and tell me if you have. But I also am disappointed that somebody didn't take the time to go, even you didn't have your equipment or anything. I think you should be able to go back and see what they're talking about as far as what's underneath.
Sure, and I think maybe I'll start with the last points first on again, kind of this definition of production and how, I think the parties hear it, and I think the division, even through the rulemaking, will struggle through how that term is defined. From the testimony you heard from Mr. Glazier today, though, their definition of production is essentially everything. If they're doing anything on site, they're in production, which simply isn't accurate, even under the pre-Van 4 regulation of temporary cessation and active inactive status. Just doing something on site doesn't make you an active or producing mine. I think the best example of that is some of the tactics that people were using in the early 2010s of coming out of an inactive status, moving some stockpiles, claiming active status to restart the TC clock, and then immediately going back into a form of cessation. That's the type of loophole activity that the division was trying to clean up in the early 2010s. I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but I think what the division is presenting today is the activity that has occurred at these sites in 2019 and early 2020 clearly doesn't rise to the level of production as it's kind of rationally defined. Arguably, it's development activity. Clearly, the division has called it prospecting activity or investigatory work, but it doesn't rise to the level of production. And that's the framework, at least the statutory language we're dealing with under the statute, under 103(6)(a)(3), is determining whether or not there's been a period of non-production that exceeds 10 years. To go back to your first question about communication with the company and notice of, the potential for termination of a mining operation, at least the request for that, I'll hand it back over to Lucas because he had those questions, but absolutely the board or the division did inform the company, particularly after the notice letter was sent, that any activity and expenditure of funds that they determine is in their best interest is at their own risk. And I'm trying to remember that I believe that the official notice of termination letter was sent in early February. So clearly any activity that they did after that fact, they're assuming the risk that there's a chance their permit might, or at least their ability to mine might be terminated. So I'll let Lucas kind of fill you in on any other details he had, but I don't believe that the company was operating without notice or indication, and they fully assumed the risk and continued to operate out on site.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Just to clarify that a little bit, we had some discussions, some verbal discussions on site that in the August timeframe, that after the Van Ford decision had come out, that the division was reviewing that. We were kind of assessing that. We were trying to figure out the implications of that decision and how it was going to relate to everybody. And specifically, we did put that in writing in the highly talked about September 18th letter, which is page 296 and 297 of your board packet. Specifically, page 297, paragraph 2 on that page, the division stated that says, please also note that the division has received the Colorado Court of Appeals decision, Information Network v. Colorado Mineland Board, and the implications of this opinion are being evaluated as may impact these as well as other sites in temporary cessation status statewide. So that was our attempt to tell the operator the activities you were doing prior to this letter, we determined to be more investigatory in nature, and that we found them to not rise to the level of active status, because we also have this looming cloud that we are currently assessing of the Colorado Court of Appeals decision. So we did issue that notice and let them know. And then subsequently, we sent them the notice of hearing in February. It is important to note that the notice of construction was received in January for the lined ore pads, and then the notice of hearing was sent to them in February. I believe the construction of those ore pads commenced after the notice of hearing. So they did that knowing that they had that hearing coming up. They went ahead and decided they were going to construct those ore pads anyway. So I hope that kind of clarifies things and answers your question. If not, please let me know.
Right. This is Russ Means with the division. I'd kind of like to piggyback a little bit on Lucas and maybe offer some clarity. When under the current system, temporary cessation, as Lucas has noticed and stuff, they send in a letter and say, hey, we're going back into active status. One of the things and stuff that we will have to address and stuff in rulemaking is this quandary. Somebody can send in a notice and says, hey, we're going back into active status. And the past has always been great. We click off the box and stuff, and then we go out and take a look at it. What we're going to be proposing and stuff is we're going to get a more details before we actually make that determination. What's happened here is they sent in a letter. We said fine, but then we looked at what was going on, and I want to refer to Rule 1.1.13.2, and this is what we kind of looked at when they proposed these activities at that time. Some of these other activities we kind of got cookie crumbed on, where we said, no, that's not good enough and stuff and that. And so they said, well, we're going to do this and this and this. And so that's why the record's choppy and stuff and that. And we totally recognize that. But they're under 1.13.2, if you look under paragraph 4, parent 4, it says that the indications of temporary cessation is they're engaged in activities which are not significantly moving the site forward to completion of the mining operation. The board will judge these activities in relation to the size of the operation, the nature of the ore body, and other facts. Here's the deal. They, in their documents and stuff, they said that they were going to extract 100 tons. They actually, in testimony today, said 200 tons. But if you look in 2009, they produced over 14,000 tons from one of these mines alone. So the level of what they were trying to do did not rise up to the level and stuff of being engaged in actual mining activities. You go to the other thing at parent 5, it says there is no sales or processing of material or movement of stockpiled materials. There was no stockpiles on there. The only stockpiles that they have are the ones that they indicated were for research and development, not for production, not for sale. And then from there, Parent 6 says there's only minimal or token excavation of the mineral or the material. 200 tons versus 14,000 in 1 year, 47,000 and stuff over a 3-year period is token. So these are the things and stuff that we looked at when we decided that this is not going back into production. In fact, they weren't even going to be in activity for 180 days until they started moving along a little bit more and stuff in that. But there's no plan there to move this site forward, any of these sites forward beyond 180 days or anything. So the threshold for being back in activity was not there. So that is why the division took a look at all the facts and stuff that we had in front of us and made the determination that this, in fact, is nothing more than exploration, prospecting and investigative in nature, and it's not part of the active mining operation. So does that kind of clear some things up a little bit? Okay.
Jeff, I just want to note that I do know that I asked a question in the middle of your rebuttal. So at any point, if you feel like you never finished your rebuttal, feel free to do that. These questions are not counting against time. So I want to make sure you were good on that. Tim?
I do have a question. But if Jeff hasn't finished yet, I might as well wait for him to conclude.
No, I've got nothing else. I mean, that's why we want to be available for your questions and try to answer whatever questions you all may have. So
Okay, thanks then for Mr. Fugate and perhaps for Mr. West. Then as I'm trying to get my head around this, the intent of or the court's ruling really kind of tries to get better at the end towards the intent of temporary cessation in defining it by production. And so if I'm thinking about this, you probably have to come out of active status earlier, and especially if you have to do development or additional work, you probably have to start doing that so that you are producing within that before that TC essentially expires. And then I think what Mr. Means kind of raised is kind of what I've been tracking here, and to some degree we've had this idea of what production is. We've got records of it. 2007, 14,000 tons, 2008, 5,000 tons, 2009, 76 tons of ore coming out. And we haven't had anything that sort of rises to what has been recorded in the past that identifies that there has been any level of production. And then I'm just kind of curious in terms of, I thought what Mr. Parsons' presentation at the end was particularly interesting. I don't know how much it completely applies to a definition or if it really completely hits the mark, but it does seem like there's some additive type of information between the man hours underground and perhaps even some of those SEC statements that kind of further that this idea that production has not been met.
Sure, there's a lot there. I'm not sure where to dive in, or if there's a specific question you want me to start at.
I think specifically towards the end is I'd be interested in your thoughts in terms of Mr. Parsons. Like I said, that the tail end of his presentation there regarding the man hours and the SEC statements and sort of what that kind of adds to this idea of lack of production. And then I just want to make sure that as I kind of was thinking about this in regards to the court kind of getting more towards the intent of temporary cessation, that I'm not completely off base here. I mean, they're trying to get to a place where we're not in perpetual temporary cessation, essentially.
And maybe I'll start there, and I'll take up the question about the SEC filings and man hours later, or defer to Mr. Parsons. You're correct. I mean, that was one of the kind of the big discussion points in the Van 4 opinion, was trying to define temporary cessation as it relates to production. And again, some of the quotes that I pulled were some of the more on point quotes that again, temporary cessation is a factual status, not a legal one. And, you know, it's kind of the persuasive part of the opinion I found on page 8 is that, it's in other words, a mine is in temporary cessation status once 180 days has passed without production, even if the division or board has not received or acted upon a required notice. Essentially what it's saying is, you know, if you're legitimately in temporary cessation for 180 days and you don't return to some form of production, I'm sorry, let me reverse that. If you're in a period of non-production for 180 days, then on day 181, you are now in temporary cessation, whether or not the division or board has made a finding or a designation or an operator has made such a request. And so what it's, at least my interpretation of the court through that finding is that the commencement of a period of temporary cessation starts automatically on day 181. And it's up to the operator to do something to put themselves into either active status and development to work towards production or not. It's up to them. But yet they were trying to frame out what exactly TC means and when an operator goes into TC. You know, for all practical purposes, there's only a handful of mines that are in this kind of area where they're even approaching the 10-year mark of non-production or 10 years of temporary cessation. So it's a small group of mines that all of this is applicable to. Obviously, it's important because at the end of the day, you know, those mines may be in this position as well of the division seeking termination of the operation. I think from a factual perspective, and that's what's played out in the facts here, a mine can't be inactive for 8 or 9 years and then at the tail end flip the switch and go into production. It just isn't practical. I think that the letter correspondence between the division kind of shows the process and the requirements to bring a mine back into legitimately active status. And then again, the goal of the act is to not only foster and encourage the mining operation, it's also to encourage final reclamation. And so that's kind of the dual role that we're playing through the permitting and reclamation plans, is to ensure that one or the other is taking place, and that these things don't exist in kind of this undefined gray area in perpetuity. To come back around to the information that Mr. Parsons provided on the MSHA numbers and data, you know, it's hard for me to discuss that. Typically, the division doesn't do that kind of a deep dive into SEC filings or MSHA man hours. Simply don't have the resources for that. As you know, the division typically is reliant on operators to supply them with trustworthy information. That's why we have them submit annual reports every year. That said, it is, I think, useful information for the board. I mean, again, it's another source that originates with the company identifying some of the issues that we're discussing today. And I think indirectly, it also kind of gives you an indication of how the company themselves have defined production when they're reporting to the SEC and conducting work on site. And I think the comments that Mr. Parsons read into the record from the filings, it does contradict the testimony from Mr. Glazier today that the production is an all-encompassing any activity type of definition. I think that the working definition offered up by the division is not arbitrary. It is not unwieldy or unmanageable. I think it recognizes that production is in fact a distinct stage of mining operations. And this division's been in existence for 40 years, and they've operated and regulated all aspects of mining without a defined term production. So I think they have a good working understanding of what the difference is between development and production.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the division after that rebuttal? Thank you all for taking the time and for your questions. I think this dialogue really helps. So Mr. Parsons, I believe you have 15 minutes. Oh no, I'm wrong. Pinion Ridge, sorry. their rebuttal time.
Thank you. I'm going to turn the discussion over to Mr. Glazier. And there is a monstrous amount of information in this that came from the division. We can't respond in 15 minutes to every bit of it, but we would if we could. But I want him to specifically address the MSHA information and clarify that for you to demonstrate that, in fact, what Inform is presenting to you is just a very small piece of information. The large hours that are reported in MSHA came from the contractor, and Mr. Glazier can explain that. And that's why the information from Inform is very misleading. The second thing is that the SEC filings are also very misleading. The SEC filings are governed by certain rules of accounting that require these statements to be made in the SEC filing. They have nothing to do with mining operations. But let me turn it over to Mr. Glazier and let him clarify that for you.
Let me first start with the MSHA filings. First of all, the MSHA filings made by Pinion Ridge showed about 450 hours on the surface, and it said 5 hours underground. That's a clerical error underground. There were 35 hours, and the MSHA reports are being corrected to show 35. The 35 hours was the supervision hours that myself and Mike Rutter spent in 12 weeks. That's about 2 hours a week, and that's all we needed to go underground to confirm what the contractor was doing. What Inform has failed to do was give you the contractors. If you look at International Diggers, who was our contractor, they reported almost 3,000 hours of underground work. They don't report the surface. They didn't report their mechanics on the surface and what they did. They don't have to. They report the underground. We, as the mine operator, reported our hours for our people. They reported 4 people underground. If you go to their reports, so the total hours reported to MSHA for this operation are almost 4,000 hours. So it's not insignificant. 4,000 hours over about 12 weeks amounts to about 40 hours per standard week. We ran 1 shift. So that answers the MSHA issue. The SEC need to explain that Western Uranium and Vanadium is a publicly traded company listed on the Canadian Stock Exchange. It's not listed in the United States, but it has to report under SEC rules because of the number of shareholders and the number of the ownership. So we are a reporting company to the SEC, even though we're a Canadian listed company. And so we have to, for accounting purposes, basically say the resources that you can report under SEC rules are far different than the ones that you report under Canadian rules. And the resources that we report were done on a technical report by an independent person under Canadian rules. They don't meet the standards of SEC. No Canadian companies meet the standards of SEC because you have to do an economical analysis attached to all the reserve calculations. So you can't, under SEC rules, report any resources because you haven't done the economics, but Canadian companies don't do it. And all those references in the SEC filings that Inform brings out are simply things that we have to put in under SEC rules since we're a public company. They've got nothing to do with what the subsidiary did. Pinion Ridge Mining mined, but the parent corporation is the reporting entity because it's the public company. And Pinion Ridge Mining is a subsidiary of that, but Western Uranium has to report under SEC rules, which basically, if you were a private company, if the board is going to say, oh, okay, you got to meet the SEC rules, a private company that doesn't report the SEC could never be in mining. And I also could point out that we could be producing millions of dollars worth of ore and never be a producing company under SEC rules because we didn't do the economic study required. Most companies don't do it. I don't know if large mining companies do it, simply because they go into production and they just simply start producing and making money. So the SEC rules are what that report is related to. It doesn't relate to any actual activity, and it's misleading for them to say just because we reported to SEC, unless the board decides to use SEC rules for what production is, that means private companies would never be in production. So that is my 2 points of.
And one follow-up question. What is your view, clarify your view of what constitutes production under the historic standards that everybody's used to?
Well, clearly they've been using all the development, and that was always active. So production was never used as a definition. Production was not, it was active or not active. Okay, and so if you went into development, you were active. You could be producing waste rock, or you could be producing ore, or you could be doing development. But that was all active. So this whole idea of production didn't come out until the Court of Appeals. And that was, we'd been in operations for almost 2 months before that decision came down. And by the way, when Russ Means points out that we had insignificant production, we produced 200 tons. Sure, they produced maybe 14,000, but we stockpiled it in the mine, and we actually shut down the mine because we had nowhere else to put the stuff. And so we got the letter after we had even shut down. We could have produced a lot more ore if we could have taken it out by order of the division, because we didn't have the ore pads done. We couldn't take it out. So there was nowhere to put it. So I couldn't produce 14,000 tons of material and leave it in the mines because there's no room. So we were constrained by the orders of the division saying, don't take it out. And the EPP, granted, have the ore pads before you take it out. But this mine could easily, and could easily produce, I'm not saying would produce 14,000 tons, but it certainly 2,000 tons or 200 tons was what we could produce and stockpile in the mine, easily stockpile to be removed, and then start production and moving it from production directly outside to the ore pads and then transport it offsite.
No further questions for Mr. Glazier. Does the board have any questions for him?
Mr. Glazier, I have a question for you. Can you tell me when did that price of vanadium go up to $30 a pound?
If the price went up in 2018, it was in the summer of 2018. We did an economical analysis based on the high price. It was about $30 in the summer of 18. And it was in the fall of 1918 that I went to a ferroalloy conference that met with the buyers of vanadium. And that's where I identified, and they said 9 of them wanted this vanadium product. And that was October of 2018. And we as a public company, we then immediately decided we were going to start producing at the Sunday mine for these 9 customers. And so what we did is we raised the money. Obviously, we're a small company. We went out and we finished that capital raise in early 2019. And shortly after we had the money to start the mines, we notified the division we were starting. And we finished that raise in April of 2019. And then in May, we told the division, actually we told the division before, but our official notice was May that we were going to start. But the price of vanadium had gone up in 2018. And so we had already identified the customers for the ore. And in the first 200 tons, they mentioned that we were going to do 20 tons of testing with ablation, but 180 tons of that was going to the customers. 9 customers each wanted 20 tons so they could run their process and then contract for additional tonnage, which we could have kept shipping, except for the fact that we didn't have the ore pads and we couldn't take it out and send the ore to the customers. So again, we had produced, we were ready to go into production for vanadium.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that Mr. Fugate made a comment that, you know, you can't just flip a switch at the end of a 10-year period. And I understand that, but sometimes global economics and global demand don't necessarily follow a perfect thing. And you've got to watch your prices and your economics and what's going on in some other countries as well and their ability to produce, which, you know, there's external forces at play here that are not necessarily always dictated by a 10-year impending horizon for, you know, a TC. So you are right. I'm looking at a price of a chart of vanadium right now. In 2018, there is a significant spike.
Yes, and that's why we opened the mine.
Yeah.
But again, you know, you're right, prices vary. But again, as I said in my early testimony, The projected price for vanadium is going back up from the price of about $7 now because of primarily, you know, the lack of construction. Most vanadium is used on, you know, alloy steel, and world construction has gone down because of the virus. So projections are vanadium will be in high demand, and there are no new mines being put into production. So prices are likely to go up for lack of supply.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
Mr. Glacier, appreciate your explanation on MSHA and the SEC filings. Thank you. I think you answered the question at the tail end to the chair's question, but I just want to make sure I understand. If I've been following the conversation regarding that 200 tons that was stockpiled, I think it was mentioned in the conversation that it was for research or testing and not for sale. Can you discuss that one more time?
Of the 200 tons, 20 tons was designed for testing. 180 tons was going to be shipped to 9 customers at the rate of 20 tons each. That's about a truckload or a container of ore. So they each wanted about 20 tons, and 20 times 9 is 180 tons. So the 200 tons, only 10% of it, or 20 tons, was designed for testing. The rest was designed to go to customers.
Thank you.
Following along that, so we were talking about SEC and accounting. Do you call that work in progress? Is that the term that you use as well?
Well, all the terms that are used in those filings are required by the SEC. And if you do not have a technical report that defines your resources and does the economical analysis, you have to basically say you're not in production. You could be producing millions of dollars worth of ore. And under SEC rules, if you've never done the technical report as they require, you're not in production. And so, first of all, if you're a private company that doesn't report to the SEC, you would never do this. And most companies don't do it. You know, most mining companies are listed in Canada, especially small companies, because their rules don't require that. Our technical report that shows the resource at the Sunday mine has done by an independent, doesn't go into the economic analysis. It goes into the resource. It doesn't, and we don't even call it a resource because we are an SEC reporting company, but it's got nothing to do with production. It's what you have to do because you're an SEC reporting company. And it's unfortunate if we weren't an SEC, if we only reported in Canada, none of those terms would be in there. But because of our shareholder makeup, we are an SEC reporting company.
Thank you. Mr. Singletary?
Mr. Glacier, would you refresh for me what kind of infrastructure work you did in the late term of this? I mean, in terms of the ore pads and whatever. Could you just refresh for me what kind of stuff you've been doing here recently?
Okay, well, actually, I think somebody pointed out from the division that we didn't start the ore pads until after that February notice that they didn't want us to, do anything until after the hearing with the board. We had actually started and almost completed those ore pads. We started those ore pads in early February and completed them about, here's the date.
January 23rd.
Oh, we started the ore pads on January 23rd and finished them early. We had a contractor in there to do them, okay? And one of the reasons we didn't start, obviously that was one of the requirements to start the ore pads. They were designed and approved clear back, I believe, in 2012. But we hired an independent engineer that had to digitize those plans that were on paper, but they weren't digitized. And he had to put together the bid documents. We actually were going to have them bid by a contractor. So the independent engineer basically took the time from, when we shut down to digitize, and he went out to the site, and then he got a number of contractors lined up to bid, and he had to give them the bid documents, and they had to go to the site. So that by the time we accepted a bid to do this, it was January, and the contractor, after we accepted, within a week, he was on site preparing those sites for them. And so we did that. That was the last work we did out there, was the ore pads, and that cost us about $100,000, a little over $100,000 for buying those ore pads. And so that was the last infrastructure work. The infrastructure work on the surface, most of it's all done. We had to upgrade the electrical. This has got commercial electric to it. So we had to upgrade the electrical on the surface. The buildings, we had to upgrade the buildings. But the infrastructure is already there for all purposes. Other, the things we did covered the low grade ore pile, and that was done in July of 2019. And we basically maintained the storm drainage. We did some fairly extensive maintenance to the storm drainage, even though it had been approved and constructed earlier. And that's not really new stuff. We maintained it. We did a lot of surface work. If you look at our surface hours and the contractors, of course, the surface hours, the other ones for constructing the ore pads are by a different contractor, not International Diggers. He was our underground contractor. We had another dirt contractor do the ore pads.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Karen or Forrest?
Now, I apologize. I'm going to have to leave. I've got to leave for a funeral at a state before we get to a vote. I apologize for that. But I do have a couple comments. With this whole process, I was hoping it would be more clear cut. Maybe looking at a mine that had not done anything or had any intent to do anything over the last 10 years. And that's kind of not what we have here. It seems like we're kind of splitting legal hairs here, looking at more of a letter of the law rather than spirit of the law type of situation, which disappoints me. I'm uncomfortable with the surety of the definition of production. I think there's still a lot of gray in that. And one last thing, I think digging into the personal information of a company and kind of misrepresenting that is not what we should be about. So anyway, again, I apologize that I'm going to have to miss the vote. And anyway, carry on and we'll catch up with you next month. Thanks.
Thank you, Forrest. Karen, are you okay? You know what I'm actually going to do here? If we're good with questions, we've almost been at this for 3 hours. I think it's fair. Is everyone fair if we take a teeny tiny break? Step away for a second. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Parsons, are you okay with that? You don't feel like I'm messing with our rhythm or anything?
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Let's do that. And we'll come back here 3:10. Is that fine with everyone?
What time is it?
It's 2:57, John.
Yeah, that's good.
We're giving Mr. Mock 13 minutes instead of 10.
Yeah, that's good.
Because I was mean to him last month.
He's getting old.
Okay.
That was brutal last month.
I'm so sorry. All right. 3:10. See you then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well,
Hello, Miss Alyssa. Everybody else is gone, so I thought I'd say hi. Sorry, I can't change my picture. I'd wave back, but I hope you have everything you need. If not, let me know. Okay, cool.
I see some cameras still off, so we'll wait until people come back here.
Thank you for the break.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. Thank you for the break.
Please yell if it's going too long. It's a tough one. I want to keep the dialogue going, but I don't want people to be feeling miserable.
Much better.
Mr. Parsons, I saw, okay, I see John's shadow coming. Here he comes.
Here.
Okay. Everyone settled? Am I missing anyone critical? Don't see anything. Okay, Mr. Parsons, please go ahead with your rebuttal.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think what we've heard from Mr. Fugate in terms of the law is critically important, that there is no ambiguity on the division's side about what production means. It is beyond development work at minimum, and none of that has occurred. I think what we heard from Mr. West and Mr. Means was very powerful in its demonstration of their technical application of the rules and law and the statute to the facts on the ground. And they both made the unambiguous conclusion that production had not occurred and thus active status could not be justified. Mr. Means spoke of the application, very succinctly spoke about the application of the 1.13 factors and how 20 tons of ore, whether it's to conduct the kinetic testing, which was the only evidence in the record, the only thing the company submitted to the division, even in late 2019, was this idea to do the kinetic testing on 20 tons of ore. There was no mention of any other customers or any other place to ship that ore, but in any case, what you have is 20 tons of ore, which, as Mr. Means clearly laid out, is a testing sample. That's not a production level event. And so based on the expert technical review of the staff and the expert legal review of the Attorney General's office and the unambiguous opinion of the Colorado Court of Appeals, which is binding, I think this is despite the assertions that it's complicated, I think it's a very straightforward test, very straightforward case. The Mineland Reclamation Act, as Mr. Fugate indicated, has a dual purpose, and it's to encourage mining, but it's also to ensure that that reclamation occurs. And the statute took it out of the board's hands. They said if production ceases for longer than 10 years, regardless of any administrative status, and in this case, the record shows in every case of these mine files that October 2019 was the latest that there was any production or the latest that you could set the temporary cessation date, that is. Then 10 years after that, it's over. And now let's be clear, it means terminate these permits. There's been no discussion, but it's not clear to me that there isn't a path forward for Pinion Ridge. What we have is a pretty administratively messy state of affairs right now. We have 5 mine permits that even the company says everyone treats as one. We have some that have never been, not been mined since '91 and can't even serve as a mining permit anymore. And then we have a whole new operating plan, apparently, although it has not been made public in any way. There are allegations anyway from the company of a whole new plan submitted to BLM. And yet we've got this debate over whether to keep these woefully outdated administrative designations on the ground for the 5 for the 5 Sunday Complex mines. The statute's clear, the facts are clear. The intent of the statute is clear, that these permits ought to move forward to termination. And then if there's additional work or if there are things that are proposed, so long as there's a satisfaction of other regulatory permits, including potential prospecting, that could be a path forward for this company. Now, that's not the case today. That's not in front of us or in front of you today. Today, it's about whether there's been production at these mines between October of 2019 and October of 2009 and October of 2019. That is the relevant date. I may have misspoken earlier on the letters. The letters all indicate the last possible or the latest possible date of temporary cessation is October 2009. And there's simply no production that's occurred. That definition of development makes it clear that development activities, including testing and identifying resources, is part of development, which occurs before production. So I think the path is actually pretty clear. The legislature has taken the discretion and taken this on themselves in that regard. So we would offer that the testimony from Mr. Means and Mr. West and the legal analysis by Mr. Fugate should be adhered to and upheld, and the board should proceed with termination of these permits as requested. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, I have a question. The Van 4 case, am I correct in summarizing what got turned over was the fact that it was not appropriate for the board to give a second period of cessation, correct?
That was the procedural standing. The ruling from the Court of Appeals, essentially the basic ruling from the Court of Appeals was that it doesn't matter what the administrative status was of any particular mine permit. The only thing that's relevant in that analysis is whether there has been production, whether production has ceased for longer than 10 years. As soon as that happens, as soon as that 10-year mark is eclipsed, the discretion of the board or the division to allow that permit to stay in place without terminating evaporates. And the board and the court very clearly ruled that the board had abused its discretion because the statute says in no case shall a mine cease production for longer than 10 years without the permits being terminated. And that's where we are today. So it's a matter of discretion for the board to issue that second term of temporary cessation, but only to the extent that the mine permit in question has seen production within the last 10 years. And once that threshold is eclipsed, the court said that the discretion is removed from the board and the statute controls. And again, it says in no case. So There are no exceptions.
So I guess my question is, though, that this is triggered because the operator wrote a letter asking to become active again and is not asking for a second period of cessation. I understand that that is then what came down as the definition. But in my opinion, we're not having an apples to apples discussion about Van 4, even though you could take pieces of Van 4 and apply it to this conversation. What the operator of the Sunday Mine Complex was asking was to resume their active status. And now we're telling them no, because you now don't meet the new definition as per Van 4 of production. So therefore, you know, you're out. So it's getting muddy.
I think it's actually far more clear than that. Active status, the court ruled that active status is not a relevant factor. It literally does not matter under the statute whether the division or the company or anybody else considers the mine inactive or inactive or temporary cessation status. And it said this, it is not a legal determination. It's not an administrative determination. It is purely based on the facts on the ground. And the statute's been the same forever. In no case shall a mine cease production for longer than 10 years without going into reclamation. And so the court said, the only thing the board can look at are the facts on the ground. And if production has ceased for longer than 10 years, there's no discretion to extend that permitting. So yes, they came in and asked for active status. I think those were sort of, possibly crosswise requests, but I think the division has a independent obligation to, in mine files where there has been a lack of production for 10 years, to initiate this sort of proceeding, whether the mine asks for temporary cessation or active status or anything else. And I think that's what triggered it, is that the statute's clear mandate and consistent with the intent of the statute. Remember the dual purposes of the statute. Fidelity to the statute is important here. The purpose of the statute is to ensure reclamation, and the legislature said 10 years of non-production is the limit.
Correct.
I have a question.
Sure. You know what, Karen, I just want to finish one teeny thought real quick. You know, you did say that, Mr. Parsons, that we want to encourage mining, but we also want to ensure reclamation activities happen. And I agree with you. I do think that there are times when TC could fall into place where maybe an operator's trying not to.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. Your attorney lost his internet. And so he is texting me asking if we could pause until,
Sure.
particularly since we're getting into legal discussions, he may benefit to be able to give you advice at some point.
Yep, I was actually just going to break in and say that I'm working with Susan right now to try to get him one.
Okay.
I know he had Ethernet problems earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, we will pause.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Hey, hold on just a second here.
Madam Chair, we have some downtime here. I was going to ask, I know the hearing order that we relayed to you all had a combined rebuttal closing. Are you going to allow time for separate closing arguments from the parties, or are we done?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, you're allowed time, or?
Yes, I'll allow time.
All right, because if not, the division would like to take about five minutes is all we need.
Absolutely. No, I think that's fair considering the conversations that have gone back and forth. And quite frankly, I didn't even read your slash as a combined thing. I was just going to proceed with giving separated closing.
Great. Okay.
Statements. Thank you for asking.
Thanks.
Just to give you guys an update, we're almost there.
Okay, great.
Okay.
One other just kind of procedural note. I know that we have a representative from the Small Miners Group, Paul, on the call. I think he was hoping to make public comment as well. If we could find a time to slip him in. Typically, we do that after initial party presentations, but I frankly forgot to ask about that up front.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Chuck and I had talked about that, and we were thinking if it was appropriate to do that, let's see, prior to closing. So I guess maybe after Mr. Parsons, we can do questions, and then he could make the comment prior to closing. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, sounds fine with me.
Okay.
Thank you.
And do we know, is he on the phone now? Is it Paul?
I do see his icon. Yep, there he is.
Okay,
Yep,
you're
muted,
on mute.
Paul.
Most people like me better on mute, but I will open it up when I comment. Thank you.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you. Karen, when Chuck gets back on, if you know where your train of thought was on your question, we'll have you go first just to kind of give it a clean start. If that sounds fine. You had a question for Jeff? For Mr. Parsons. We don't want to do it yet, but whenever Chuck gets on.
Thanks. I was able to look back into the material and get the answer to that question.
Okay.
So I don't need to ask him.
Okay.
All right, guys, he's on.
Okay. So let's see. Karen does not need. Chuck, can you just tell me, you lost us? You never came back from the break, is that correct? Were you gone?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So I think I saw people just starting to file back in, and then my internet kicked out.
Okay.
Comcast.
What is the pleasure of the board? Chuck, do you want to hear Mr. Parsons' rebuttal one more time? Or do you just want to make sure you're hearing the rest of the conversation? I don't want to leave things out, but I don't want to be, repetitive or unfair either.
Oh, I mean, I think from my perspective, I would only need anything repeated to the extent that, the board had questions for me as counsel related to something that was said while I was out. And otherwise, I can just kind of catch up.
I might be able to just restate sort of the last portion of the question. Chuck, the question, there was some back and forth regarding the effect of the Van 4 case. And so that's where we stopped without your presence, because obviously it delved straight into the legal issues as opposed to sort of any summary. So I guess I'll begin there. Our position is the Van 4 case does apply universally to all mine permits in the state, because that provision in no case shall cessation of production last for longer than 10 years does apply across the board. And the Court of Appeals made the additional ruling, squarely ruled that the administrative status that's bestowed on any operation, whether it's from and I think Mr. Fugate explained this a bit, but whether it comes from the division or it comes from the operator's request is not a relevant consideration. The only thing that matters is whether there has been a cessation of, as a factual matter on the site, a cessation of production for longer than 10 years. And as soon as that threshold is reached, the Court of Appeals ruled that the statute kicks in, effectively stripping the board of discretion to keep that permit in place. And so that was the ruling in the Van 4 case. And I think it's directly applicable in this case. As I mentioned, the legal analysis by Mr. Fugate, but as importantly, the factual application of the application of the rules to the facts on the ground by Mr. Means and Mr. West lay no controversy essentially as to whether there's been no meaningful controversy, I would say, as to whether there's been any production. Again, the production requires more than just token production, which is what Mr. Means was talking about, and 20 tons of material is an investigative amount. It is not a producing mine. And so that's why that provision's in there to make sure that there's a maintaining of a fidelity to the statute, that someone can't sort of slip in and out of that 10-year window without legitimately going back into production. So that was the gist. Thank you for allowing me to restate.
I really appreciate that, Jeff. I mean, I just think for the board's perspective, I mean, I do agree that the Van 4 decision tied TC to the actual facts rather than an administrative status, and really pointed back to rule was it 1.13 and the factors in there for determining when an operation is in temporary cessation on a factual basis. So you can't rely on when a when a notice of temporary cessation was submitted, it has to be based on, you know, as I think we're all in agreement, when production, a cessation of production, however production is defined, exceeds 180 days. So. Am I still on?
You're still here. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Parsons right now? We still have an opportunity for closing statements. Okay, at this time, I know that Paul, I am not going to attempt your last name. I apologize. From the Western Small Mining Association, wanted to give some comment, and we'd like to do that now prior to closing statements.
Thank you. And it's Salaji. I am on the board of Western Small Miners, and in the board packet, I think on page 2016, there was a formal letter that was presented, I think, for the April meeting that has been carried forward, and we certainly appreciate that. And I think the simple message is we would encourage the rulemaking continue to conclusion. If I put on my hat as managing director of Nuvemco LLC and multiple permit holder, I think it's very important that we all get a better working understanding of what production is. I think there's been a lot of great points raised in this hearing. I don't think it's brought clarity to what exactly production is. I can give you additional definitions. I think you've heard enough, but at the end of the day, you know, I think that it's important to follow what precedent has been used in the state. I think it's important to carry through and implement what came out of the Court of Appeals and what comes out of this rulemaking, so that people know that they're doing, if they take an action, that they will get a proper consequence. Or if they don't take an action, they'll get a proper consequence. And while I agree with the many comments that 10 years is 10 years and that's a matter of fact, I do personally do not believe that when the Court of Appeals ruled, that they ruled on what production was. However you define production, I think you're limited to 10 years. And I think that's why it's so important for the rulemaking to continue to conclusion. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I'm cognizant of your time, and I appreciate you letting me make these few comments.
Absolutely. Thank you for hanging in there with us. Does anyone have any questions for him? Oh, Karen, you're on mute.
Here we go.
There you go.
Okay, am I? All right. Yes, your last sentence, you want to see that carried to conclusion. Can you be more clear of what you mean? I'm kind of confused.
Sure. I think that the division and the DRMS professionals are very hardworking people. I think the mining community is very hardworking people. I think the citizens of Colorado are very hardworking people. There is a process in place that DRMS started, a rulemaking that has as one of its objectives to come up with a definition of production. It's that I think needs to be carried through to conclusion. I think it also should be applied prospectively, not retroactively, but that's a personal viewpoint. But I think we all owe it to everyone to make sure that we're clear on what production means. Because I think we heard a lot of different definitions today. I could tell you I saw a wonderful production of the play Cats, and I don't think that's what it means. I can tell you that it could be defined as the production automobile I have in my driveway. I don't think that's what it means. I could tell you production is a quantity, or I could tell you what I personally believe, that it's a measure of economic utility and activity, which I think is what the historical was here, where it was tied to mining operations. So until such time as the rulemaking is carried through until such time as everyone has a chance to weigh in, I think you're going to be forever faced with these kind of discussions that, to me, might feel a little unsatisfying. But I'd like to be able to know if I do something that I'm doing the right thing and that I'm going to get the result I'm thinking of. So I hope that answers your question.
Just one more. So are you saying that you feel that the concept of production has got to be defined, well defined and understood by all parties before any action is taken by the division?
So I think that, you know, that's your decision, you know, as terms of what actions are taking. My recommendation is no matter what you do today, you carry forward the rulemaking and take that to a conclusion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any other questions? Okay, we are going to have closing statements, starting with the division.
Excellent. Thank you, ma'am. Again, Lucas West with the division. Just one quick point of closing, and then I'm going to kick it over to Jeff for a couple comments. Division would like to, thank everybody who participated in the hearing, all the parties involved. I know it's been a long day, a lot of back and forth. So we appreciate the conversation and everything. It's been good. So, but one point I wanted to touch on really quick before I kick it to Jeff is that since 2009, the 5 sites have not produced any ore or shipped any ore to an outside mill facility. And the reason behind that was partially market driven and different factors of that nature. But in the most recent months, that was also driven by the division directing the operator not to pull any ore from the underground workings because the conditions of the environmental protection plan that was approved in 2012 had not fully been satisfied. So we weren't trying to tell them to not bring it out because of the hearing or this, that, and the other. There was still some items in that EPP that needed to be satisfied prior to ore coming out. And then obviously the Van Ford decision and the hearing came out. So that was a later factor. But the important thing to consider is ore was not brought to the surface because the full conditions of the environmental protection plan had not been satisfied. So I just wanted to make that last point kind of clarified. If there's any technical questions that have arisen or anything like that, please let me know. But with that, I'll go ahead and kick it over to Jeff for his final closing remarks. And again, just thank you to the board, to the parties, Mr. Aldrich and everybody over there. Mr. Parsons, I think it's been a long day, but I think it's been good.
Thanks, Jeff Fugate, again, on behalf of the division. The division understands the kind of the difficulty associated with the issues that we've kind of initiated in our request for consideration of termination. I mean, this is a critical decision by the board. It's a critical decision by the division to even initiate such a process that contemplates terminating a mining operation. So we do appreciate the kind of the weight of the request that we've kind of asked of the board, and we understand kind of the complexity of the issue here. It's one of the more I guess, complicated issues that the division staff has been wrestling with in the last 5 or 6 years is temporary cessation, active status, inactive status, and intermittent status. So obviously the board's questions of parties it leads the impression that you may not all be comfortable with proceeding with termination of mining operations because of some of the work that has taken place in 2019 and 2020. Again, I want to reiterate that the division doesn't dispute that work has been done in 2019, 2020. Our position is that it does not constitute production. We believe that the definition offered up by the division is a logical, reasonable, and rational definition. And again, this agency has functioned without a statutory definition of production for over 40 years. I do understand that production as a term has never been subject to this much debate before this board, but it is not a term that is kind of undefined by the division. And arguably, I would say that it's not a term that you can legitimately claim is I guess, misunderstood by the mining community. I think everyone involved in this call has an idea of what production means. I do know that production cannot mean every type of activity that occurs at a mine site. That's simply too broad, and that swallows the definitions of mining operation, development, and prospecting. What I do want to remind the board here is that, you know, we've discussed these 5 mines as a complex. We've heard testimony that they kind of operate in cooperation, but they are 5 separate mine permits. You've heard testimony from Lucas and from the company that the work that was conducted in 2019 and 2020 was limited to just 3 of the 5 mine sites. So specifically for the Topaz mine, no work took place. So all of this work that Mr. Glazier has relayed to you is conducted that has maybe persuaded you to decide that they are in some form of production or development. That work didn't happen at Topaz. That site still exists now as it did 10 years ago with no work and no production. That should be a mine that this board determines should be placed into final reclamation. The same for the Carnation mine. Again, no work has occurred at that site. And in fact, you heard testimony today from Mr. Glazier that its sole purpose now is it acts as a ventilation shaft for the adjacent mine. And the last production at that site, according to annual reports, was in 1999, so 21 years ago. Again, that's a site that this board should order into final reclamation. So with that, I'd like to conclude and say that we believe that there's been no production at any of these 5 mines in excess of 10 years, falls squarely within the 34, 32, 103, 6A3 language that in no case shall these remain as an active mine. They should be ordered into final reclamation. So that's what we're asking the board to do, is to place these sites in final reclamation as contemplated by the Act and the Van 4 decision. Thanks.
Thank you. And just making sure we've got everyone here. Mr. Aldrich, did you have closing?
Yes, thank you very much. I do have a few final comments. If I am technically competent here, I will do a share screen. This is my first rodeo on share screen, so.
You did good.
So far, so good. I think this is a slide out of our submittal to the board. And it pretty well speaks for itself about what the problem is here. And with the greatest respect for Jeff Fugate and Jeffrey Parsons, I don't think the Van 4 case has anything to do with this case. Those of you who have studied that case will realize that that case was focused on the trying to decide about administrative decisions of the division as opposed to whether there had been actual physical production. This case is different. The only thing you're looking at in this case is, was there physical production? In Van 4, there was no discussion of that. The discussion was all about the legal implications of the division's administrative decisions. In this case, it's purely based on production. And so now you have, and I think Russell Means presented this at his scoping meeting. He says production is not defined by the Act or the rules. The historic practice of the division was to tie production into mining operations. And mining operations mean either development or extraction. That's been the historic position of that's how the law has been administered by the division. all day long, you've heard comments about production. And I think Jeff Fugate said it best in his closing. Everybody has a definition of production. There's nothing firm or solid about what production means in the context of the mining industry. I respectfully disagree with Jeff Parsons on the idea that we have a definition of production taken out of the Colorado tax code. Every agency defines their own terms, and as does the division. So that's not really the issue. The issue is the fact that we don't have a definition of production. It just doesn't exist. And so that's why the division is in rulemaking. And this is an example of, and I think Jeff said it pretty well when he talked about, get a little larger picture here. At the scoping meeting, Mr. Meads presented, these are some different production question mark. What does it mean? And there he gives you all these different definitions. What could it be? The division has never taken the position that production means processing in a mill. That's just not what production has ever meant. And as a matter of fact, it shouldn't be, because that's something outside the control of the contractor. Obviously, the purpose behind these rules, these division rules, is to control the contractor. You want the contractor to be engaged in mining, which is what the state policy is. And when they're done with mining, to reclaim, which is part of the state policy. But you can't just terminate an operator's license on the basis of production when the division doesn't know what production means. And that's the problem, what we have here. So we are in the unfortunate position of having to defend, quote, production when there is no definition of production. And I'm all in favor of getting these terms straightened out. And we certainly believe that getting the clarification and then apply them prospectively. But what's happening here is the division is trying to create a definition and apply it retroactively. Bearing in mind, the Van 4 case did not even touch on the meaning of production, whereas this is 100% of what this case is all about. And just a few other minor points here. When the rules refer to token production, they don't define what token production is. Token production can mean various things to various mines, depending on how big the operator is. If you're a huge operator, token production could be hundreds of thousands of tons or tens of thousands of tons. Small operator, it can be considerably less. There's no bright line to say what is token and what is not token. Mr. Parsons referred repeatedly to 20 tons. Well, the fact of it is, as Mr. Glazer made clear, it was 200 tons. Only 20 of those were going to be sampled. The rest of them were going to customers. Why? If you're going to buy a product, you want to test it, you want to know what it is? Well, sure, that's exactly, and they had customers lined up to do this. So, and the final point I'd like to make is in regard to we had this discussion about this letter, this September 18, 2019 letter from the division. With the greatest respect to Lucas West, with whom we're going to have to work for the foreseeable future, that letter did not notify Pinion Ridge that their permits were going to be terminated. Instead, it actually refers to requirements in order to build the ore pad so they could remove ore from the mine. There's nothing in there about, oh, we're going to terminate your permits. So why wouldn't Pinion Ridge start production or start construction of the ore pads in January? And that happened weeks in advance of the notice of termination. So they had every reason to get into construction of the ore pads so they could get the ore out of the mine. There was no notice But there was no forewarning, just forewarning. The idea that they were operating under an assumption of the risk, that they knew they could have their permits jerked from them, is just absolutely not accurate. And there's no documentation to back that up. So we think the board, we really urge the board to adopt a resolution denying the division's request. We think it's an inappropriate, basically changing the rules after the fact. And we'd like to see that their request to terminate our permits be denied. And we think it would be very appropriate, as several have mentioned, to continue the process that Russell Means has already started to define what production is and clarify the temporary cessation rules so that going forward, all the operators know what the rules are. You know, you don't want to hang a man based on based on a crime that isn't defined. And that's what's happening here. So I want to thank, first of all, the board for their attention. I understand these hearings can be tedious and consuming. I want to thank Lucas West for his participation and his presentation, and I want to thank Jeff Fugate for his, and I want to thank Jeffrey Parsons. I think everybody's done an excellent job of presenting their positions in these competing ideas. We all want to part company, and we want to part on good terms, and that's how we feel about this. But we certainly have a very significant and very important difference of opinion as to what should happen with the Sunday Mine Complex. And we hope the board agrees with Pinion Ridge. And thank you again, and stay safe and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Aldridge. I'll let you stop sharing your screen so I can see faces here. Okay, so I believe this is the further discussion portion of the hearing here. Yep.
Madam Chair, I do have a closing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss you? I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I had
thank you.
I think it's important to look at the Van 4 case. You can find the relevant portion on page 238 of the division packet. And on page, which is page 8 of the decision, and the top line, it says temporary cessation is defined by the division as, quote, limited periods of non-production as specified according to section 1.13. And then it says under section 1.13 goes into indications of temporary cessation. And so contrary to the representation, the Court of Appeals did discuss the definition of production and non-production, and it referred directly to regulation 1.13, which shouldn't surprise anybody that that's exactly what the division did in this case, was they looked to the section 1.13 and they decided that none of those conditions were met and that this was not in production, was not in temporary cessation, and needs to be terminated in accordance with the act. So the Court of Appeals addressed this straightforward, and they did, and they advised and ruled to do exactly what the division did in this case, which is make a determination based on the factors at 1.13. You heard Russ Means go through those in detail. You heard him say that 20 tons was investigatory in nature. In the closing argument from the proponent or from the operator, you heard the exact same thing, that those customers wanted those 20 tons in order to test them. That's not production. That is testing to find the makeup of the ore. Again, that definition of development spells that out. Investigating, further defining the ore is development, is not production. And then just to put a point on it, I thought Mr. West did a great job of pointing to that September letter where I mean, with all due respect, Mr. Aldrich said there's nothing in the record that indicates any basis for the division having given them an indication that they were reviewing this. That's what that paragraph that references the Court of Appeals case was all about. That's what Mr. Lucas indicated. He testified that they discussed that at their August site visit, and it appeared in the September letter. And so those were very well communicated to the operator that this is an issue, and they were, and then it wasn't until January of 2020 that they decided to build those ore pads. So I think the record conflicts or disputes that they were not aware and taking their own risk in investing in developing ore pads on a mine that was subject to this review. Lastly, you know, the reference to, or second to last, I think Mr. Fugate's points about the topaz incarnation can't be, are inescapable. There's been no testimony and evidence of any thing that could rise to production there. And that just demonstrates sort of the messiness administratively of having 5 mines that operate on one, all under separate permits. The statute doesn't distinguish that way. It says each one's a separate permit, must be accounted for. The better course is to terminate these permits and let the process go forward. If there's additional proposals out there, those can be brought forward. But as it stands, the time under the statute has run. And that gets to this hangman, don't hang a man on an ill-defined crime. The statute's clear, the regulations are clear, they apply the regulation, the factors at 1.13, and the division applies its expertise as it does in every case. And that was the ruling. The statute mandates the result of termination of these permits. And we'll stand at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Parsons. Okay. Board discussion. Karen, you're on mute. There you go.
Long enough. I find it very difficult and quite uncomfortable that we've had 6 days to come up with decisions regarding the definition of production and the potential termination of these mining permits, when as the division has admitted that this is something they've been dealing with among themselves, and it's a very difficult issue. I feel very unprepared to make this kind of decision, not having heard enough of the testimony, and there's a point at what has to be cut off of what is production. And I think until that definition can be really agreed upon and defined by the industry and by the division, it's very hard to move forward. I would hate to think that we make a decision today and 6 months down the road, they say, oh, that's the definition now, and this is the definition that we followed today. I find it very harsh of the division to make these decisions so quickly. Mines are like big trains. They don't stop and they don't change tracks quickly. And to ask them to do one thing and then terminate it and ask them to do another when there is so much involved in the management and the running of these mines, whether they have been in active production or not. As Forrest Luke said, it seems to be looking solely at the letter of the law and not the spirit of the law. And I think this board has always looked at the spirit of the law, not disregarding certainly the letter of the law. but understanding that sometimes we need to build a little time in there to be sure that we're making a decision that is best for the industry. Demand and supply are the things that drive this economy. One does not produce things unless there is a demand for it. There can be years where you have no demand. I know I'm in business. There are times when I don't produce certain things because there isn't a demand for them. So to say that they didn't produce for all these years, there's an economic one, not the sole reason, but certainly an economic reason had to be a sole factor. And I guess the one thing that I will finish with is that no one from the division has gone down into those mines and has looked at what is supposed to be the product that is down there that has been ready to be removed from the mines. We only talk about the 20 tons. They're saying they're 200 tons. But their division never went down and saw that there was that 180 tons there, or could estimate what was down there. I'm disappointed. I would have expected them to be down there and inspecting that and saying they could say, yes, you can't bring it up, but just to deny its existence and only say there's 20 tons, this is just not factual. That's it.
Thank you so much, Karen. I really appreciate your comments. John?
Karen, I agree with you. It's hard for me. Being in production type things, they're saying we did 20 tons because we have it tested. That's part of production. If you get 200 tons and you need to sell it, and your potential buyer wants to know what you got, that's part of production. And I agree. To not take the time to go down there and see what was underneath is I think you're responsible. But more than that, I mean, you can see, in my opinion, you can see these people. Why would they run a new electrical set up there if they weren't planning on doing something with that mine? Why would they go ahead and build those ore pads? I just feel that we're obligated not to take away their permit.
Thank you, John. Mr. Mock?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think I've got some different comments the way I'm kind of thinking about this. And bear with me here as I try and read through my notes. I think this is certainly complex, and I think it's complex for a number of reasons. I think foremost that the Van 4 decision represents, it sounds like, a bit of a paradigm shift. Forrest's comment about the spirit of the law resonated with me, but I think it's also that Van 4 decision sets out to try and get also to the spirit of temporary cessation. The timing is unfortunate, I think, in some respects to the decision and where we are. I do also question and think that some of the timing of the work that has been performed at the Sunday Mine Complex is also a bit of unfortunate and complex. In thinking about the definition of production, I can't think of something necessarily that would include the activities described by Pinion. I think they certainly fall under other aspects and processes of mining. And to that, I do think that the staff in the division has had and has worked with a clear and shared definition of production. So with that, I think that I will be supportive of the staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mock. Yeah, I'm in a similar situation where I'm trying to look through my notes here. I am really uncomfortable, to Karen's point, the amount of information here, the amount of reference to prior, the Van 4 and the bad timing, quite frankly, of when this operation decided to submit their letter and when that happened, I think I'd like to believe that's purely coincidental, going back to the spirit of the law and kind of what we're talking about with multiple TCs. If an operator is trying to continue something and drag something out and piddle around on their site just to make it look like they're still active so that they can avoid reclamation, every single face I'm looking at on this screen is smart enough to see through that, right? But mining is expensive. Karen said it's like stopping a train, it does not stop on a dime. And you also don't start up for fun. You don't start up because it's cheap. You don't start up because it's easy. You don't start up just because you're bored and you're not sure what to do. I mean, these are all, to look and say, oh, look, the price came up. It doesn't align. We just, on our consent agenda this morning, and this comes up pretty much monthly, we told an operator, hey, it looks like you're doing some activities. Looks like there's a violation. Looks like you're mining out there and you didn't get a reclamation permit. So therefore we're asking you to cease and desist. We didn't have a huge conversation about what that definition was. We said, you don't have a permit, you can't mine. And yet we're going to turn around and not really give a defined opportunity for what production is and tell this complex that they can't mine. I agree that when these mines get bought by other operators and the permits kind of get mushed together and you've got some underground workings that are together, that is not the cleanest. This is not the most straightforward example of how we might be able to interpret some of the Van 4 findings. And again, that's incredibly unfortunate. Mr. Parsons, put forth the suggestion of maybe taking the opportunity to reallocate some of these permits. I'm certainly not trying to put ideas in anyone's head, but maybe there is some consideration of that. I do go back to saying, I would be very uncomfortable being supportive of this as it is suggested by division staff when we are in the midst of rulemaking and in the midst of production and cannot formally articulate that when it is the thing that seems to be the axis that this whole thing is pivoting on. So those are my thoughts. Does anyone else have any other commentary?
Not really. I think you did a good job of summarizing. This is a quandary, no question, and the staff always does a great job. But I, like you say, I mean, and I have not been in a mining business, but I've been in the cattle business, and you do look and see where the markets are, and you adjust your product to where you can get your money, and you do take into consideration drought if you're not going to have enough feed, and so you cut down on your your herd. You'd bring it down from 500 head to 100 head, and that, I mean, that's just common sense, and that's business, and like I said, you've got a lot more knowledge and close contact with mining than I do, but I understand you're watchful every day of what the prices are and what your cost of labor, all those things. And I just felt like there was enough activity in there that to me shows production. And I know production's got a wide range of right now, at least, of definition, and I'm not sure we can ever tone it. I mean, find a place. And I think Jeff Fugate mentioned that we haven't really had this debate, but we have had the debate between prospecting and mining before, and that does take in consideration of the difference. This was an operation that was already in place. They had material there. They knew what was in that material. Obviously, a lot of it was uranium, but it's just like any other business, if there's something else that's an aside, you're going to keep that in mind. You're going to use that to your benefit as well. So I just, I think Nellie, you did just a great job of kind of summarizing at least where I feel.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, I work for an operation where, we're tied to byproducts, right? You understand you can be going for copper and the byproduct of the molybdenum comes along and you shoot it off to another processing thing. You kind of know that. But if you were just looking at a straight copper mine, those prices were down, but molybdenum was up, you would look at that mine differently, just like they are. You've got the uranium. It's not necessarily a byproduct at this point. It's the primary product. So you do need to go back into your mine plan and look and see what's economical. But that's not necessarily prospecting. That's rephasing a mine plan, which is completely a moving target, particularly based on an economy. And then, from the transportation side of things, if you define that production is only when it goes onto a truck to go to a mill, you might want to make sure you have a full list of what operations are going to be impacted by that and what operations have a mill on site. You might want to look at how full economics go, who is mining and stockpiling and who is waiting until a sale has been made before they mine. Because this issue is not going to simply go away. Every single one of these is going to be a special case. And until we have clear rulemaking, I feel very uncomfortable putting this through. And I will say, though, if I felt that the operator was somehow doing this to be tricky, to get away from reclamation or to get away from their obligations, I would not be taking this stance. So I am trusting that they are being earnest in their desire to have an economically viable operation and that they're not trying to prolong their obligations to the state reclamation.
Well, and we have bonds. Our bonds are there. There's that are reported to be adequate to do that reclamation. If that was what was happening right now, we're covered as far as from our obligation to the state. So, I agree with you. I just didn't have a feeling that they were being disingenuous in their desire to continue to mine. I just, I didn't see that. But because then I did take into consideration that, the staff said we're certainly adequate with our bonding amount.
And quite frankly, 10 years in a mine life that's pretty short when you're planning out 40 to 50. So to submit a letter in May of 2019, when your year 10 doesn't expire until April of 2020, it's 11 months of thought. And I would imagine that what they're trying to do is to say, oh, look at the price. We've got some customers. We've got some clients. What should we do here? Let me initiate this. Let the division know. I think a whole nother ball of wax had the division not been informed and work was going on. That's where you start to get tricky. But we have a lot of backup documentation here, and there's a lot of professionals here at the helm, both on the division side and at the operator side here.
Well, I'd make a motion, except my eyes are to where I can't see, so I got some kind of an allergy in my eyes, so somebody will have to make a motion.
Me too.
Do you want me to try it?
Sure.
Sure.
This is not my forte, but let's go at it. In the matter of the Pinion Ridge Mining LLC, the Mine Land Reclamation Board votes to terminate the request, denies the Colorado Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety regarding the mining permits of M-1978-039 St. Jude Mine, M-198-021 West Sunday Mine, M-1980-055HR, Topaz Mine, M-1977-285 Sunday Mine, and M-1977-416 Carnation Mine.
I'll second it.
Thank you, John. Discussion? Okay, all those in favor, oh, Tim, did you have a discussion? No. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. Alyssa, did you get everything you needed from that? You're good? Okay. Once again, I really, truly appreciate the thought and caring and genuine conversation here. There's no one on this call that doesn't care about the outcome and isn't spending a lot of time and a lot of work and due diligence. And I appreciate the variety of perspectives that we're able to bring together to really work through these complex conversations. And it's complex, so it's important that we're all here together, and we'll still all be here together to continue working through this. So any public comments or last comments from folks?
Madam Chair, this is Russ Means. I just want to take the time and stuff to thank the board for their time on this. We know it's a difficult issue, and per the conversations and stuff that have gone on today, that helps us in our further guidance in moving forward with rulemaking and stuff. So while you did vote against it, you also gave us the past and stuff to look forward to and stuff for that in our rulemaking process. So thank you.
Yep, and I hope that intention was clear, that we want to help inform this and have more data and more concrete, inputs to this conversation. Anyone else? All right, so for those of us on the board and staff, we will see you tomorrow. Cami or anyone, are there any logistics we need to be aware of for tomorrow, or same time, same place?
Same place, same time. Thanks, you guys. Thanks for
All right,
your
everyone
patience.
go take a walk.
Well, I want to really quick,
Thank
I just
you.
wanted to say thank you, everybody, for your patience. I know that we're still kind of tweaking some things and trying to figure things out, but unfortunately, we don't find these things out until we're right in the middle of them. And so, thank you for your patience. You guys have a good night.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cami.
Nell, thanks for such a good job.
Oh, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all.